What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's real talk, boxing talk live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny, and I'm your host for another edition of the Hangout spot live. This time, the Wednesday night edition.
Let's get ready to rumble! Here's Johnny.
And I just want to thank everybody for rocking out on this Wednesday night, man. If you guys were online with us last night live, we actually worked overtime last night. We did 5.5 hours. It was an excellent show, bro. It was an excellent show. We did fight breakdowns. We talked specifically about the Edgar Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz fight. We had dope-ass panel members. Shout out to the Boxing Maniac who joined me last night. And then we had a treat. We had Coach Hector Bermudez. He was up in the building. He is the head trainer of undefeated welterweight sensation Rohan Polanco and undefeated middleweight prospect Yoanelis Hernandez from Cuba. He was on board last night. We were talking that boxing shit. It was a great interview. And we broke down a lot of other fights that are obviously going to be on the docket this weekend. This weekend is a big fight weekend. Friday night, it starts in Madison Square Garden, the all-female card, headlined by Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, Part 3, the trilogy. And it is brought to us by Jake Paul's Most Valuable Promotions. And then Saturday, Ring Magazine has an event that is going down in Queens, New York. That is headlined by Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda for Shakur's 135-pound lightweight title. And then you have the co-main event, or they're calling it two main events on the card because that's usually what Turki Al-Sheikh does when he stacks a card, and this one is stacked. Edgar Berlanga against Hamza Shiraz. We also got Alberto Puello and Subriel Matias. They are doing battle for the 140-pound WBC title. And you also have David Morrell coming back from that David Benavidez fight against undefeated Iman Kataev. So it's going to be a great card. So there's a lot of shit to break down. We had chat questions. So if you guys rocked out with us late night, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight, it's not going to be any different. We got another banging show ahead for you guys, including right now in just a couple of minutes, we got family in the building. Now 6-0 with 6 knockouts coming off a spectacular performance this past weekend in Shreveport, Louisiana. My man Kamauriay King Kam Walker is in the building. And we also got Coach Marcus Walker. Y'all know Coach Marcus Walker. He's family up in here. He family up in here. He could come to the Hangout spot. He could come here. He could open up the fridge. You don't even got to ask to take anything out of the refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? So we got family up in the building in just a few minutes. Make sure y'all know the ground rules, though. Again, if you're watching this live on YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. Help us get this channel out into the algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out weeknights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until I don't think I've had a show the last couple of weeks that's been less than 4 hours, bro. We rocking out. Interviews, opening up the chat, bringing up panel members, taking calls. It's been cooking. Like I said, we maxed out yesterday, 5.5 hours, and I'm ready to go overtime again. I don't know about y'all, but we got the late night spot here at the Hangout spot, bro. So make sure you guys smash that like button. Again, we got to get this channel out there, man. Other boxing fans need to know we rock out. And if you're watching this live on Facebook and Millions.co, make sure you guys throw me a like, subscribe on Millions. More importantly, come on over to YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. If you've done that already, pick up the telephone, tell a friend to tell a friend. This is how we doing it up, bro. There are power in numbers with a small train trying to turn it into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers. We just made over 2,200 subscribers in about 15 months. So we are moving. And that is a testament to you guys. I just want to give y'all a shout out. Yeah. Word, we rocking out. That's one of the ground rules. Last but not least, y'all know, y'all got to keep the chat cooking, bro. I do want y'all to interact amongst each other. But if you do have a question for any of my guests, the easiest way to make sure you get that question read is to super chat it, because we expect a lot of chat activity in order for me to be able, to concentrate on the guests. I can't really decipher through the chat to see which are questions and which are comments. The chat be cooking. The best way to do that is super chat. It comes up as a star message and it hooks up your brother with a little bit of a donation. That never hurts. But let's get right to it, man. Like I said, man, exciting performance. 6-0 now with 6 wins via night. We got my brother up in the building, Kamauriay King Kam Walker. What's going on, champ? Welcome back, fam, to the Hangout spot.
What's good, family? How you been?
Man, I've been good, man. I've been good. Working overtime, bro. I mean, you guys
I
putting
heard.
the work in the gym. I'm putting the work here. Obviously, yours is more physical, but last night, Cam, I was tired, bro.
Oh, that's physical right there. 5 hours of OT. Sheesh.
Ooh, Lord, child. I had to get up. Usually when I end the show, I'm a little wired up, so I can't go right to bed.
Mm-hmm.
So it usually takes me about an hour to kind of wind down a little bit. I didn't get to bed till like 3:30 in the morning. I had to get up for work. I still got the day job. Now we here doing the night job. And it's a
Dedication.
pleasure to have you, my brother. It's a pleasure to have you, man.
It's a
But
blessing to be back.
yeah, man, you family. You welcome back anytime. The chat is already cooking. And I see Coach backstage. Coach Walker is up in the building. What's going on, fam?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Man, we are good, man. Another day,
What's up,
another
son?
podcast, bro.
What up, pops?
How you
He
doing?
said, "What up, pops?"
Feeling good, boy?
Yeah, man, I'm cool. I just finished cooking.
There you go.
That's what's up. And speaking of cooking, Coach, he was cooking in the ring on Saturday, bro.
Man, who you telling?
He was chefing, bro. Yo, Cam, you had your apron on, bro. You were cooking, bro. Again, yeah, we've been talking about this fight for a few weeks now. Obviously, hyping that up. We're all very, very excited for you. You went into this fight 5-0 with 5 knockouts. You walk out 6-0 with 6 knockouts. Great performance. 4th round stoppage. There were a lot of things that I like that you did, but I want to kind of get your breakdown of what you did before you get my breakdown. And we talked to Pops about his. But first and foremost, congratulations. And tell me, Cam, rate this performance, man. Rate this performance for me. Break it down a little bit.
First, honestly, I gave myself a B because I was still riding high from the hype and things like that. But after going back, I'm my own worst critic. Besides, you know what I'm saying? So I got to critique myself. So I kind of dropped my score down. I give myself like a C plus, just because I know certain areas I need to improve on, or certain areas I could have executed better in the ring. Like I said, I could have got him out of there maybe like the 2nd round, 3rd round. I could have just stepped on the pedal and got him up out of there, or push the pace, push the action when I was in the towing around and stuff like that. So I got to take that into account. So I give myself like a C plus. C.
Man, you're a tough critic.
Wow.
You're actually a tough critic, man. I thought Coach was a tough critic. I gave Coach feedback. What was that, Coach?
I said he came back my way. We were in the airport. I gave him a C. He told me I was crazy. I was, but then he goes back and look and okay. So good job.
Shit, then maybe I need to learn more boxing, man, because I didn't see that as a C performance, man.
Not necessarily like my performance was a C. It was certain aspects of the fight where I know, like, we had my dead spots where I could have been pumping the jab a little more, you know what I'm saying? Or little spots where action was happening, or the enclosed game and stuff like that. Just little small areas like that. But other than that, I still felt like I put on a great performance. I just wanted to make sure, gain new fans, especially out there. I enjoyed it out there. They showed me a lot of love. So that was one of my biggest things. Make sure the fans enjoy themselves.
I agree. A lot. I look at it obviously a little bit differently. And I gave Coach some feed. We talked a little bit the next day, and I loved your jab. I mean, a nice, crisp, hard jab. You have a long reach. You use that to your advantage. The right hand. You sit down on that right hand, so it comes with a lot of force. I love the body work. I love the uppercut before the knockdown. I mean, that uppercut was crazy. And I like the showboating. You did a little bit of showboating. I kind of like that. I do. And that comes from and I think that comes from like what you just said, right? You got to entertain too. Like people got to be drawn in.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought it was a great performance against a tough guy. I mean, he took a lot. Yeah, he was tough. Tell me about how tough he was.
Honestly, I needed a fight like that. No disrespect to any of my previous opponents. I had opponents that were tough. But after a while, they start to break down and things like that. But him, he knew he was outmatched, but it didn't really matter to him. And honestly, I don't think he stopped the fight. I think his corner was just tired of the punches. But he would have went all day, honestly, because I think his last couple of opponents were all undefeated. So he's a tough dude to fight, and I'm the only one that stopped him.
That's a great point.
So I knew he's a tough guy. He's a vet, you know what I'm saying? So he got a lot of amateur experience. We talked after the fight and things like that. So he got a lot of amateur experience. Professional, not so much, being that he's kind of an older gentleman, but once you in the ring, you in the ring, So he was a tough dude
No, he was. He didn't come to lie down.
at
He
all.
he came to fight. I saw that, and I think these are the type of challenges, like you said, to your point, that you're gonna need,
Mhm.
in the early part of your career. You mentioned that one of the things that you were hard on yourself is that you thought maybe you could stop him a little bit earlier, kind of put your foot on the gas. But while you were in there, the way I saw it as a fan, you were composed. You were very composed, and I'm also thinking, and this is why I wanted to ask you: was it an emphasis of yours to be composed so maybe you could get some rounds in? Was that
Mhm.
what it is?
Honestly, while I was in there I think the second round after the first knockdown, and I kind of went at him and things like that, I had to start thinking about it. Like, I, I wanted to get everybody out in the second round. That's kind of my stilo. But, I had to start thinking like, okay, as I step up in competition and things like that, everybody's not going to go in the second round. So I had to be mentally prepared for that. Or you hitting somebody with your best shot and they're still there the next round or the round after that. So, I was just, after he got up and he wasn't wobbly or anything like that, I was like, okay, so he's been here before. So it kind of made me adjust and dial back a little bit. On top of that, I had to remember I'm not fighting 4 rounds no more. I'm fighting 6. So I
Right.
had to
Good
keep that in
point.
the back of my head, like, okay, don't blow your gasket, because, like I said, he's a vet, so he's used to those, the younger fighters. Then in there doing this, that, and the third, and about a fourth, fifth round, they starting to die down. And as you saw in my fight, he kind of picked it up, like the end of that third round, fourth round, he picked it up a little
Yeah.
bit. So he was waiting on that.
Yeah. I think I also think you allowed him to kind of hit you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you allowed him because you kind of went to the corner and you put the high
Mhm.
guard up and you were kind of like, kind of
'Cause-
wanted him to give you a little bit of I don't know what it was, but I kind of saw that. Was that the
'cause-
case?
yes, sir. Because I knew, like, if I just went in there straight blasted the gentleman, or outclassed them, then I'd never get no credit for it. You know what I'm saying? So I had to at least show that, like, he can punch too, you know what I mean? So I was rolling with the shots or letting them hear the thudding shots and stuff like that, just to let them know, like, he's not a pushover, so to speak.
Right.
So I just didn't want to go in there and just blast the guy. And, I still, people look at me like, oh, he's not fighting nobody, or he hasn't stepped up yet. So that was pretty much my thing. But after he got his shots off, I had to go back and just prove that his levels to this.
Mm, no
Right.
doubt, no doubt. And talk to me about that exchange with the uppercut and then when you put him down.
Honestly, I'm still a loss of words for it. I'm one of those fighters. I don't really only thing I think about when I'm in the ring is my jab, pretty much. Everything outside of the jab, that's all reaction. That's all
Okay.
just instincts. Like I said, I've always been a counterpuncher. I kind of pride myself on being a counterpuncher, having good eyes, good reflexes, and things like that. So that's something that's second nature to me. That's like riding a bike. Now that I know how to ride a bike, don't let Dad tell you the other story. Um,
Well,
but
I'm gonna ask that in a little while, but go ahead.
he he scarred me for life trying to teach me how to ride a bike. Don't hey, scarred me for life. I didn't know how to ride a bike till I was like 13. That story for a different day. Uh, but so I knew, like, he was a shorter fighter, which on Box Rec they lied. Box Rec they said he was 5'5", but when we did the face off and all that, I'm like, he bigger than 5'5".
It's about
But
5.
it was all cool. I saw, like, when the first round, it went ding. We came out and he threw it straight right to the body. I was like, okay, so he kind of smart. Instead of going for the head, he know, like, I'm younger, I might move and stuff like that. So he trying to start taking the air out those tires early. Um, but after that, I saw he reached with a lot of his stuff. Everything was over the front foot. So I knew, instead of me having to load up on the uppercut, it's gonna be there all night.
All
It's
into it.
all night. So he gonna come over that front foot right into it. So I think I hit him with, at first it was a straight right, boom, and then the camera angle switched, and then it was a 1-2. And then he followed my two back out. So after I threw it, I was bringing my hand back. He followed it in. I did a small step back, shot the uppercut, boom, and stepped back again. And then once I saw his leg give out a little bit, and I just followed up straight right.
Mm. No, I loved it. It was
I watched
great.
that
Yeah.
combo about 50 times. I did. I watched
Wow.
it about 50 times because I saw how he set it up. And sometimes with him, with a lot of fighters, he gets in the moment. And when he's in that moment, he does stuff that it's muscle memory. And sometimes when he go back and watch it, he's like, oh, I did that. Because I'll ask him about it sometimes. He don't remember. He have to go back and, it's just instinct, But I saw when he followed him in and he stepped back, uppercut, And then once he saw him, he came back straight right. And I critiqued him. I was like, he should have already had that left foot coming. But even though he went down, but I was like, you should have already been throwing it just in case, because that could have been the kill shot.
I was in the middle of throwing it. I went boom, step back, right hand. And if you go back and watch the video in slow mo, you see my left arm like this.
Yeah.
And then I backed up off him. I was like, okay.
Okay. I just threw it just to scare.
See, that's what's up. This is what I love, man. I hope y'all in the chat are appreciating this exchange, bro. This is not father and son only. This is coach and fighter. You know what I'm saying? They both went back, looked at the tape, you know, reviewed the fight. That's what's going on, man. I mean, that's what's up, man. That's how you're only going to get better and better. I loved it. I thought it was a great performance. And Cam, talk to me. So was it more instinct where you did that little, I showed you before we went live, like you did the little pause, and then you kind of hit him with the right hand, a little showboat in there. But I thought that was dope. Was that just something that you just freestyled?
Honestly, it's one of those things. Once I'm in rhythm, I'm a hard fighter. You got a rhythm. Once I catch your rhythm or my timing, once I catch it, it's pretty much wraps. It ain't too much you can do about it at that point. So I was already in rhythm as you saw, like the end of the first round. I started dancing already because I was like, oh, I'm in rhythm. I caught it. It's nothing he can throw to really that I won't see or knock me off my rhythm, anything like that. So, you know, after that, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna have fun now. First round was all business, setting the tone, you know, establishing who I was, the jab, stuff like that, establishing the dominance, and then just to see if he was gonna like push back on it. And then once he didn't push back on the dominance, I was like, oh, my will was already imposed.
That's what's up, man. We are here with Kamauriay King Kam Walker, who is now 6-0 with 6 knockouts. Up and coming prospect who I don't know if you heard the replay. You probably did. When you're walking into the ring, the commentators were calling you a future star. You know, one of the future stars in the sport, which I thought was dope. When I heard that, I was like, okay, that's what's up on that type of platform. When you hear stuff like that, Cam, how does that make you feel, man?
I mean, it's a blessing. I've been highly touted since I was like 15, 16. So I don't want to sound cocky and say it's something I'm not used to, but, you know, it's always good to hear. It lets me know that I'm still working hard and I'm on the right track. But now it puts that bigger target on my back. So, you know, it pushes me a little hard. It pushes me, you know, to make sure that I know that people hear or see, they be like, oh, well, he's not that good and this, that, and the third. So they're waiting on me to fall off. So, you know, it just pushes me that extra mile.
No, that's what's up. That's what's up. I told Pops when we spoke, there's one fighter that came to my mind during that fight that you reminded me of. And it was a young Vernon Forrest, the Viper. For some reason. I don't know what it was, man. You know, you just reminded me. It was the hard jab, the right. It was just, man, he looks like a young prime Vernon Forrest. I don't know if y'all agree. I don't know if people would agree, but that's what I saw.
When he told me that, I went back and looked, and I was like, I saw it. I was
it was I off, like, because I caught. I was like,
I saw it. I was like, okay, the movement and everything. It was to say, you know, I saw it. So I was like, wow, okay, hadn't heard that one before, but yeah, he's right.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know me, I try to be a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
It's very, very easy to say, oh well, Cam is tall, so you know he's gonna remind people of Paul Williams or whatever it is. But I don't know, man. It was just maybe the body type, the way he moved, the jab, the right hand. I don't know. That's what I saw in that ring. You know what's funny, Cam?
What's up?
So during the fight, I'm hearing the commentary, and since you're so tall, it was funny because your trunks kept going up high. What?
Look, they said I had on overalls and everything. And what was crazy, look, before the ref pulled them down for me, he was like, man, you got to fix your shorts. And I was like, I can't. I got gloves on. And he kind of like fixed them for me a little bit. But I was like, nah. And then my coach Lee, he always gets on me about this is my pro debut. He'd see me fighting or doing something, and I fix my cup.
But it's the cup, really. That's the thing. It's not the trunk, but his cup rides up. So usually he'll push the cup, but sometimes the trunks will come over the cup. So I told him it's something we got to look at and go back, and we have to, you know, take a look at a few other cups and things. But that's just something, and it's a rhythm of his. You watch every fight from the amateurs and everything. He'll just do it, but he's out of reach. He doesn't do it right, but he'll always do it from the amateurs on. It's like his cup just rides up.
What's crazy? My right after the fight, my girlfriend was like, "We got to get you some tape or something. You know, that doesn't look right." I'm like, "Hey," she's like, "That's dangerous." I'm like, "Well, I'm not that close to him. I can get out the way."
I thought that was funny because I'm like, "Yo, Cam is tall, right?" And I see you in the beginning, you know, trying, and then at one point they were up here, and the dude was much shorter.
I was like, "Bro."
Bro, it was almost like if you compared to the fighter, it was like your trunks were like here compared to him. Like,
had a crazy wedgie. I was like, bro.
So we we had that event was tough. We still want to give a shout out to BLK Prime for making things happen with this fight. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. Let me just tell people this. AKA Promotions.
Oh, yeah, they go.
Oh my God. You talk about like top tier from the smallest detail to what you guys saw, on the screen on your televisions and things of that sort. Good people, class A, organization. And they made that fight seem like it was.
I felt like I was getting paid $1 million. I was walking to the ring.
Right. Even from the press conference to just everything, the decor, how they set everything up. It was top notch. And some of these other companies, I don't care what they say. It was class personified from Mrs. Amber Bishop, her team, everyone it was so helpful. They kept everything so organized. It ran flawlessly. I can't speak and say anything more about them besides that. I tip my cap to them, and we want to say thank you to them as well, making us feel at home. Go ahead, Ken.
One thing, Bob.
Go ahead, Ken.
Miss Amber, thank you, but you left me in the blind with this one thing. As I was walking to the ring or walking up on the stage and the sparklers went off, I almost caught myself on fire. I didn't know those was going off, and I was real close to them. And that's why, like, you see when I walked on the stage and it went off, that's all like, okay. I was in spot still. I was like, wow, because I felt the heat, and I was like, oh, okay, back up a little bit, Cam. You don't get too close.
Yeah.
Hey, but other than that, I love the show.
It was man, from the announcers to everything.
Yeah, Dynamite, he nice.
Dynamite was that's the man.
It was good. No, it was good. The presentation was good. That was one of the questions I was going to ask. I'm glad you guys brought that up. Like, how was the overall experience? Because to me, I enjoyed watching you, Pops. You put a video live when he was in the press conference behind the stage. I thought that was pretty dope. Good experiences, right? Something that you're going to have to get used to. Right. Something that you're going to have to get used to. And then obviously the presentation, walking into the ring was kind of dope. I didn't know about the sparkly stuff. That's actually pretty funny, but it's a good platform, man. Shout out to American Combat Alliance, right? AKA American Combat Alliance and BLK Prime, for putting this thing together and obviously giving you that platform to shine. I'm here with Kamauriay King Kam Walker and Pops and Coach Marcus Walker, who everybody in the chat already knows because he's family. He frequents the channel, Cam. He family. He welcome. Like I said, he can come here and get something in the refrigerator. Who even got to ask?
Yes, sir.
But great. Great performance, like I said. So what happened what's happening now? Like, when are you taking a few days off? Are you taking a week? Are you getting right back in the gym? Like, what's the plan to get you back in action?
I was right back in the gym Monday. And then I got sick. So I'm getting over my little cold right now. My voice is a little scratchy and stuff like that. So I had to take some time off. I ain't want to get the other fighters in the gym sick and they preparing for fights. So I kind of had to step back. But I went running and stuff this morning. So now we just sitting back. I'm hearing some dates for back home in Atlanta, either September or October. But once I get that date solidified, then I'll put that out there. So right now we just checking all our options.
Yeah.
That's what's up. As soon as that comes out, y'all gotta let us know so we can promote here on the channel. Go ahead, Coach.
We were looking at not sure how it is. We were looking to get back in the ring maybe in August too as well. So we're just trying to keep that open. It was August 2nd. But we're just trying to see how it goes and from there. But we'll see how it goes.
Coach, you do know August is like in 3 weeks, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
look at Cam's face.
We're gonna see.
So I guess Cam wasn't aware of that.
All right.
We all right.
He must be making his debut.
We all right. We okay. We're just gonna see how it goes. But
Coach said, Cam said Coach gonna make his pro debut there. That's what's up.
I work his corner. I get some get back. Was slapping me in the corner that one time.
It's okay.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Nah, like I said, that's dope, man. Again, it's always good to get right back in there, man. Get right back in the saddle. You're young. It's always good to stay busy, start to build this brand, man.
Why
Because
it's
I
hot,
think
Rod?
that
While
you
it's
have the
hot.
foundation. You have the foundation for something special. But again, just like anything else, brick by brick, man. We
Right.
got to build this into something that's going to be really, really special. And I'm happy. I'm happy for you, and I'm happy that that both of you guys are on here. So when Coach, I guess I wanted to ask you this question, Coach. So overall, like I said, I like to look into the future. Maybe I'll ask both of you guys this question because I'm a futuristic. I like to look into the future. I like to make plans. Like, what do you see? What do you see for Cam in the next 2-3 years?
Next 2-3 world champion. I can honestly say it, world champion. I'm not gonna rush him. As far as certain things go, I pretty much got in my mind like just building him. We're gonna move him the right way. Nobody's gonna throw him out of money just to do certain things. Nobody's gonna make us force us to do things. We're gonna take our time, build him the right way. My biggest thing is trying to get his name out there. I want his brand to be bigger than just in the ring. I want his brand bigger out of the ring than what it is in the ring, because I think that's what's going to sustain. That's what's going to sustain and what's going to, outlive even his boxing career. On that, independent how long he goes and he chooses to go. But we just want him to work on his branding, his marketing. We know the ring is what matters at this point in time. That we make things happen. But I'm saying the next 2 years, yeah, he's going to fight for. He'll be a world champion, and starting out at maybe like the two-year mark,
Okay. We got a question from In This Corner podcast, and thank you for rocking out with us here on a Wednesday night at the Hangout spot. Cam, you're a very tall fighter. Do you think you'll ever outgrow your weight class and move up, or are you comfortable at your current weight?
I'm very comfortable, but I know as I get older and my metabolism slows down, I might get a little bigger. But I can see myself going all the way to maybe 54.
What?
50, yeah, I'd say about 50. I can see myself going all the way up there. Because I got the frame for it, and then the rest is just about putting on muscle, stuff like that. But the height's there already. Because you got to think, I think Canelo's what, 5'9" or something like that. I'm 6'1", so I'm already, I got the build for it. The rest is just, getting big. So yeah, I can say I'm gonna be at 140 at least. At least I unify. If I can I can grab 2 titles at this weight class and I'm not struggling or having to take IVs to get rehydrated because I dropped so much weight to make it. Other than that, I'm cool. I made weight pretty easy. I stay within 10 pounds at all times. So cutting weight is not that bad for me. Even while we were there, I was walking around at 139, 140, and 141. And then so I was always close to my weight.
Wow. That's pretty disciplined, man. That's living the life of a fighter. 10 pounds within the weight limit, within your weight class. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. With your frame, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah. I see. I even see middleweight, maybe even who knows? At your height. Have you ever fought anybody or at your own height? Usually, you're probably fighting small, guys that are shorter than you, right?
I fought one guy. I think we was at the Ringside Nationals or something like that. And I fought one guy. He was actually a little taller than me. But other than that, no, not really.
Yeah, it must be weird, right? It must be weird.
It was weird for me because I'm going in there and I'm like, dang, this is what it's like to get hit with the jab from this far back. It was a little, it was a little reverse role moment for me. I was like, wait a minute, now I'm trying to get in because he's taller than me. I was like, all right.
That's it. That's what I get that question a lot when people ask, and I get because of his height and his weight division, that people look at it that these guys are like it's an advantage. I mean, but yeah, you use your advantages. Now I've seen him, we've sparred, and I've seen him in there with guys his own height. But I tell them before they even get it messed up, it's different when you're facing a guy, and once his speed is, I don't know too many people in the division that I don't even know if anybody has his hand speed in the division, to be honest. Not just because he's my son, but his hand speed is crazy. He has some pop,
The only person I know that still got some hand speed at 140. Gary Russell, and Africa.
Yeah.
But when they say
I can see that.
when they say combination punches, Gary. If we just talking about like sharpshooter,
Mhm.
Africa, and then I say I'm right there.
Yeah, and
Good
that's the
assessment.
thing. And it's different, even though you're tall, boxing is still an IQ sport. How smart are you just because you're tall? How fast are you? How sharp are you? How good is your footwork? So there are ways to be around a lot of different things in the game. And, basically that's what, myself, Coach Lee, Coach Riggins, we got Glenn Johnson, Coach Chris, these guys that everybody that's poured into him just over the years of helping. I built them, and they just kind of like, help hone certain things because, even a one person, you can't be the best or the greatest at everything that you do. So we have a small knit team that, that pretty much, keeps him. He's a real smart kid. He works hard, but I like the insight from other people that can see certain things that I may not see or see it differently from what I may see. They may have a more keen eye for certain things than what I do. So we take everything into consideration because of how I want him to be and how he wants to be. I mean, even if people go back and they watch the replay, you look at him and you can just tell. You see he's thinking. You look in his eyes, you see he's not really looking at the guy's face. He's not. You just see him thinking. He's like you say, he sets traps and he just works off of what's given to him, what he takes advantage of, and what he can go get. And and those are the key things with him. So yeah, man, we just like I say, I was proud of his performance, and even when he's having a little fun in there, I was like, people say, some people like, don't let him showboat, he get caught. I was like, you guys don't understand like the distance in between when he's doing that. That guy would have to take like 3 steps and you'd see him coming from a mile away. Even if he threw a looping shot, he couldn't get to him. That's how far away he is, and and he's able to touch him, but he's not able to do anything about that or anything like that. So that's my main thing as far as just like with him, just building him, just making sure that everything comes together at the right time. Like I said, we're not rushing anything, but I said I was proud of his performance. I gave him a C. I'm gonna be a little tough on him, but he did well. He like I said, he worked that jab. A few little things I've talked to him about that I wanted to see a little bit more of, but for his performance, I was like, okay, but good job.
Dope. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. Subscribe to the channel. Keep the chat cooking. Jalal Slade as a comment said, Coach, when are you gonna get Cam a fight at home in capital letters? They want to see Cam at home.
Like I said, Cam mentioned it. We're looking maybe around October, so we're just gonna work on some things and see what we can come up with. But I know we need to get him here, and I know I know it'll be a big draw. That's the thing. We know Atlanta's a big draw for him, as well as other cities, but this is home for him. So we can make that happen. We already know what it's gonna be.
Ooh, excuse me.
No doubt. Kelly Segura is online. I appreciate you rocking out with us. So thank you for the love. AKA was grateful to have you on the card. King Cam with the boxing glove emoji. That's dope.
Just let me know you want me back. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know you want me back.
Just get it.
It was a blessing to work with
Kelly, Blake. Yeah, man. It was
blessing.
Yeah.
Big blessing. I appreciate how you guys run business down there.
The chat is showing y'all mad love, man. Thrill Vision Music, nephew, the truth.
There you go.
Absolutely. Nephew, the truth. Terrio Clance said, we can't wait to see you fight at home. We love you, King Cam, and Coach Walker with the boxing gloves emoji.
What up, bro? That's my brother right there. Love you, man.
Love you, Unc.
There we go. Unc in the building. We got family up in the building. Thank you, man. Thank you for rocking out here at the Hangout spot. This is absolutely amazing. We're here with family as well, man. I consider myself family with the Walkers.
Yeah, of course you fam.
For sure. But yeah, man. So before we go any further, well, actually, I wanted to ask you that same question, Cam. So where do you see yourself? I know Pops has a plan for you, but what if you had a crystal ball?
I'm pretty much spot on. We in cahoots with everything. So, like I said, he got the control. I'm just the carry there in the game. So, whenever he's ready to move, I'm there. So We on cahoots with everything. I can say about 3 years, I should be contending, if not already a world champion.
Very exciting, very exciting. Talk to me about the Road Warrior, Glenn Johnson. What did he feel about? What was his feedback on this performance?
Biggest thing he said, I loved your performance. He's the one that critiqued me. I can say about the same as Pops. His thing was, and Glenn's old, so his eyes don't work that good. I'm too fast for all that. Don't we're gonna cut this part out the interview. But no, he was just like, the hand speed was great. He said the one thing he loved, that every mistake he made, he paid for it. It was nothing that, every time he overreached, there was a shot waiting on him. So that's something he loved to see. Another thing, he was like body work. That's one thing he was saying. He like, you could have went downstairs a lot more. He was just telling me old school tricks because I'm 6'1" and the guy was like 5'9" and he's already hunched over. You know what I'm saying? So he was just giving me little tips and tricks on how to get around there, or lift him up certain ways and things like that, just to get the shots off you want. But other than that, I think Glenn gave me a B or a B minus. But he loved the counter punching and the hand speed. That was one thing he loved. He was like, you look sharp.
Another thing I like too is you don't fight down to the height. You stay tall. You fight to your height. You know what I'm saying? Like you stay tall.
Mm-hmm.
That jab. I just love that jab, bro. That hard flickering jab and then the right hand. I loved it, man. I called it a name performance, but hey, what do I know? I'm not a coach.
Okay.
I'm with you on that, but some people in the chat, you know what I'm saying?
I know we'll keep that. We'll keep that to ourselves. We'll keep that to ourselves.
I gave you a spirit. How about that?
Oh,
there you go. There you go. There you go. Yes, sir. So you got to tell me about the bike story. Sorry, you got me intrigued. Tell me about teaching him how to ride a bike. What's up with that?
Lord, so this is how I went. So shouts out to College Park home. So first, he bought me a bike. I was, the early 2000s, we was actually playing outside, riding bikes and things like that. Cool. Playing basketball. So I had a bicycle. Everybody else in the neighborhood knew how to ride a bike. I was one of those kids. I used to grab the handlebars and run next to the bike with everybody else. While they was riding the bike, it was very embarrassing. I didn't think about it like that until he started making fun of me. So he was like, come on, man, you got to learn how to ride a bike. You got the 5-year-olds in the neighborhood going down the hill. Mind you, we lived in the cul-de-sac, but we had the house that was at the top of the hill. So he's like, come on, mind you, I didn't have no training wheels on my bike. No training wheels, no pegs, none of that. So he made me sit on the back of the bike. He made me sit on the back of the bike, right? He told me, hold on. And he took off down the hill. I'm terrified. So I jump off the bike while he going down the hill. Man. And that was all she wrote. I never got back on the bike with him since. Never. I had to learn how to ride a bike on my own.
You learned a lot.
I wasn't getting on.
You traumatized him, man.
That and swimming, it took me forever to learn. Yeah, I couldn't swim either.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
When I tell you, boxing was all I did in life, please understand, boxing, I didn't swim, ride bikes, basketball, nothing. I boxed. I was one of those kids that, how the people like, oh, I was an athlete. Nah, I was good at this one thing, and I just stuck with that. It's paying off, but I mean, I can skateboard too a little bit. I ain't that bad.
You did skateboard.
You know what I'm saying?
Good. Well, good choice. Good choice. I think you made a good choice. Obviously, your career is off to an amazing start. It's just exciting, for me. Like I said, I think the future is extremely bright, and I just look forward to just seeing your progression. Not just in the ring, but as a professional, as a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's dope, man. It's dope, man. You just go out there, continue to work hard, Cam, have fun. And that's what it looked like. It looked like you were having fun in the ring.
Because that's kind of like I'm not gonna say I'm nervous, but I'm anxious. I'm excited before I get in the ring, and then like when they was calling my name out, you kind of saw like the mood switch, like it just flipped. Like, what I'm saying? And that's when I just lock in. But I'm always having fun in there because, like B Norm say, he's like, fighting the easy part. He's like, that's the easy part. That's the fun part. The hard part, or the part you hate, waking up at 6, 7 in the morning, going running. You got to stop eating what you want to eat. You know what I'm saying? That's the hard part, preparing for it. But once you already prepared for it, you step into that ring, it's easy because you know everything you did. And if you didn't work hard, then you got something to be concerned about. But I know what I did and how hard I worked and everything I sacrificed to get and put on the spectacular performance. So it was nothing for me to worry about.
I'm a food guy, so I got to ask this question. What's the hardest thing to cut out that you love to eat during a training camp?
Honestly, I can say this is my first fight actually having a diet. Just because this is my first fight back since leaving the Dominican Republic. So when I was over there, I'm at an all-inclusive resort. So I'm eating 3 times a day. I'm doing this and the
I
third.
know the deal.
So this is my first. I came back from the DR, the heaviest I ever been in my life. Me and my lady came back. I was 157. So I was 157, and in a week I cut all the way to 150. That's just getting back in the gym. So once I got back in the gym, 150. But then what was killing me, I wouldn't get past 150. I get to like 148, and then I eat, and I'm back at 150. So I was like, all right, I actually got a diet now. And I dieted for maybe 2 weeks, and then all the weight fell off me. So I say the biggest thing was burgers, pasta. Because it's crazy. I had a burger earlier today, and I just made homemade chicken Alfredo. You know, I had to work my wrist game and stuff like that. And then like I said, my lady Dominican, so we eat rice with everything too over here. So
Okay, I know the deal.
so you know, it was hard to miss out on all that. I'm eating spinach and mushrooms, and she got rice and steak, and I'm like, just go eat in the room by yourself or something,
So when you go, you just told me you were on vacation and you gained weight, but you told me your how much. So do you weigh yourself on vacation, or you always keeping that, or was that when you got home?
No, when I got home, I was like,
Okay.
oh, okay, I'm
You're like, okay, okay.
I hit the gym one time while we were over there, but I didn't have any like my running shoes, so it was more so like bench pressing and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you. And what about after the fight, when you can eat? What's your go-to after the fight?
Honestly, I didn't even eat necessarily after the fight. I had a headache, not because of any of the punches, for anybody to try to judge me. Just coming down, and my adrenaline was so high, and
Yeah.
just coming down and things like that. So I had a slight headache. We ordered pasta or something like that, and I didn't really eat it. I had a couple bites, but then I'm full and stuff like that. I don't really have an appetite. But I say the next day, I was eating any and everything. Anything
Okay.
we woke up, we had bacon, egg, and cheese croissants. Went to the airport. I had donuts there. I had a muffin. I was rewarding myself.
Good for you. You deserved it, man. You guys do. You sacrifice your bodies a lot, obviously, to make weight, which is the hardest part. And then you go out there and you do what you do and perform in the ring. Good for you. Good for you. Eric Harris, man. Uncle's in the building. Cam is the truth from Uncle Eric in Atlanta.
What's up?
Shout out to Uncle Eric, man.
Thank you.
My nephew, King Kam. What was that, Coach?
No, I'm saying thank you. And Kelly, Kelly was part of the AKA team. Thank you so much.
Kelly said AKA will always welcome you.
Blake, Blake had a good fight. I mean, it was electric, but he ended up losing that fight. But big shout out to him and everything he did leading up to the fight. Yeah, everything he did, he was a big help. Leading up to the promotion of the fight and things of that sort. With everything that we needed, we went to him. Kelly also stepped in and helped as well as Blake because he was on that card. So he led us to a certain point. Kelly stepped right in and did an amazing job for us and everything, and making us feel at home and taking care of from the most minute detail to. It was really nothing big because they had everything, all the T's crossed, I's dotted. So it made it very easy for us. So shouts out to them again.
Word, man. Word. Patrice Riggins is in the building. Nephew and Broski, love y'all. Keep pushing. That's what's up.
Appreciate you, Auntie.
Yeah.
Family, come out, man. I love it. I love it, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are trying to grow. We are trying to turn this small little train into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers. So definitely subscribe to the channel. Keep the chat cooking, man. We're here with Kamauriay King Kam Walker, future star in the sport. I'm not just saying this because he's family. I firmly believe that if you haven't seen him in the ring, make sure you check him out. Very, very exciting. A lot to like. And I can't wait to see you back in the ring again. Hopefully, I want to see if I can get to your next fight. That's definitely. We got to make that happen. I got to see if I can get up in there, probably get a cred or something, man. We got to work. We got to show the family some support.
Yes, indeed.
So we'll work on that.
We appreciate you, Johnny.
Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. But talk to me about this weekend, man. I want to get y'all take, man, because I know y'all love boxing like we do here at the Hangout Spot. Big weekend of boxing. Friday, we got the all-female card that is being headlined by Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, the trilogy. And then Saturday, it's going down in Queens. Shakur Stevenson, Zepeda, Edgar Berlanga against Shiraz, Alberto Puello in your division. 140-pound champion against Subriel Matias. And then we also got David Morrell making his return from the David Benavidez fight against Iman Katayev. I guess I'll start. Let me start with you, Coach. What fight are you looking forward to the most this weekend?
Man, I like the Taylor Serrano. Also, I'm trying to see what Shakur. What he's gonna do in this fight. I think that's gonna be a test for him. Both guys really. I mean, it's gonna be a test for both guys. But I just want to see. How he performs, and then this trilogy. We got a trilogy going on, right? Like I'm looking forward to that to see how that's gonna go. To be honest, that's a big thing, and they're stepping up. They're fighting 3-minute rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So,
No. The main event will be 2-minute rounds, unfortunately.
Oh,
Amanda wanted 3 minutes. Amanda wanted the 3 minutes. Katie did not want the 3 minutes, so they will do 10-2. Okay. I know. I'm a little disappointed. I wanted 3-minute rounds as well, but
okay.
Katie won the first two, so she had
her call. Okay, but I'm still looking forward to that. This is the first women's trilogy, correct?
Yeah, man. It's probably yeah.
It's one of the best ones.
Right. It's the first women's trilogy. So this is going to be big, and shout out to MVP Promotions on what they're doing as far as for women's boxing. I got to take my hat off to them as well, and a big shout out to Jake Paul and that team for everything they're doing for the women in this sport, and making sure that they're not only seen, but they're seen on a even equal or a higher scale than a lot of men. So so that's a big thing for them. So shout out to them and everything that they're doing.
No, absolutely. That's an all-female card, and I was looking, and I saw a post somewhere on social media yesterday that said it's probably going to break a Guinness Book of World Records for as many belts on the line. There's like 21 straps on the line, because there's like 3 fights for undisputed, or 2 or 3 fights as unifications. I mean, shout out, the card is crazy. All female is dope from top to bottom, and obviously the Saturday card. It's funny, Cam, me and Pops are usually on fight night. We go back and forth. Who you got in this one? Yo, what'd you think about that one? So we go back and forth on the fights usually. But so what are you looking forward to, Cam, this weekend?
Honestly, I'm tuned into the Shakur fight just to see like the shrinking ring that Turkey's talking about. I want to see this live in action, or is it just?
I don't think that's true though.
Nah, they there was no talk about it. Yeah, no, they're going regular 20-by-20.
Okay,
regular 20-by-20.
But yeah, I can say that fight. I'm not, of course I know Edgar, but dude he's fighting I'm familiar with, but not too much. So it's one of those fights, and plus I'm not their size, so I might watch it, I might not. But the Pollo, I think Pollo's gonna outbox him. Matias, I think he's gonna outbox him. I do think it's gonna be a tough fight, but if you can outbox Gary Russell, then I mean Matias, he's not as nearly as good a boxer. So I think he's gonna outbox him. I got Shakur, he's gonna frustrate Zepeda. I think there is gonna be a knockdown in the fight. I'm not saying who's gonna get knocked down, but I think it's gonna be a knockdown in the fight. Whether Zepeda reaches and Shakur, flash knockdown, or he catches Shakur. I got Alicia Baumgartner winning. Staying with her title. Yeah, I got Alicia staying with her titles.
That's another one for undisputed. Yeah, against Jennifer Miranda. Jessica Miranda.
So I got her. Katie and Amanda. That one I'm not picking a winner. That one I'm just a fan of both of them at this point. So I don't want to see either lady win, lose. I don't want. I'm a fan of both of them. So I like them. So yeah, that fight I'm no winners. I might sit back and just watch that and just enjoy it.
You also, no doubt. Hey, listen, man, I think it's hard for anybody not to believe that the third one won't deliver as much as the first two. I think these two are made for each other.
Right.
They're the perfect dance partner for each other. It's going to be an exciting trilogy. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's big time. You also got you mentioned Alicia Baumgartner. She's putting all her super featherweight straps on the line against Jennifer Miranda, who's undefeated. Savannah Marshall and Shadeja Green.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, I got Shadeja Green.
Okay. That's what's up. Savannah's coming off a big layoff. I think she's been out for 2 years too.
Yeah. She's
back. Shanika Johnson against Sharetta Metcalf. Yo, this card is
he got some. Yeah, it's probably one of the best cards of the year. We're just talking about pedigree for pedigree. It's a great card.
Yeah.
But then card of the year, you got that Haney, my bad, we're gonna say it right. The B Norm and Haney fight. You gotta put B Norm name first.
There you go.
That's the fight of the year. That's what I'm excited for. Yeah, B Norm and Haney. So that's especially because you moving up to that man's weight class and he's the champion and stuff like that. I don't care. You were great at these 135, 140. You were great, but now you unproven at this weight. So you got to get that champion his respect. So you got to put B Norm name first.
I've been hearing a lot of people. I've been hearing chatter through the. A lot of people don't think the fight's gonna happen. And I want it to, but
why do you say that, Coach?
It's already signed.
It's signed, still to deliver.
It's been a lot of people that say they think Haney's team gonna pull out of this fight. I'm just saying, not me. I'm just saying I've been hearing the chatter that the fact is that they think they're gonna pull out this fight. They don't think they're gonna let this fight happen.
We can't let that happen.
I doubt it. I don't think Devin wanted to fight, but I believe Bill talked his son into the fight. Now there's no going back.
But that's why I'm telling you, I don't. That's why a lot of people are saying they don't think it'll come to fruition.
Bill too prideful for that. He gonna make that fight happen. That fight won't happen.
Like you said.
Plus we seen Devin run to the smoke before too. So I'm not gonna sit here and say Devin duck and dodge. Yeah. We seen Devin. Is a fire going on? He grabbed his boots and he going to it. So I ain't gonna disrespect him like that.
Yeah, I hope it does. I'm just saying other people have been saying. I personally think that it's gonna go and it's gonna go. Mm-hmm. But there's been chatter saying that a few people think it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can't do that, Coach. Yeah, we can't speak that into fruition.
Yeah, man.
This is a fight we want to see. I'm on Cam's side here.
Oh, I want to see it. I'm saying the chatter's out there. I'm just like,
I know.
Don't you wish that even on me, Ricky Bobby? Don't you do that?
I want it. I'm ready to see nephew shine. Be Norm. I'm waiting to see him shine and
listen
and go in here like Pop said, step over.
It's a great platform, for our guy, Brian Norman Jr., Devin Haney. Shout out to him again. Like Cam alluded to, he doesn't duck any smoke. I give him a lot of credit because he didn't have to take this fight.
Especially, yes.
And moving up and fighting this guy, that's what I'm saying. I was gave him props.
Yeah, coming off arguably the knockout of the year already. Yeah, that's and his momentum high. You got to think this back-to-back, 3 knockouts in a row. Yeah, what's his name? Giovanni
Santillan. Yep.
Yeah, Santillan, Cuevas knockout, and then Sasaki. Yeah, so you coming off.
Cuevas was arguably knockout of the year last year.
No, Santillan was.
Santillan
was. Santillan was. Yeah. He coming off back-to-back knockouts of the year, and you.
Yeah.
And so I got to give Dev the credit for even putting his name on that list. Because
he had a list. I saw his list.
Yeah, if Unc saw that list, you already know he called it for it. Seeing don't wait.
Yeah, nah.
So as soon as he saw that, so I got to give Derek respect for even making that list public.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. We spoke about that when I was in ATL at the training. Mm-hmm. We were talking, behind the scenes and stuff about how they wanted that fight. If it were to come, they would absolutely jump on it. It's here. It's crazy. I can't believe it. I had the champ on a few days after the knockout, and I asked him about, this has got to be knockout of the year. He said, well, they robbed me last year from the Santillan one, so I had to do this again. And if they rob me this year, I feel sorry for the next dude next year. So he ain't playing no games, bro. He punching, bro. Shout out to the champ, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait. The only bad part about the fight.
I was texting him all early. I was like, man, when tickets releasing? What's the dates? If I got to put my flight on Karma or something, I need to be there to see that.
Yeah, I know. It's in Saudi, though. That's just crazy. I'm still thinking about what's going to happen. I will be at training camp, though. I'll be hitting them up.
And then
And
you got
we'll
what?
check more.
You got
Yeah.
Abdullah Mason and what's his name, Noakes. I believe that's gonna be a great fight.
It's for a strap
For the
Yeah.
WBO.
for the
WBO.
WBO. Yep.
Who else is
That's
on that
man.
card?
David Benavidez against
Yeah.
defending the title against Anthony Yard.
And I seen things they was talking about. Boots and Virgil supposed to meet up to discuss them fighting at 54 or something like that. But I don't know how
Yeah.
true that is. But I kept seeing things on Twitter about it today.
Yeah, no. And then you also got Jesse Bam Rodriguez, which he fights. He fights next week.
I love it. Yeah. Honestly, he
So
needs
he's
to
gotta
win
win.
a lot more people pound for pound.
Yeah,
He needs to be. He's nice.
he's got to win next week against Kafu. If he does that, then obviously this is for undisputed against Fernando Martinez. That's going to be a stacked card, man. November 22nd in Saudi Arabia. We have to figure out what the hell we're going to do because again, that's the only bad part. Two bad parts. I love it for B Norm. Obviously, he's getting his exposure. This is going to be a big stage for him. But for selfish reasons, I wish it was closer to home. That's just for selfish reasons. But I love what he's doing. Obviously, he wants to be recognized as a world champion.
And that's
not just a champion that defends in the States. This is another country he said under his belt that he could put under his belt. So that's
World Road Warrior.
The real, right? You got another one. There you go.
Yeah,
Road Warrior.
And you getting paid to travel the world, my boy. Live it up.
That's it. And go get that money.
Do it, man. Get that exposure, bro. Look what happened to Japan.
Yeah,
there's got to be a lot of people that are now rocking with B Norm after that performance. They have to be.
Oh yeah,
he told me he loved it over there. He was talking about getting the apartment. I was like, nah, you got to come back home.
Yeah, no, he loved it out there.
Yeah,
he absolutely loved it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, we spoke. Yeah, he loved it out there. I'm like, damn, bro.
He was telling me about the food and everything. He was like, yeah, bro, they so respectful, this, that, and the third. I was like, yeah, I can imagine.
So it's just they take care of the things. They don't bother. There's not a lot of foolery. If they go out and party, they party, and they get home, and you see them out the next. Like, if they go out Sunday, you see them Monday. Everybody back to work. Everything's in order. It's the culture. I'm just saying it's the culture. The way of life, and they don't have all that trashy food, and it's totally different over there. I enjoy like when I went there a few times. Hong Kong, it's the same way, but that it's nice. It's a very nice way of living over there.
They're polite. He said it's clean. They're polite.
Very clean.
It's totally
what I've
different
seen in the videos.
Yep. Yeah. Food is more affordable. He told me one time, he was like, bro, you get a meal here for like $5. McDonald's or something over here. The same meal is like $15. Like, it's crazy, bro.
That's why I got so big in the DR. The food was so cheap over there. I was like, oh, yeah, really?
That's crazy.
Getting fresh seafood and stuff like that. $10. I was like, oh, I'm never coming home with that.
It's
about
insane.
The water with a red snapper, and they just cook it up for you, and it's like, man.
I was over there looking at real estate for real. I was contacting people. I
was
apartments. I was serious because that's
my ultimate Colombia.
That's my ultimate goal. I do want to spot out the country, and I told him that I did love Colombia. I loved Colombia a lot, even though we were in not the best parts of Colombia, but I still loved it out there. It was real nice, and they're extremely healthy over there too. So,
oh yeah.
I'm not opposed to Colombia. I'm not. But then again, I did like the DR. All the water everywhere and stuff like that. It's hard to beat.
Oh yeah, I mean, you got a lot of water, so it's all good.
Shout out to King Kam. We up in the building, y'all. Keep the chat cooking, man. Keep the chat cooking. The only bad part I hate about that fight too is it's 4 months away.
Yeah,
I just don't want anything to happen. I don't want to be that guy. It's just so. I just wish it was like next month. That's all.
It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right.
It'll be good. It'll be good. And in the meantime, we got hella fights in between. Obviously, the month of July is on fire. This weekend is dope. Friday and Saturday cards. Next week, we got Manny Pacquiao making his return against Mario Barrios. Talk to me, guys. What do you guys think about that?
Actually, who do you have in that fight first? You go first. Who you have? Yeah.
Man, I love me some Manny Pacquiao, man. I was a huge Manny fan, but I got to keep it a buck. 46, coming out of retirement. Didn't really like the way he looked the last time I saw him in a championship fight against, what was that, Ugas?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like him in the exhibition I saw.
Yeah, that exhibition
fight against that Japanese dude that was punching on him. That
was like,
Ampo guy that was punching on him. I remember I shared my screen. I showed some clips when they first announced that. I was like, oh shit, bro. He was giving Pacquiao the business.
Yeah, I ain't like that at all.
Listen, man, my heart says up, Manny, man, and I'm gonna be rooting for him, but I can't. I mean, I got to take the younger guy. I got to go Barrios in this, man. Am I wrong, y'all? Tell me if I'm wrong, y'all.
I mean, I don't know. I know Father Time pretty much undefeated. You know, I don't. It's not too many
That's
people
the
that beat
reason
him.
why I'm picking Barrios, man.
Only person I know that beat Father Time for a minute until he finally just tied his shoes and ran with him was B-Hop.
B-Hop, right?
Yeah,
But
B-Hop
B-Hop
was
was
only.
active though. He was active. Pacquiao
Yeah.
hasn't been in the ring and in a championship fight in what 4 years?
wasn't it? 4
Mhm.
years.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, and I get it. I see all the little clips, and he's looking, the speed, and
Mhm.
it's
This is
different
what I want.
though. Where is he going to be in round 5, in round 6, in round 7 if it
Barrios
goes
is a
that way?
big guy.
Yeah.
Barrios
Barrios
is a
about
big
my
guy.
height. He's about 6'2".
Barrios is a tough dude. Like he's been in there with a lot of big, with a lot of good names. He's a champion for a reason. I mean,
What I want to know is, I just tell people, I know this game. Is there a rematch clause?
I'm not sure. I got to check on that. I'm not sure if there's a rematch
Because
clause.
I'm like, hey, all right, rematch clause. Hey, I'll parlay my retirement off Pacquiao. You kidding me? Hey, I wouldn't let him dog me, but hey, split decision, go and give it to Pac. I'll come back and fight him. Beat it. You want a trilogy? Okay. I'm cashing out.
Yeah, you still talking about like 10,
I
12
was
million
wondering,
per
I say,
fight.
is there a rematch clause? And then I look at it with Pacquiao having such a name, and for him to come back and they automatically give him this title shot. Apparently, they want him to have that belt. They don't mind him having it for the money reasons. So I'm wondering, for the money that they're going to give Barrios, did they exclude the rematch clause because it is Pacquiao, and if Pacquiao wins, then he walks. But the thing is, I'm like, if that's tough. Like, did Barrios call for a rematch? Because they're finding any reason to give Pacquiao this fight.
Not sure. I'm not even going to answer that because I'm not sure. Good point, but I don't know, man. Again, I just feel like, okay, he comes back, he wins. What's going to happen? Like, if you're going to tell me that if, not if, but when B. Norman wins, he'll get that shot at Pacquiao to unify. I like it. It's a good high-profile fight for B. Norm.
I don't like Pacquiao, but I like
Freddie ain't going to let Pacquiao take that fight.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Does that happen? Does he just come and get that strap and just say, you know what, I just wanted to come back and do it, then I walk away, then we're back to square one?
Yeah.
A belt that's up for grabs.
Freddie told him Freddie told him if he was going to take that Bud fight, Freddie was like, I'm not working your corner. I'm not training you for that. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't think he's not going to let him take that be normal fight. No, that's nah. Especially not no 46, nah. Well, really, he might be 47 because you got to think be normal fight in November, and by this time next year, he might be like 46. Nah,
no way.
That's too. Yeah, that risk reward ain't there.
Pacquiao winning doesn't really do anything for the division, right? Just it just doesn't. I think that it'd probably be one and done. He won't want to fight B. Norman. I don't see it, but anyhow, listen. The sentimental pick is Pacquiao. I'm gonna be rooting for him because again, I like Pacquiao, but I don't see it. If you ask me, I'm gonna pick Barrios to beat him.
Who else we got coming up? I think my
who y'all
dog.
got? Y'all ain't tell me who y'all got though. Y'all ain't bailing out.
I got Go ahead, Cam. You go.
Huh? I thought you was finna go.
No, go ahead.
Hold on, Sonny.
Winners first. Let's go.
I think Brian Senior told me he's picking Pacquiao though. If I'm not mistaken, I think Brian Senior told me he's picking Pacquiao.
I don't want to pick against Pacquiao, but I also don't want to pick Pacquiao just because he's one of the GOATs. You know what I'm saying? So this fight, I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan of this fight. You know what I'm saying? I respect everything Pac done.
Easy way out, coach. Coach, he took the easy way out. My brother took the easy way out, but it's all good. It's all good.
I'm saying sentimental.
See, because he put on everybody's heartstrings.
Pacquiao. Well, you want him to see a Pacquiao, but if Barrio just doesn't dominate him, maybe get a knockdown or knock him out, that fight's gonna go to Pacquiao. I hate to say it. If he doesn't put on a dominating performance over him, Because there's nowhere in the world you take 4 years off and they bring you back and they put you in the top 5 and give you a title shot. They didn't say, hey, you got to fight at least 1 or 2 fights to show us that you in shape or anything. They brought him back for it. It's a money grab by boxing, the sanctioning body. You know, it's a money grab, and they know it. Think about it. 4 years off, Pacquiao come back. B-Hop couldn't come back if he wanted to. You know, like that. You know, now somebody like Floyd, if he wanted to do it, money grab. Of course, they'll throw him up there.
Well, Floyd different because he retired with all them belts.
Well,
So
yeah,
technically speaking, he
but
he already owned the belts at 147.
But we're saying after all this time you've been off, you don't deserve to come in and just skip these guys that have been loyal and been fighting in the game. You know, you retired for a reason. So you don't, just because and they're just bringing you back because of your name. Now you get in there, watch how bad they look at Barrio slumping. Now if they slumping me, I have to take him out on the stretcher. Then everybody's gonna be looking at, whoa, he shouldn't have been in there. You see what I'm saying? So we have to really think about that. Yeah. If he slumps him, he really need to be in there anyway. I don't know how they let him come back after 4 years and get a title shot like that anyway against this young guy. That'll be the talk, man. Mm-hmm. So we just got to be real about it. That certain people, it's a money grab. You know, this game it's about the money. And they say, Pac, you want to come back? Hey, we'll do this for you. You come back and right. If they told him he had to take 2 fights before he get a title shot, he'd have been like, no, because he couldn't sustain it. I don't think. Yeah, or he looks so bad that the fact they didn't want to see you on no title shot. Right. Just be real about it. Like, you just got to be real. He came back and boxing is like, okay, he came back for 1, he going to make some money off of it. 2, they're going to make some money off of it. And then after that, we'll see how things go. He going to see how he feels, whether he defends the title. And they just say, hey, you have to defend the title against B-Norm. That would have been something else.
I don't know if that's a good idea, but hey.
Leave that man alone.
Hey, I don't know.
I like that,
but we got business in November anyway. Corey J. Anderson said, "What's good, King Kam and Mark?"
What up, fam?
So again, fam up in the building. Kenny Lee was good,
Coach
fam.
Lee. My brother, Coach Lee.
Yo, I'm telling y'all, man, they come out for y'all, man. This is what we building here. Y'all building something really, really dope, man. 4 Corners Boxing. My brothers at 4 Corners Boxing.
Yeah,
y'all know what it is and who it is. Tia Klon said Team King Kam. 4 Corners said smash that like button. Yeah, if y'all haven't smashed that like button, man,
smash that
y'all gotta stop playing, man. Subscribe to the channel, man. We growing by the minute. 4 Corners said pack for the win. Yeah, my man X is a big Pacquiao fan. I am too. I am too. I ain't gonna lie. Huge Pacquiao fan, but I can't do it, man. I just can't. But I'm gonna be rooting for him. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah, we'll root for him, but I was just like, man, Father Time, like B-Hop. When the white boy beat me, and you see the bottom of his feet going out the ring. Like, wait a minute.
Hey, chill out.
Wait a minute.
B-Hop had a moment.
Yeah, he did. They was in the ice in the wrong leg and everything. He was like, no, not that one. This one. Like, yeah, okay.
Let's not forget again. See, this is me. I can't forget the image of Pacquiao after that Ugas win. I remember I was in my boy's house watching, and I was so disappointed. I'm like, damn, I think he need to hang it up, man.
Did you see him eating afterwards?
He was being spoon fed or something like that, or.
And you think Brian Norman? Stop.
Oh, we're not even talking. Yeah. Now we
I'm
ain't
just
going,
saying, if you think if Ugas had you eating out of being spoon fed, we already know, like, okay.
And that was 4 years ago.
Yeah,
he was 4 years younger. Technically, we got a super chat. Oh, Coach, you didn't have to do that, man.
Hey, man.
You didn't have to do that. I'm like, we got a super chat and I didn't even see the name, man. Coach Marcus Walker, who's actually on the panel, man. Thank you to the Hangout spot. No, thank you, man. Thank both of y'all. Thank both of y'all for welcoming me into the Walker family, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's an absolute honor just to be a part of the family and chop it up. And you guys are always welcome here. Your family, it goes without being said. I mean, the Hangout spot family loves you guys. We talk about you guys all the time. But man, this has been absolutely dope. I got your prediction. Hold on. I got your prediction already, Coach. So this one is for Kam, Bud, and Canelo.
I'm rocking with Bud. At first I had it 50-50.
Why? I want you to break that down for me.
Just because I knew Bud got that dog in him. You know, everybody knows that. That's not a question. Only thing that was concerning me was putting on that weight, and not saying physically, because he's a strong dude too. He wrestles, so physically he's a strong guy. But I was just trying to see how his punching power was going to translate, and if he was going to slow down too much, you know, be plotting around the ring and things like that, playing into Canelo's, you know, strong hands, because we all know Canelo can be outboxed. We've seen it plenty of times. So I was just trying to make sure he wasn't, you know, rushing, so to speak, and just trying to get big and then, you know, not doing it the right way. But, you know, he's looking. I seen some videos of him training and stuff like that. Him and his brother, was it So Cold or Steven or something like that?
Yeah.
Stevie
I see.
Nelson.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
seen him training things like that. So he's looking good. You know, he still got some hand speed and things like that. So I think it'll be a good fight. Like I said, he's coming up in weight. I know Canelo probably walk around at like 190 or something like that. He's naturally a big dude. But you know, Bud probably walks around at like 168. So now he's just finding like his walk around weight or something like that. So yeah, right now I still got a 50-50. But as the fight get closer and I see more videos of Bud and things like that, then I'm gonna start edging towards Bud. Because like he said during the press conference, he's like, y'all act like the only way to win is a knockout. He's like, I don't necessarily have to knock Canelo out.
Right.
He was like, that might not be my game plan to go in and knock him out. When I know I seen Caleb Plant was outboxing him, Amir Khan, Floyd, Trout, Laura, Billy Joe Saunders. So it's a list, it's a plethora of names of people that was outboxing Canelo. It's just about
Not
they
getting
fell
caught.
it, yeah, not getting caught. That's the only thing. And I think Bud's smart enough, and he's a switch hitter and things like that. He's smart enough not to get hit with those same looping shots or anything like that, hooks or overhands.
Good breakdown. For me, it's not a skill thing. For me, it's not a skill thing. I would probably favor Bud as the more skillful all around fighter. Not to say Canelo isn't skillful. I'm just saying if I had to count tools in the toolbox, I just think that Bud probably has a couple more tools
Mm,
at his advantage, right? To me, it's about punch resistance, right? I don't know if Bud can take that type of punch, right? And I always look back, and again, I know people are going to say, well, he's not going to get hit with that punch. You just don't know. But
right.
what if he does get hit with the punch that Berlanga got hit with, that left hand that just dropped him? Again, Berlanga got up. Berlanga was almost 200 pounds on the night of the fight, but it was just an electric short left hook that just dropped him. I don't know. Can Bud take that punch? Canelo likes to hit to the body, to the arms. Can he take that? I don't know. And again, these are questions that are going to be answered. But with me, it's about moving up. We haven't seen Bud take that type of punch from that type of a guy at that weight class. Because Canelo at 168, I'm sure he's going to come into the fight. What would we say?
Yeah.
190?
Yeah, he's gonna be upwards of 190. Just so
Yeah,
because
190.
he's gonna physically try to just bully him. So
Yeah,
I think the thing is with me, what's gonna get Canelo's attention, it's gonna be sneaky shots by Bud, and it don't have to be the strongest shots, but I think he's gonna, even in close, he's gonna hit him with shots that he doesn't see coming. That's gonna get his attention, and I think that's gonna where he's gonna realize he's not gonna push Bud around like everybody think he's gonna push him around. You're not gonna just physically manhandle Bud. You're not. You know, y'all think he's just gonna physically manhandle him, and I just think it's gonna be sneaky shots, even in the inside, and changing stances, even in close, and throwing shots that, you know, just sharp, precise shots that he doesn't see that'll get his attention. Not really like knock him out, but you know, you'll be able to tell like, okay, he felt that one. Like, okay, he didn't see that one coming. And in turn with that, I think that keeps. Sometimes you turn your offense into defense, and I think Bud will do that with certain shots. He'll turn his offense into defense against Canelo, and Canelo's gonna have to respect some things about him, about how tricky he is, and I think he won't just come in trying to walk him down. Now, if he can catch him with a shot and he sees that chink in the armor, then he'll come, you know, with that. But I think it's going to be shots that he's going to have to keep his eyes open for, and he's going to have to keep his head on a swivel for it, you know. And it's just, you know, like you said, the sneaky shots, like you said, the ones that hurt are the ones you don't see. And that's how to be the strongest, but it catches your attention. So we'll see. But I'm pulling for Bud in this fight. Because I think he can just outbox him. I think he can outmaneuver him. I think he can outbox him, and you might make Canelo have to get out of character because he has more to lose in this fight than anything. You know,
you came up to your weight.
You got a lot to, so we'll see how it goes, but I'm pulling for Bud in it. I got Bud like a 65, well, 60-40. I got 60-40 in that fight. I'm going with Bud on it.
Yeah, that's what's up. A lot of intrigue, which is what makes this fight so like I can't wait, right? We anticipate this because there is a lot of intrigue, right? Two great fighters, two of the best in the world, pound for pound. Obviously, if Bud beats him, I mean, where does that put him? As far as legacy, that'll be a third division undisputed. That's crazy to me.
Yeah,
So there's a lot riding there, man. There's a lot riding. I like Bud, man. I'm not gonna make my pick yet, and the reason why I'm not is because I'll flip flop. Like Cam, I'll pick somebody today, and then next week I'll see a video of Bud working out. I'm like, oh no, I got Bud, and then I'll see something Canelo. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I think Canelo's too strong, so I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till about a good 2 weeks.
The weigh-in tells you a lot too. I like the weigh-in too when they take off the shirt. You can kind of look at them and like, okay, yeah.
But I don't want to be that guy that waits all the way to the weigh-in. Like I'll do it about a week or two in advance, and I'll just ride with my pick, man.
Them cheekbones, you see them, their cheekbones sunk in, and stuff like saying when they cut one, sometimes, and then you got some people that.
But we also got to see. We also got to see if they're gonna take Eddie Reynoso out of boxing because then one of his other fighters just popped today or yesterday or something like that.
Another one, man. That's crazy.
Another one just popped. So we got to see if they even let him work the corner or something.
That's crazy.
So everybody that he working with them popped before.
What was it? The kid Rodriguez that just beat Yafal?
He popped the day or yesterday, something like that. And they tested his B sample and it came back dirty too.
So before I was gonna let y'all go, but nah, we need to talk about that. What do you guys think about that? Like, is it more of an issue with the camp? Is it more of, you can't really fault Reynoso because the fighters are gonna put whatever they want in their body? Like, what? Tell me. We'll start with Coach. We'll start with Coach on this. Cam, let's start with Coach.
I think it's the camp for one, because when you're that type of trainer, you're not kicking these guys out. Because you got to think that falls back on you, your gym, your coach, your training and things of that sort. That it brings a black eye to you and in what you do. So these guys are probably, they should be out of there. Hey, I can't train you. I can't, but it tells you that so many in one camp are doing it. I was talking to somebody before, and I always say this: the regulatory of the regulations of popping. Who's setting these standards? Because check it out. Like I always think like this: if let's say 5 milliliters of something. So 5 milliliters of something. If you hit that or over that, you pop. These people are so good now that the fact is, if I can get you to 4.9, you're not popping. But then to a regular guy that's not taking anything, you got to understand this guy's still juicing. For somebody that's not even taking anything, 4.9, if you hit 5 or over, you're dirty. But you're at 4.9. And say, for instance, this fighter doesn't take anything. You're trying to tell me that big gap in there, that what they're taking does not affect that. So that's the thing. They should have certain stuff so low that, okay, it should be so low that, all right, that, hey, you should just be able to take a multivitamin. That's it. But they, the way these chemists and certain things work this stuff up now, I can keep you right here, right below the level. And they can't say anything. I get it and say, okay, 5 is popping. He's 4.999. It's like, it's like drinking and driving. You blow and you're right there at the limit. Like, but they can't take you anywhere. You can be drunk as a skunk, but they know, you blow and you didn't, and you didn't pop. So they have to. There's nothing they can do, even though they know you're right there. And this guy over here hasn't taken anything. There's a big difference in speed, power, recovery, things of that sort. So it has to be a zero tolerance for it in the sport. That's what it needs to be, a zero tolerance for it in the sport. If you're gonna take a multivitamin, one a day men's or GNC, but that's as good as it gets. All this other stuff that people are no, because it's an unfair advantage. And a lot of
Absolutely.
people, even in the amateurs, I say that it's people doping in the amateurs.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the world that we live in. Cam, you talk to me, man. What do you think? You think this is a Reynoso issue? Is this just the fighters? Just he's just not really caring what they put into their body? What do you think it is?
I think it's a Reynoso issue because I can say we haven't really seen even because Munguia wasn't with him before.
Right.
Until after the Canelo fight, then he started
Hard
training
to
with
defend.
Eddie, and then you pop.
Right.
So it's like it all falls back on Eddie. And to me, because Canelo popped, he said it was the meat. Then Munguia leave his training, start training job, then he popped. The guy that just fought last week or something that just popped today. Like everything fall back on you. You the common denominator in all of this. So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, nah, hey. So I think it's him. They gotta either remove his boxing license or fine him heavenly. It's
the same thing. Like think about it. Like Bob Baffert, the horse trainer. When his horses started popping and stuff, they suspended him. Now you're not the trainer that you're out here all the time. You got other people that are around, but you're the face. These guys are under you. These horses are yours, and they suspended him. Get out of here. I mean, all these horses just keep popping under you, and nobody just we know you're doing something. And these guys aren't waiting until they get to you. I mean, some of these guys have fought before you and never popped, and then here they go when they get with you, then bam.
Clarissa, what's going on? She said Reynoso needs his own steroid brand.
Right. He needs
You might as well start to advertise it and sell it. Listen, man, I just wanted to get your take on it because it's hard to defend, man. You can play devil's advocate all you want. Well, he's because I've heard it, right? I mean, I've heard it. Well, he's the trainer. What is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to be with these guys 24/7? He's not their nutritionist. Is he supposed to demand to see everything they put in their body? They're grown men. I get all that. But at the end of the day, this shit is happening under your watch. So one of the things that I would go back to is an interview that I saw that trainer Stephen Birdman Edwards, he did an interview and they asked him about that. And he said, well, you know what? If that was to happen in my gym, the first time, they're done. If I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? If I didn't know about it and one of my fighters popped, they done. They're not allowed to train here anymore because this is my gym. And obviously the perception is going to be that they're getting it from me. And I'm not tolerating that. The fact that, right, that's what I'm saying. The fact that it continues to happen. And we're not talking about just Canelo and this dude that just popped. We're talking about Munguia, to Cam's point, that his entire career never popped. His first fight with Reynoso, he pops. Oscar Valdez, another guy, so there's been numerous people. We're done with giving him the benefit of the doubt. If it was one, if it was two, maybe, but we're done. Another thing is we don't hear from this guy. He doesn't say anything. Like
he don't come out and try to.
He don't even come out and be like, yo, like enough is like if this was my gym and all these dudes were popping, that's it, bro. Enough is enough, man. Y'all not allowed here anymore because y'all ain't ruining my brand.
Right.
So yeah, it's just really, really hard to defend. It's sad. It's sad because there's no place for this shit, in the world of boxing, bro. You can't play boxing, bro. You can play other sports, but you can't play boxing, bro.
There's people
This isn't about hitting a baseball, 100 feet further. This is about potentially hurting somebody really, really bad, man. Because you have that advantage, bro. It's just we don't tolerate that shit here at the Hangout spot, bro. No cheating. No cheating here.
Say boxing and MMA are probably the two only sports that it questions a person's will, a man's will or a woman's will, to the point of everything else is just kind of like controlled by a ball or something, a golf ball, a basketball, a baseball. You can throw a ball if he can't hit it. It has nothing to do with his will. You can take a shot in boxing and go down. Your head is saying get up, but your body detaches mind from body and things of that sort, that you got the will to get up, but you just can't, So that's the difference in that, on how how difficult the sport is and how serious it should be taken, especially when someone can have an advantage of recovering, strength, speed, things of that sort, because it's the hurt business and you can really do some damage. We have we had over the course of years, we've had certain fighters, really take some damage and, pass away in the ring and things of that sort. And who is it? And it has a lot to do with using the lower weight classes, people cutting weight and things of that sort, and you taking blows. And then think about heavyweights, devastating knockouts, thudding power and stuff. But you start cutting weight and, you're removing, the hydration from your body and things, fluid from your brain, and then you try to put it back, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you can't do that. So, like I said, with him, even in the amateurs with Cam, we always fought where he was comfortable. We never the ones trying to drain and come back and try to be bigger than somebody and things of that sort. It happens all the time. Like, no, like you say, he stays within his weight. As soon as he feels like he can't make the weight, he's not comfortable at the weight, he feels like he should move, then that's what we're going to do, and you just have to train for that, for those bigger guys and things of that sort, even though he, maneuvers in between certain things. But we never played that game because it's just too dangerous to try to rehydrate up and just to try to have that advantage of being bigger and things of that sort. So, like I said, my heart goes out to a lot of these fighters because I understand what they go through. And a lot of them have a lot more on the line. We're nowhere near making that kind of money that people have to, they have lifestyle and they have to do what they have to do, what they feel they have to do in order to maintain, to stay relevant, to stay at a certain point and things of that sort. So, it's a lot of pressure on them, so, we'll see, man. But they need to do something about, the illegal use of steroids and just enhancing drugs in the sport. They really need to do that.
Amen. I mean, we kind of dropped the mic right there, man. There's nothing more to be said, man. There's a right way and there's a wrong way to do shit. Do it the right way, bro. Do it the right way, which is the way you guys are doing it. Love this interview, man. I don't even consider it an interview. You guys are family. This is more of a casual, laid-back conversation.
Thank
you guys are chilling here with me, man. This was absolutely dope. I know I've had you guys here for an hour and a half. But Cam, let them know where they can find you, bro. Merchandise, all that stuff, bro. Let everybody know.
Pretty much everything runs to my Instagram. My Instagram is real_King Kam, KINGKAM. I do got my Millions accounts attached. I got some certain merch on there, and I also have other merch on hand that's not on Millions. For example, Pops, that glitter shirt he got on with the glitter and stuff like that, that won't be on Millions. But
I need one of those. I need a hoodie or something, man. I gotta rock out.
I got a hoodie in the crib for you right now. Just text me your address, and I'll have it out for you tomorrow.
My brother. Man. I gotta represent. I wear these. I gotta represent.
Oh yeah, I got you. And I see y'all see the colors I got left.
I just ordered the Hangout spot. I just ordered a shirt from Millions.
Did you? Oh man, I appreciate that. Man.
Oh no, I got you.
I appreciate that. You guys are absolutely amazing, man. Thank you for hopping on, giving me some time. We'll do this again. Obviously, keep me posted, on the next fight. That way we could talk about that, get you back up here again. Again, Coach, you on and off here all the time. So we got to plan Cam, because Cam is a future star in the making. So that's different. But Coach jumps on here all the time. Cam's doing
another day. I just called. What time? Hey, Wednesday. What time?
Yeah, you ain't never intervene into my life. Just let me know. Hey, nephew, I need you. All right, cool, nephew. Get on. Hey, I'm there.
Listen, I'd rather you. I get it, and I love you for that. But I'd rather be like, what? He can't because he's in the gym. He working. And I got to hook up with you. I definitely got to hook up with you when you get in the gym. I'll take the drive out. That's not a problem. We'll make that happen. Coach, I want to do that when you come down too, so we could just do it together.
Let's link it up, and we'll make it happen.
We'll do a live. I'll do a little live like I did in Georgia. That shit was popping. We'll do a live at the gym. It's going to be amazing. And then we'll definitely hit up Cam's next fight. But appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, family.
Nothing but love. Keep doing your thing, Cam.
Yes, sir.
All right,
y'all.
Listen, thank everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, man. There you have it, y'all. There you have it. You jumping off, Coach? Oh, okay. Yeah, you jumping off. There you have it, y'all. Coach Marcus Walker, who y'all know, he family. He's in and out of the chat. in the show. And then we also had Kamauriay King Kam Walker, 140-pound prospect extraordinaire who is now 6-0 with 6 knockouts, coming off a 4th-round stoppage this past Saturday on a BLK Prime card, Shreveport, Louisiana. Great performance, man. A lot to like there. If you guys haven't checked out that fight, make sure you check it out either on the Prime app, or you can check it out on YouTube. You can check it out on YouTube. It's there. But a lot of good things to like, man. He reminded me of a young Vernon Forrest, man. The Viper. When the Viper was at its peak, bro, with the jab, that hard stabbing jab, that right hand with conviction. I'm telling you, man, with his size, 6'1" at 140, he's going to be a major problem. The thing that I told Coach was, you're going to have a hard time trying to find him fights as he continues to move up the ranks, man, because he's a problem, man. He's long and he can punch, and he likes to fight. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Coach and my brother, King Kam Walker. More importantly, shout out to y'all, man, for rocking out, man. We are here Wednesday night at the Hangout spot, the late night spot now. I don't know if you guys are aware who are currently in the chat, but last night we went overtime. We went past overtime, bro. We did a 5.5-hour show. Coach Hector Bermudez was in the building. Great conversation, great interview, and then it became a great conversation. We took callers for Coach, so he was answering questions. He was answering super chat questions. So shout out to everybody yesterday that sent super chats and donations. Every penny counts, bro. We putting in that work. We didn't log out till 2:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We started at 9 o'clock. I didn't get to bed till probably around 3:15, and I had to get up in the morning for the day job, because let's not forget, we got 2 jobs. We got the day job, then we got the night job here at the Hangout spot. But we got to keep putting in that damn work, because sooner or later, one day, we trying to make this our only job. That is the goal. We are working day and night to try to make that happen. Again, the small train, like I always say, sooner or later, it's only a matter of time. It's not if, it's when we become that locomotive, man, here at the Hangout spot. And when we get there, it's not just me, it's all of y'all. So I just want to give all of y'all a shout out for rocking out last night. We've been rocking out hard, I think, for the last few weeks. I don't know if we've did a show that's been less than 4 hours. Interviews, call-ins. This weekend, major fight weekend. Friday, it starts Madison Square Garden, Most Valuable Promotions, brought to us by Jake Paul. The headliner is Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor, the trilogy, part 3. I'm excited about it, because if you are a fan that wants to see an entertaining fight, I think it's a pretty safe bet to think that fight's going to be super entertaining, because the first 2 were Fight of the Year candidates. How could this one be any worse? How could it be any worse? Not to mention the all-female card is stacked. There's about 21 straps on the line in this one card. Shout out to Jake Paul.
Give me a hell yeah.
Yeah! For real, man. You got undisputed fights, man. Alicia Baumgartner. I mean, this is going to be an epic fight weekend. And then Saturday in Queens, Riyadh season, ring card, Shakur and Zepeda. Berlanga against Shiraz. Puello against Matias. David Morrell against Iman Kataev. 175-pound fight. This is Morrell's comeback fight after the David Benavidez fight. So I'm interested to see the David Morrell in this fight. This is a tough dude that he's fighting. So again, bro, this fight weekend, absolutely insane. Just want to thank everybody for rocking out with our interview with Kamauriay King Kam Walker. Chad, what's good, Chad? Chad is in the building. Alberto, what's going on? Appreciate you, Coach, and King Kam. Appreciate you rocking out. Alberto was the first one in the chat today. Can I get... Appreciate you, little bro. Thanks for rocking out. Yeah, man. We are going overtime tonight. Alberto said, Johnny, last night was a graveyard shift. Bro, you ain't kidding, man. I was tired. Shout out to Coach Hector Bermudez, man. He kept me up, though. Great interview, but it was more of a conversation. Again, we got the chat involved, super chats. Bro, like, we had a 10 super chat goal yesterday. We made our goal and then some, and I owe a lot of that to the coach because the coach was like, "No, we're not logging off yet. We're not logging off. You got to do some more time because you need another super chat to get to your goal." And then that led to another super chat and another super chat. Some more questions for the coach. Shout out to Coach Hector. In fact, if you're watching, Coach, you are more than welcome to jump on tonight as well. If you got Rohan Polanco with you, get him on as well. If you can translate, we will do an interview later on real quick because I know it's late, obviously, Eastern Standard Time. The gym is located in Springfield, Massachusetts, and Coach is open to getting me out there to spend some time in the gym so we could, so we could get some footage and probably some live coverage of Rohan Polanco, Yoanelis Hernandez, obviously Cuban sensation who's coming off a big win against Kyron Davis on that Caleb Plant card. So a lot to like there. Again, the coach has a good young stable of fighters. He talked about that yesterday. Shout out to Coach, man. If he's around, we would definitely love to have him join the panel later on and possibly get one of his fighters on. If not, Coach, you family, you are always welcome. I just pinned I'm going to pin the link to the chat because we're going to open up the phone lines. Let's talk about it, bro. Let's talk about it, Chad. You know the deal, bro. We going hard, bro. We going hard, bro. Here at the Hangout spot. Make sure you guys smash that like button if you haven't done that. If you're watching this live on Facebook and millions.co, the site over there, the new family. Make sure you guys shoot me a like, subscribe to Millions. Come on over. We're trying to grow this YouTube channel and subscribe. We just hit earlier today. We just hit 2,200 subscribers. We've done that in about 15 and a half months. Shout out to y'all. We're looking at that next goal of 2,300. So help us get there. If you haven't subscribed, or more importantly, if you haven't told somebody to subscribe to the channel, make sure you do that. There are power in numbers. We're working on some big interviews. Let me pin this link into the chat as we speak. We also got a poll up, man, because again, a lot of big fights this weekend. I could only put 4 fights. I'm sorry. I could only put 4 fights on the poll. So I figured I would pick the 4 fights that have the most star name appeal. Which one are you most excited about? Which one do you think has the potential to be fight of the weekend? Because, we're going to talk about it. Let's not forget, man, if you guys are down for it, I want to do a live fight chat on Saturday, but I do not want to be alone. So if you guys are down for it, let me know. Maybe I'll throw a poll up in a little bit. We got enough people. Again, I'm more than welcome to throwing up a panel member or two to help me call the fights live, take some calls, get some chatter going. We can do the whole main card together, and then we can open up the phone lines after that and talk about it because I'm sure there's going to be a lot to talk about Saturday night. Hella boxing going on. But yeah, I just pinned the link to the chat if you guys want to call in. Now is the time. But the poll that we do have here is which one will be fight of the weekend. Again, I got Berlanga against Shiraz, Shakur against Zepeda for the lightweight title, Alberto Puello against Subriel Matias, and Amanda Serrano against Katie Taylor, part 3 for all of Katie Taylor's straps. So the voting is open. Let me know which fight you are looking forward to the most, but more importantly, which one do you really think, not just what you're looking forward to the most, which one do you think has the potential to be fight of the weekend? Because we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that on Sunday because we're doing a Sunday show. Our Sunday shows have been popping every single Sunday, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. This one will be no different because we're going to have hella boxing to talk about. Friday night's cards will recap. Saturday nights, and obviously an emphasis of the conversation based on the callers that we take is going to be which one you think was the performance of the weekend, the fight of the weekend. I know Jake Paul gives a performance of the night to the best fight of the night. He's doing that on Friday with the females, $250,000 for the winner. That's actually a dope incentive. Shout out to him. I mean, what Jake is doing, not just for female fighters, but as a promoter, as a businessman, I mean, you can't question that. If you don't like him as a fighter, I get it. If you don't respect his skill level, I get it. If you hate the fact that the WBA, I believe, has ranked him in the top 15, even though I did hear somewhere, don't know if it's true, that people were bitching about it. So that may be altered, not sure. I get it, but you can't really deny what he's doing for the sport of boxing, especially as a promoter and as a businessman. So shout out to Jake. And shout out to y'all. We actually put a super chat goal. I always screw that up. A super chat goal, 10 super chat goal. If you guys want to show some love, it could be a super chat of any denomination: $1, $2, $10, $5. I don't care. But if you want to support the late night grind, that's how you can hook a brother up. If you want to make any other donations, again, no pressure, but the Cash App is scrolling down below if you want to show a brother some love. But yeah, man, the votes are out right now. And I will tell you that right now, the voting is at, let's check that out. 30% believe that Edgar Berlanga against Hamza Shiraz will be the fight of the weekend. A whopping 43%, okay, which is interesting, believe that Shakur versus Cepeda will be the fight of the weekend. Only 15% believe Puello Matias will be the fight of the weekend for the 140-pound WBC strap. And only 15% believe Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor Part 3 will be the fight of the weekend. Again, not sure if people are misinterpreting this as what you believe is the fight that you're looking forward to the most, or again, fight of the weekend, performance of the weekend, the fight that we say, yo, that fight right there, that was the fight of the weekend, bro. It was entertaining, it was action-packed, or it was an upset that we weren't expecting, or it was a great knockout, whatever it is. That's what I'm actually asking in this poll. But yeah, I mean, people are looking forward to the Shakur Cepeda fight, and I can't front, so am I. Because I'm expecting a totally different Shakur Stevenson. And you can call me crazy if you want. And maybe I am. And maybe I'm setting myself up for disappointment. Again, we don't make predictions here at the Hangout Spot because we want to be the smartest guy in the room. That's not how we rock here. We make predictions because we're just boxing fans, bro. Trust me when I tell you, I get them wrong way more than I get them right. But it's fun as a fan to make those predictions. If we get them wrong, we get them wrong. We move on to the next one. We have a good time going back and forth with it, but you'll never ever hear me on this panel say, I told you this was going to happen. I always get it right. Nah, we don't rock like that, bro. We're not experts here. And if we were experts, we'd be millionaires because we've been making hella money betting on these fights. So unless you're a betting man and you're making millions, you can't call yourself an expert. We aren't, man. A lot of us pick with heart. So shout out to all of y'all in the chat. Again, this is the link, which I did pin to the chat. If you guys want to call in, man, and talk some boxing, let me know what fight you're most excited about and break it down. We're taking phone calls. You already know, Chad, how we do. Alberto, we locked in, Johnny. Absolutely, bro. Wax, what's going on, my brother? He said, love fight chat will be fire. Yeah, I think we're going to do a live fight chat on Saturday. I'm still determining what we do on Friday. Because, again, there's just so many different fights on Friday night with the females. So I'm thinking about maybe just the co and the main, or even the main. And then we kind of open up the phone lines. Not sure yet. Love to be able to hear from y'all what y'all think. Do we do a live fight chat, at least for the main event on Friday? Or do we just do the all mail card on Saturday? And we do the four main cards, the four main fights on the main card, shall I say. Alberto say he will be here Saturday. If you live, yeah, Saturday we're going to go live. I think Saturday we're going to go live. Definitely. This is a big fight card. I had a good time. I really had a good time with the Brian Norman Jr. fight chat that we did. It was early in the morning, but it was dope. It was good. I had a good time with it. And then after that, the show got crazy because we started taking calls. We had some panel members. We were talking about the knockout. More importantly, what was next with Brian Norman Jr. I'd like to be able to do that on Saturday afterwards, even if we work overtime. So if you guys want to call in, now's the time. I did pin the link to the chat. So let me know what is going on. True Power Media, what's going on, my brother? Salute to you. Thanks for rocking out here on a Wednesday night. Appreciate you. Amazing content, my bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Listen, man, we working, man. We trying to put the best content out there for, in my opinion, the best boxing family out there, man. Y'all guys rock with me, man. So as I grow, we all grow, bro. We all grow. Feel me? That's how we rocking out here. But let's go out to the phone lines. We got my man AB 2 times in the building. What's going on, champ?
Hey, what's going on, Johnny?
Chilling, bro. What's good?
That time just ain't nobody calling in, man. That's how to, let's talk some boxing.
It's still a little early, man. The thing is, this show starts. It's crazy how we've been going and later, and we've been getting more and more viewers as we go later, which is pretty crazy. But hey, we ready to take over the nighttime slot, bro. We the hangout spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm with it. I'm with it. Like I said, I'm mostly at night doing nothing anyway. Just listening to the hangout spot while closing my eyes. Getting ready for work the next morning.
Appreciate you, my brother, man. You family, bro.
But yeah. Anyways, so what we're talking about? What's the most exciting fight for Saturday, or what we're looking forward to?
Yeah, which fight do you feel has the potential to be the fight of the weekend?
Ouch. I'm kind of leaning toward Edgar Blanc and Shiraz. After, did you see those hip thrusts he was doing on his what is that? What is it called? The post workout. Is that what it's called?
That's that's the
Oh, what
open
is it?
workout that they
There
did
you go.
today.
There you go. There you go. Open workout.
Yeah. I actually was gonna play some footage on that. I will a little bit, but yeah, I did it. But that's more for the media. I do like though the fact that Shiraz, he came out with hand wraps. He did put on some gloves. He hit some mitts. Like it looked like he was in. It looked like he was focused, man.
Right.
Shakur
He
came
ain't
out,
playing no games. Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
Shakur came out, really didn't do anything. It was just more of a get in the ring, wave your hands, throw 2 middle fingers up to Mike Coppinger. He did do that because there's beef going on, but he did nothing. He came in and in a jogger suit. But Longa took off his shirt, did a little bit of this, did a little bit of that. Talked about wanting to smack Oscar De La Hoya. I mean,
And he, like I said, he did those nasty hip thrusts.
yeah.
And yeah, it was funny. Don't get me wrong, but no. Anyway, yeah, I'm just leaning toward that fight because it's gonna be that one's gonna be an interesting fight because I think like the other fights I think we kind of already know the outcomes to it. Like we know Shakur winning, we know that Alberto Pollo is gonna put on a boxing class, and we know those other fights. But as far as Berlanga and Shiraz, you still got both. Like it's I don't know, bro. It's like we don't really know the outcome, and we could say that Berlanga is gonna stop him, but we could also say that what if he doesn't stop Shiraz and Shiraz takes him to distance and gets that decision? Since has as Edgar Berlanga says, his papi already has a plan. He already has a plan to fight Canelo.
Facts. You cooking right now. It can happen. Nothing is a given. We gave our take, or we talked a lot about that particular fight yesterday because of all the hype around it. And you guys know, Edgar's my guy too. But at the end of the day, man, this is a fight that the writing's on the wall. There's a plan for Hamza Shiraz. Turkey has a plan for him. If he beats Edgar Berlanga, more than likely there'll probably be a Canelo fight down the road, barring what happens with Bud. Berlanga needs to spoil the apple cart, bro. I mean, he sits there and tells everybody he's the king of New York. This is his city. Well, go out there and show it. Feel me?
Right. Yep, for sure. And like I said, I was hearing everybody's take on uh on that fight, especially because I know a lot of people spent hours talking about it, but that's just my opinion is that like Edgar Blanca has to go in and show either stop him or just put on a beating because like I said, look what happened to Carlos Adames. I mean I feel like Carlos Adames could have done more, but I felt like he did just enough to pull off that little edge. But like I said, if they already have a plan for him, Edgar definitely has to show out for sure. He has to do a lot more than just defensive and just that's just what I think for sure.
He's got to let his hands go. He's got to walk this guy down. He is the natural 168 pounder. This guy's moving up a weight class. He's taller. But if you look at the Adames fight, because I watched that fight again,
Hmm.
I think it was yesterday during the day. Adames was coming forward most of the fight, and Adames again was physically smaller, shorter. They were. This fight was at 160, not at 168. Adames is considered a good puncher at 168. So Berlanga has to walk Shiraz down. He supposedly is the bigger puncher coming in, although he's the shorter guy. But he has to work in the inside. Obviously, you got to believe that Shiraz is going to shoot that jab out there and try to keep him at length, try to pepper him with combinations. He's got to get into the inside. He's got to land big shots, bro. He has to hurt this guy, I believe.
Right. Yeah.
So but it's interesting. We'll see what happens, man. This is why I love these, right? Because we can talk about it, but then we're gonna see it. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. That's just like I said. That's just what I think is like what I've seen. Because I would look back at some of Edgar's fights. He gives one to take one. Like no, I mean wait.
Right.
How can I say he? Right. Yeah. He takes one to give one.
I've seen that.
So
No, absolutely. Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
like his last fight, was Mantequilla. They definitely exchanged left hooks for sure. And like, even though I'm rooting for Edgar Berlanga to win, I'm just scared that like, what if he does throw a left hook, but as Hamza Shiraz with longer reach lands a hook of his own, but since he has that reach and height, his lands and Edgar's comes up short. And we've
Right.
seen Edgar been dropped. We've seen him stunned, but we have seen him get up and fight harder. But I just feel like if Hamza Shiraz is able to get a knockdown or even knockdowns, then Edgar Berlanga definitely will fall short on those cards for sure.
Totally possible, man. Anything can happen in that fight. That's why he can't take that for granted. That I'm the bigger guy, I'm the bigger puncher. I'm gonna walk right through this guy. He's
Right.
smart. Use your jab. Edgar Berlanga has a really good, strong jab. And my biggest criticism was, especially against Canelo, I was yelling at the TV. Throw it, man.
Right.
Shoot that shit, man. Just shoot it. Shoot it. Shoot it. He
Yeah,
doesn't
but
he doesn't throw it enough for my liking. That's just me.
right, yeah, with the Canelo for sure. But I think he was just more hesitant because he knew it was coming back for sure, even if he
Very
threw a
true.
jab. So
Very,
he
very
definitely,
true.
yeah, he definitely was hesitating with Canelo because every time a jab came or even a slow punch, Canelo was gonna just capitalize on that for sure. So
No.
I know I get that
Very
he was a
true.
little more hesitant, but obviously with Mantequilla, he was definitely throwing bombs, but yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what happens for sure on that. That's the fight. I mostly because, like I said, we kind of all know the outcomes of the other fights. It's just this fight, like I said, a lot of we don't know what can really happen. You know
Right. No. That's fair. That's fair. And to your point, you're right about what was coming in return. But I remember being live at the fight when he fought when he knocked out Patrick McCory. It was in
me?
Orlando. I was there live for that. He knocked him out in the later rounds, but I remember the first 4 rounds. I was so freaking stressed. I'm like, bro, shoot the jab. Let your
Right.
hands go. So it's just Edgar, in my opinion, he's a little bit too patient, for my liking.
Because he
You
just
know,
wants that big shot, huh? Or
and
I could be, yeah.
that's what I'm thinking it all boils down to. But I think that they're working on some different things. Obviously, we are. Mark Ferrer is my guy. They're working on some different things. And you know why this fight is so intriguing to me for Edgar? Because of the Canelo fight. Because usually if you're the type of fighter that goes into this fight against a guy like Canelo that most people don't think that you can win and whatnot, and then you go out there and you get outboxed, whatever it is. If you're the goods, you're gonna take a lot of good from that, and it's gonna make you better. Look what the
Oh,
Canelo Floyd fight did for Canelo.
that's true. That's true.
So I'm really curious to see. I want to walk away from this fight saying to myself, yo, Berlanga looked like in this fight, he learned a lot from that Canelo fight. That's what I want to see, man.
Okay.
Hopefully we can see
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that
We'll
experience with
see.
that world class fighter for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Hopefully he
you
can carry that to this fight. That's a really good point right there for sure.
bro, because you know what they say, bro, it's never a loss, it's a lesson. So hopefully that loss to Canelo was a lesson.
Mm.
That's all it
Oh,
was. But we'll see. Again, we'll see, man.
yeah, and that's one thing. Like just seeing how I know looks whatever don't matter. Just seeing how cool Hamza Shiraz is. He's chill. He's focused. He just looks locked in. That's what kind of on the other side kind of has me leaning towards Shiraz, but at the same time, just it's just whole different levels of like weight classes and like you said, the experience that Edgar Berlanga has. That's what kind of leads me over to Berlanga as well. So I'm still 50-50 on this fight for sure.
That's fair. That's fair, man.
And then
Again, brother.
Do you mind if I talk about the Matias and Puello, or you got other people on the line?
I got Chad, but I could bring him up. Go ahead. You could touch on that. Chad is
Oh, okay.
up, but go ahead, AB. You can cook on that one before we get to Chad.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Chad, but
You
I
good?
just thought
You're good, man. Yeah, you're good. Like I don't have anything too amazing to discuss tonight, so I'm enjoying actually listening to you talk, man. Go ahead.
Oh,
Do it,
okay. Thanks,
AB.
thanks,
Cook,
brother.
my
Thanks,
brother.
brother.
Cook.
But so as far as the Puerto, 'cause that's another fight I'm really interested in too. Is Puerto Puello and Subriel Matias. One thing that for sure we all know that Alberto Puello's a better boxer, a more it's just a better boxer, better fighter in general. And I know Subriel Matias switched coaches, which I don't think that's gonna help. We all know that changing a coach doesn't all work out the first couple fights. It does take time when you're with a new trainer. And one thing I don't like about Subriel Matias is that I don't know if he's serious about it, or I don't know if he's just doing it to confuse Alberto Puello. But I've seen Subriel Matias training southpaw, and if he does that, I know for a fact that it's all gonna be bad for him. I know I don't know. That's just my opinion. To seeing Subriel Matias work his southpaw, I just think that's just a whole bad idea in general. Because like I said, southpaw against southpaw. I mean, Subriel is already a slow puncher, and Alberto Puello is a really good counter puncher. Southpaw against southpaw, you just was just praying just to get hit with left, or sorry, right hooks all day and jabs and straight. That's just my opinion. But as far as if he just goes orthodox, I just feel like it's gonna be the same. He's just gonna, I just seen Subriel Matias just struggle with southpaws, and I don't think this fight is gonna be any different. That's just my opinion. So I got Alberto Puello by decision, but I wouldn't be surprised if. Now I'm not gonna say stop. I have Alberto Puello for decision for sure. That would be my reasoning.
Um, to piggyback or to comment on that, Subriel fighting Southpaw, bro. Like he doesn't even need to do that. What he needs to do, instead of working on going from orthodox to southpaw, he needs to work more on his footwork.
Right, because
Right,
I mean, we've seen what's his name, Leon Paro just dance around him, just turning
right.
him and turning
That's
him and
what I'm
turning
trying
him,
to
and
tell you. Like that's like we know, like we talked about this yesterday on the panel. We know what we're gonna get from Subriel Matias. It's really not a surprise. He's gonna come forward. He's gonna go. High guard, come forward. His objective is to beat you down.
right,
Because he's not really a one punch knockout guy. He's more of a accumulation, right? He's more of a I'm gonna beat you up, beat you into submission type of guy. He wants you to be there so he can find you, so he doesn't have to go and look for you. So that's what he needs to work on. Being able to fight a guy like, because Puello's not going to be there. Puello's going to box. He's going to use his jab. He has a sneaky uppercut.
oh yeah,
Puello showed me a lot in that Gary Antoine Russell fight. I had Gary Antoine Russell winning that fight going into the fight. Then after that fight, I was like, holy shit.
yeah. I
Man,
definitely made some money on Alberto Puello that fight.
that's what's up, man. I mean, I'm not
But
a betting guy, but that's a hey, you nailed it, because going in, my prediction was man. I think Gary
yeah,
Antoine Russell with the pressure, obviously the hand speed, he does have some hand
yeah,
speed and
man,
some power. Man, but
man,
Puello cooked in that fight.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't understand how people. I mean, I get we all have our picks. We all don't get them right. It's just when people say that
Mhm.
Subriel Matias, is gonna stop him, and I'm just like, bro, they gotta look at the Gary Russell. Gary Russell's much more athletic. He's faster, he's
Yeah.
stronger, and Puerto Puello was able to stop him in his tracks and just make just basically put on a boxing. Boxing was making a miss, was making Gary Russell fall through the ropes and countering him. He was just stopped Gary Russell in general, and no, not stop him physically, no, but stop him mentally. Like he just Gary Russell didn't know what to do anymore. So like I said, I just think this fight is just gonna be as easy. It's just my opinion.
I think Puello's
Go ahead, Chad.
physical over Russell too, though, like size wise, man. Puello's a big guy. For the 140 limit.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Like Gary Antoine, he's not the biggest guy. But listening to you guys talk about Matias is just making me have kind of questions. Like how I don't know a lot of his background, right? So are you guys saying like he's never been a switch foot fighter ever? Like we've never seen anything from a southpaw with him, and all of a sudden now he's training southpaw? Is that the story?
Yeah, that's what AB two times is saying. Matias is just a come forward high guard fighter that just he's gonna throw volume punches and try to break you down, Chad. I mean, he's very man. I hate to use the word one dimensional. I
But
really do.
but it's true.
But yo, AB, I hate to use that shit. But man, if there's something
Johnny, you could say he's foundational.
he's let's
Right.
go
Yeah,
foundational,
there you
man.
go. That's more like it for sure.
You
He's
know
more.
what you're gonna get.
Yeah,
Mm,
I know what you mean.
I don't
I
think
think
that there's gonna be any like if Matias comes out and he's on his toes, and he's using angle, then I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's just I don't believe that you're ever gonna see that. He is who he is.
But
You know?
but
guys,
Chad, to answer your question, from what I've been watching Super Matias, no, I've never seen him go southpaw. It's just if you look at his videos, he's been posting his videos that of him training, and even the open workout, he's training southpaw, and that's just what I'm saying. It's just not a good idea to do that at all,
I
especially
mean,
because. Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, I agree. It's surprising. But I also feel like maybe Matias is going to surprise us all with some talent we didn't even know he had, right? And come out isn't in a southpaw and beat Puello. I don't know. It does seem. I'm assuming he would want to switch at specific times in the fight, right? Maybe they've seen something with Puello they figure they can do, but even that seems like a lot. Like with the trainer he's with now for this Puello fight. How many fights has he had with that trainer? Do you guys know? Like, has he been with this trainer, like fairly new?
That's what I was gonna
Like,
ask
I don't
Johnny.
really
I was gonna
know.
ask Johnny if Johnny, do you know anything about that? Because I know he left Panda, but I didn't know he was with a new trainer. I didn't know he left Panda. If
Yeah,
you know
I
anything,
wasn't really familiar with that either. I got to be honest with you, but
I
because I know
mean,
listen,
that's weird.
unless this
I'm
guy is
just saying,
working on
like,
his
that's
footwork,
probably gonna. It'll
Oh
probably
no
matter,
no no,
right?
he did yeah, I remember he did
hold
leave
on.
Panda. I thought it
Yeah,
was
Yeah.
I think Cepeda did too. That's what I think he did leave. Yeah, he did leave Panda. Okay. Now I remember.
I feel like
wow.
I've heard stuff about Matias with his trainers in the past while, but I can't say exactly what. Like, anyway, I mean,
But
I don't
I
know.
think his last fight he was with his trainer. But like if you look at his last fight, he still looks the same. He just puts his hands
Yeah.
up, gets hit, and just he stopped the guy. Don't get me wrong, but he's just the same Matias is. Just I don't think coach is not gonna change you in a fight. And it's like what is that it's something is like once you get hit, you're gonna go back to your old self. Like he can get some new tricks, but once you get punched in the face, you can just all that training could just go away. And you can just go back to your old self
Look,
from
Wow.
what
I gotta
we've
say,
seen.
I gotta say, B, like, I totally agree with you about that fight being one of the better. Like, I agree. I think the potential for sparks in that fight is real, right? But it could also, it's boxing. But I see it too. I think if Matias really, it's gonna take a lot of work for Matias to win that fight. If he's gonna beat Puello, it's gonna take a lot from him. Everything. He's got to go at it thinking he needs to win every round. Because
Mhm.
if it does go to decision, he'll
Oh
need
yeah.
it. So
Mhm.
it should be a banger, that one. I'm guessing for that one to be fight of the night. I'm guessing it.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay,
Mm.
because right now that one is at 17% in our voting poll.
I think people just see Puello watching over Matias, right? I think people see it as a no, like that Matias has no path to victory, right? But
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, he might surprise us with something here. This is his big comeback now, right? This is his big shot now, right? He's got his shot. So we'll see what he does with it. Yeah. Yeah. What
No,
do you
for
guys
sure.
think though? If Matias loses, like, then what? What do you
Mm.
think? Like, he'll
That's
have to go
the.
back to the drawing board, really,
Oh
eh?
yeah,
Won't he?
back to. I was just back from the bottom. I that's what I'm thinking.
Just have to find a new path to get on, a new
Yeah.
goal. Maybe move up I don't know. I don't know what it would be for him, really.
I haven't
I don't
even
know.
thought about it.
Me
I'm
neither.
thinking that will be Sunday show. That's when we're gonna
Good
get
point.
on Sunday when we do our live and we're gonna cook and we're gonna break down the fights and talk about the performance and then what's next with some of these fighters. Like what's next for the loser of Belanga and Shiraz? What's next for the loser of Zapata and Shakur? So it's gonna be dope. Sunday show is gonna be lit, man. But we're gonna be live Saturday, man. We're gonna be live. Who we got? We got somebody in the back. AB2, man. You was cooking, bro.
So you don't bet, Johnny, at all?
I used to, man. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I used to do like the what you call that? DraftKings and what was the other one? There's another one there that I used to use.
FanDuel.
Yeah. But I'm one of those. I'm a casual. Like I was a casual bettor. But here in Florida, you can't use any of those apps. They're not allowed here in Florida. They don't give you because of your zip code. So then I stopped doing it. I'm not a big betting guy. Like I'm not gonna reach out to a bookie or anything like that. I'm more of a guy that just want to enjoy.
Oh, okay.
Not have that stress.
Sure. I like
good-
betting because that makes the fight more. That makes me more pumped. It's like when I bet.
No, that's what
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
no, that's
definitely-
cool.
It definitely adds something to it. I do like a good bet every now and again. Definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, this fight card, this fight tonight is so dope. I had to cancel my amateur fight, bro. I had to pull out. I had to make a reason up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big time. Okay. Damn.
All right.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah,
That's what's up. Big time fight fan, man. Keep fighting, bro. Though don't throw that on the back burner, bro. You gotta keep working, bro.
Oh no, trust me. Yeah, for sure. It's just like how I saw. I'm like, damn, should I do? Because it's my birthday too, Saturday. So I'm just like, hey, should I just fight?
Bro. Happy birthday, my brother.
Is it just like a club show that you canceled? Like just a club show?
Like it was just a normal amateur event.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about that too much. That happens at every event, man. Every event.
I'm just trying to stay busy, but yeah, I was just talking to my coach. I'm like, yeah, bro, I don't think we'll make it. I just told him that I didn't feel good. I couldn't tell him that I was gonna stay home and watch the fight.
Called out sick. He called out sick. He used the I'm not feeling good. Yeah, we've done that. I've done that
what is that? The doctor's excuse with no doctor's
exactly.
note,
Yeah, without a doctor's note. Yeah, we've all done that, bro. Nah, but that's what's up, man. Much respect. You we do a live fight chat. You tuning in, bro?
Oh man, you know me. I mean, I'll probably be so hype. I probably wouldn't pay attention, but I'll be on for sure.
No, y'all know the deal, bro.
Like
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, because I'm Mexican, so we have music in the bag. We have family yelling, so it's gonna be hard to.
So I'm familiar with that. I remember growing up, man. We used to do the when I lived with my mom's and my stepfather used to invite all his boys, and then they used to play the salsa music, and I'm like sitting in front of the TV, like I want to hear the fight. Commentators, but they got the music on loud, so I know I get it. Been down that road, brother. Been down that road.
No,
I mean, it's a party. It's a party. It's a full party, man.
It's a fight party. Like it's the true definition of a fight party.
Yeah. It's fun, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
I appreciate you, my brother. Yeah, tune in, man, for sure, bro.
Yeah, and hopefully, one day, when I go pro, hopefully one day I'll be on here soon. Be able to get in that interview.
that ain't even a question, because I'm gonna tell you right now, we ain't going nowhere.
Oh yeah,
we just getting bigger and better, and you gonna get bigger. So yeah, that's only a matter of time, brother. Keep working, bro, so we could go back and we could talk about that. You could be like, yo, Johnny, remember when I called
just like
you
I said, just remember me. That's what I was gonna tell you that. Just remember me. That's what I tell everybody. I tell everybody that. Just remember me.
Keep punching, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
But all right, Johnny. I'll get up. I gotta get ready for bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
All right, brother. Stay
up.
All
right. Yep. All right, man. You guys have a good night.
You too.
See you, man.
AB 2 times in the building. What's going on, Chad? We got Alberto, who wants to give us a take. Always good takes from Alberto. What's going on, my brother? You live, man?
Hey, what's up, Johnny? What's up, Chad? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, man. Sorry for the wait, bro. What's up, bro? Talk to me.
Yeah, no worries, Johnny. I was really enjoying the back and forth that you guys were having. I never really thought about that either. If Matias were to lose, I guess he was really not really he was really a one-dimensional fighter, and I guess we would just go on to that narrative that we figured him out. But no, Johnny, I wanted to talk more about the probably what direction I'm headed. I wanted to talk more about the Cepeda and the Shakur fight, man.
Let's get it.
I just what do you think, Johnny? Like, seeing did you get a chance today to see like the interviews and all that?
Yes.
The grand arrivals or whatever?
I did.
So do you? Sorry, Johnny. Do you put much stock into that? as far as like you can kind of see which guy's like super confident, and does that necessarily translate into the fight? Because I don't know. I was looking at William Cepeda's body language. I don't like it. I don't like it, Johnny. I feel like he kind of knows that he's outgunned, and so I think it's gonna be another Shakur snoozer. I'm sorry, I really do.
But
To
hey,
answer,
do you guys
go ahead,
think
Chad.
that like
'Cause I got to think
the
about this
lights
one. Go ahead.
the lights are pretty bright, right? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, could it be that for Zepeda? Like, all I'm saying is sometimes the context is important too, right? Like, these guys got cameras in their faces. There's lights everywhere. There's people at the production people. Like, I mean, sometimes I'll put stock in something, but sometimes you just don't know, you know? Like, they're coping with a lot of stuff on fight week, right?
Mhm. Right, and but the my only pushback to that, Chad, is you know, William Cepeda is no stranger to these Riyadh events, and we all know that Turkey really goes above and beyond. So I just don't see the bright lights really being a factor here. I think it's more of like William Cepeda really, you know, he talked a good game, you know, when the fight was a couple months out, but now it's like, you know, we're at an impasse. You know, Saturday we're gonna find out who's the better man. And I just don't know. I really don't like William Cepeda's chances, and I don't know. Do you guys think how much does Shakur stock raise? Does it matter if he wins like on a boring decision? Does it go up a little bit if he's able to stop Cepeda? Does that tremendously increase his stock? What do you guys think? I was curious to get your guys' opinion.
You want to go first, Chad, or you want me to go first?
Oh, you go ahead, Johnny.
So to answer your first question, how much stock do I put into these pre-fight, whatever you want to call what happened today? What was that?
Arrivals, grand arrivals,
Yeah,
I think.
grand arrivals. I don't. I don't, but I get where you're coming from, right? Because there are some people that really, really deep dive into that body language thing and all that. So I personally don't, but I can see why other people may. Now, as far as Shakur, I think that I don't know if Shakur really cares about what people think. He just cares about winning. But I do think in this particular fight, for some reason, there is a part of him that I believe that there's a part of him that wants to go out there and prove something, right? Because, you know, this guy lives on Twitter. He's a very, very prideful person. Obviously, now he's fighting with Turkey Al-Sheikh, and we all know that Turkey Al-Sheikh is one of those guys that likes to put together entertaining fights, right? We talked about the Tom and Jerry, you know, and shrinking the ring. So I think there is a sense of responsibility for Shakur to come out here and fight this guy. I do. I feel that. I really, really feel that you know, because people are telling me this, right? I've been talking to other people all over here, offline. And I again, even though I may be setting myself up for disappointment, I do believe that this is going to be a performance that we're going to say, okay, now that's what we wanted to see from this guy. Because I've always said, I believe that there needs to be somebody that brings out the best in Shakur offensively. There's no better person to do that than a guy that's going to apply pressure and he's going to throw punches in volume. If Zepeda is himself and not intimidated by Shakur's boxing ability, right? Not being embarrassed, missing. If he's himself and he comes forward and he throws volume punches and he applies pressure, then I think we could see something special from Shakur. I really do. That's just my opinion. Again, I don't know if that's going to happen, but I believe that we're going to see the best offensive version of Shakur this fight because of a couple of reasons. Number one, I think he's tired of hearing all the bullshit that he's boring. And number two, he's fighting for Turkey now. So if you want that next bag, you got to look somewhat impressive in this fight. That's just my opinion. Chad, what do you think?
No, that was great, Johnny. I mean, I really do agree with most of what you said, man. Pretty much everything what you said. Like Zepeda, we've been seeing like fights in the last few months where, you know, the opponent, it matters. You know, having that dancing partner for a lot of fighters, that's the key, especially to having excellence happen in the ring, right? So I agree with you that Shakur needs a certain type of opponent, but it's gonna. I mean, I'm hoping it's what you are saying. I want to believe that Shakur wants to shut everyone up, basically, shut up the naysayers and the critics. By going out there and doing what he knows how to do. So yeah, I agree with you. If Zepeda's coming forward like he does, applying pressure, I expect to see a good offensive version of Shakur. And I'm expecting a stoppage from just
Wow.
accumulation. Put it that way. There's no reason. I'm not like a lot of people are going to the hand thing with Shakur, and I'm not handicapped. I refuse to handicap the guy before a fight. Look, he's we have to assume he's healthy for the fight. I'm not trying to gauge his hand and how much he's going to throw based on. Like I hear a lot of people putting opinions out, and they're using that as part of their opinion. Like we just have to assume if he's healthy and agreeing to fight, that the hand isn't an issue, and he's going to punch and throw and counter and do all the great things that we know he can do. Right? I don't see why not. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Chad. My only question, or my only resistance or pushback, if you will, to that is, so you said Shakur needs the right opponent, correct? And so, okay, is there no similarities? Is there not a parallel between Zepeda and De Los Santos' style? So can we not assume that based on Shakur's previous actions, that when he's met with danger, intrinsically he's built or wired to run. He's not really gonna sit down. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, look,
I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't forgive all of the past performances that have happened. Okay. Look, I watched the Nakatia fight. He stunk that one out too in a horrible way. And that was really against the threat of a big right hand. I mean, I don't forgive all that, but I am willing to move forward too, right? Like we're here, we're now. And he hasn't had a fight in ages. No one wanted to fight him, whatever the story is. Now we finally got a ranked guy that's respected. Everyone agrees he's a good, solid fighter. So I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Let's just put it that way, Alberto. Like I want a good fight. I want Shakur to become what we know he's supposed to be, but he's going to have to do it and show us. Like I'm sick of fans trying on the like expectation of, oh, if he fought him, he would win. If he fought him, he would win. And so they're making them legends before they even get in the ring. He's gonna have to do it. He's gonna have to show us.
Alberto, you brought up a good point, bro. You cooked with that point because I've said that in the past. I remember I did a video a while ago, and I said, the problem I believe with Shakur is that boxing is about muscle memory. And, his memory is always going to fall back on the defensive side of his game because that's his strength. So I don't, you understand what I'm trying to say? Like he is a defensive fighter first. So I always feel like that's hindering him from his offense because in his mind, I believe that he doesn't want to get careless and get hit with a shot when he doesn't need to. I can just box. I can stay away. I can rely on my defense. I mean, I can make this look easy. And I think he's good with that. The problem is in this day and age, right? He's being criticized for being boring. People don't want to see him. And he wants all these big fights. So I really think that he's going to have to show us a different gear because I think he can do that. He's that special of a fighter, in my opinion. We just haven't seen it because I don't believe that we have the fighter that's pushed it out of him. This is why I've always wanted to see the Tank fight because I feel like Tank is the type of fighter that can push that out of him. But if we're not going to get the Tank fight, then let's get a guy like Zepeda who's going to bring the fight to you. Who's going to bring the fight to you, who's going to throw punches, who's going to force you to be uncomfortable enough to be like, you know what, I got to fight this guy off now. So it's going to be interesting, man. James Valdez, shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you. He said he didn't run against Valdez. He fought him perfectly and made him look average. See, I look at that fight. I look at the Jamel Herring fight. Bro, Shakur has the skills to be, I'm not going to say a knockout guy because he'll never be that, but a guy that's what's the word that I'm looking for? He can be a good offensive fighter. I thought he showed great offense against Jamel Herring. I thought he fought Oscar Valdez well, but
At
again,
30
Shakur's mindset is different.
Yeah, at 30, there was no issue, right? At 30, he was showing it to us, but it's almost like you can only rest on your laurels so long before you got to reproduce it again. Like, it's not like, well, I did that at 30. I've shown you what I can do. We all know I'm the best. Well, okay. Like, Alberto, I wanted to ask you, what do you think that his last decent offensive fight was, Shakur?
Yeah, like the gentleman in the comments said, I would have to like date back to the Oscar Valdez fight, or even the
Again,
Herring.
Nothing at 35 for you has
Uh,
done it with Shakur? Yeah, I
no,
agree.
honest, no,
I agree.
just hasn't.
Yeah,
yeah.
he hasn't really proven his dominance at 35 with actual fights, right? And fans that want to just talk about it and make it true from talking and not through fights and through the ring it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous way to be a fan, right? Like, how much do you love Shakur? Like, come on, let it go.
And Chad, really quick, not to cut you off, like you mentioned a great point earlier about, boxing fans nowadays, it's really like tribalism. We put these guys on a pedestal before they have really even done anything. And so do you guys think with Shakur, like, I know people use that phrase, never get too high on somebody until we've seen them take a good shot. We saw Mayweather, he had a great chin. Canelo had a great chin. I now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen Shakur like show that he has a good beard on him.
Like,
I don't think he's gotten hit
Conceição
plus.
was able to hit him a bit. I thought he got a bit of the glove on his face, but there was no power from Conceição, and Shakur knew it. There was no danger. Like, for someone that's actually punching like that, to touch him, yeah, who knows? I don't know. You got to hit him first, though, right? That's the problem.
You can't, Alberto. To your point, you can't hurt what you can't hit.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I love his defensive skill set is just amazing to me. I think he's if not the best, one of the best defensive fighters. The problem with Shakur is he has to become more of a guy that makes you miss but makes you pay. That to me is the biggest criticism, right? And this is the type of fight that I believe, based on, again, style, that perhaps he can make Zepeda miss, not all the time, because he's gonna get touched. And that's another thing, right? We've never seen him get touched. He may get touched in this fight. Can he make him miss and make him pay? And I think he can, because Zepeda's gonna be there in front of him. You see what I'm trying to tell you? He's gonna be there in front of him. He's
So
so that's just my opinion. But wait, hold on, Attorney Bailey. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you. He said credit to Shakur. He's trying to fight good competition, not his fault. Scorpio pulled out. No, I get it. He's trying to.
Yeah.
But he has to make his style a little bit more appealing too, as well. Because right now, I got to be honest, I think a lot of people are like, man, I ain't fighting him for what? I ain't going to be able to hit him. He going to hit me.
Like
He going to want to easy decision.
Sorry, I was trying to point down. Yeah, like what Attorney Bailey's saying is exactly how I'm feeling about it. Like, he's got a good fight. Let's assume the best. Let's give him a chance to be great. Like, let's not down him before he even gets in the ring. But you're right, Alberto. Like, the time and time again, we've seen a pattern, and it's true. But I agree, Johnny. I think that with this with Zepeda in there, hopefully we'll get a banger. We'll get a good fight. And sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Chad. I just wanted to give Johnny. I think you nailed it. You nailed it for me right now with your statement. Zepeda is gonna be there to get hit. So are we gonna see Shakur step on that next level, go to that next gear, and not play with his food? And maybe he's not gonna knock him out with one punch. We know he's not a devastating power puncher like Tank, but is he gonna have that accumulation, punches and bunches, to make the ref or the corner stop the fight? That's when I will give Shakur his props. But if Zepeda's there to get hit and the dude's just coasting, running around the ring, using that sweet science, then that's where I can't get behind Shakur. I'm sorry.
Totally
Johnny,
ahead,
but Shakur, I just want to say, like, there's going to be people that think we're just down in Shakur right now, but it's not just like Shakur's not the only fighter with this type of issue in boxing right now. There's a lot of fighters pulling back, like hesitating, staying on the defensive end of things rather than offensive. You know, like it's not just Shakur. Like it's kind of a trending across boxing, and with a lot of the younger, newer trainers, it's like something you're seeing now, right? So we can't just shit on Shakur, but at the same time, he's supposed to be at the top of the food chain. He's supposed to be the gold standard. He claims he is. His fans claim he is. So he's going to have to show it. You know, there's no excuse. Like he's going to have to produce.
I totally agree. And Attorney Bailey, shout out to you. Said the same thing I said. Shakur has great skills, great defense, creates offense. Absolutely. Look at Sweet Pea Whitaker. That's the example that I use. Make you miss and beat the crap out of you. And that's where Shakur has to get better. That's just where he needs to get better at. That to me is my biggest criticism. And Chad, yeah, I know it sounds like we kind of dogging him, but we're really not. Or at least I'm not. I like Shakur.
No.
Listen, Alberto, I'm going to tell both of y'all, Alberto and Chad, I've went on other channels for Corners, a couple of other outlets where we've had this conversation. And I've gotten cooked because I'm the guy that says, if he fights Tank, I'm taking Shakur. What?
Wow.
I do. I believe in Shakur's skill set. I really do. I think he's a special fighter. I really do. And they're like, what? No way. Blah, blah, blah. Tank is this. And, you know, and I always fall back and I say, well, you can't hurt what you can't hit. So I stick on that, but my thing is, well, he's got to make Tank miss, and then he's got to hit Tank too, right? So it can't, you know. So I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I want to see that fight so much, because I guess I've gotten cooked so much in the past for picking Shakur. So I want to see if I'm right or if I'm wrong.
I mean, Shakur entered 135 later than Tank, but I still feel like they've both been at the division long enough. It's really a shame that not only have we not had the fight, but there's like, is there even a path to it? Like, does anyone even see a path to it? You know, like it's just never going to happen. Like boxing's in a crazy place if Shakur and Tank, who stay at 35 for years, aren't going to fight. You know, it's just nuts.
That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
100%, Chad. It kind of seems like a lot of these guys have been like on a collision course, and it just hasn't happened for some reason. Maybe due to like the politics, the promotional outfits. And Johnny, I don't mean to change the topics, but if I may, I just wanted to get your opinion really quick. I know you probably have other people on. What did you think about the news of the Canelo team popping dirty again? You know, another fighter. You know, it's just kind of crazy at this point. Like, are we to believe that Canelo's non-peds if all the other fighters are popping dirty? Or I don't know. I feel like this is just crazy. It's not a good look. It's not a good look at all.
This is how I feel about it.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
I mean, there's just no way around it, bro. I mean, listen, we talked about this a little earlier when I had Kamauriay King Kam Walker and Coach Walker. Shout out to them as well. If you guys are just tuning in and you missed that interview, or more so a more open conversation, make sure you go back and hit the playback after this. The episode will be at the Hangout spot on YouTube. Make sure you check that out and subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button, man. Come on, man. We've had mad people come across. At least about 300 people come across. We only got like 67 likes. That's nasty, bro. But anyway, I've digressed. Listen, it's hard to give the Reynoso camp the benefit of the doubt. That ship sailed, in my opinion. There's just too many people already, too many fighters. And it to me, it's just more than a coincidence. Now, I used to, when Munguia popped, I was like, well, listen, man, maybe you're being a little bit too hard on him because he's just a trainer. But then I kind of thought back, like, well, he wasn't the only one. Oscar Valdez popped, yeah, Canelo popped. Who was the other guy that I'm missing that popped before that in that camp? Oh shit, there was a couple. Fuck.
There was a couple, yeah.
No, there was a couple. Then all of a sudden, now this dude pops under his watch. Listen, man, You guys know the deal. Where there's smoke, there's fire, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And if he's not conscious of what his fighters are putting in their body or what's being potentially passed along, because that's what I really think it is. I don't think that Reynoso is giving these dudes steroids.
No,
I think it's something's being passed along around that camp from people that are in that camp or around that camp that are being accessible to his fighters, and either he's turning a blind eye or he's just one of them dudes that doesn't know shit about what's going on around him. And if that's the case, then he's got to change that, because this is his gym. These are his fighters. If it were me and I had fighters in my gym and one of them popped, he's got to go, because now it falls on me. This is the percent. People are going to think that I'm supplying you with this shit or it's happening under my watch, and I can't tolerate that. The problem is, another thing too, these dudes are popping and nothing's being said. Reynoso's not coming out saying anything about it. He's not kicking people off the team. Like, yo, something's not right. I just think somebody in there is supplying these dudes with this, and he's just turning a blind eye, saying, well, I can always tell people I can't control what they put in their bodies. That's bullshit. So that's my little rant about that. What you think?
Yeah, Johnny, I see people online, people are extremists. I see some people like insinuating that Eddie Reynoso is getting the needle and, injecting these guys. I don't think it's that far. You get what I'm saying? I think it's maybe a strength and conditioning coach who they may have in-house, who's probably has all these guys on these enhancements. And it's just not a good look for Reynoso. Like you said, Johnny, after the first occurrence, he should have really tightened up ship. Be like, hey, you guys are not just playing with your own legacy, you're ruining my legacy as a trainer. I don't want to be associated as the guy who had 7 guys pop in his camp. And so the fact that it hasn't been, cleansed out of his camp, I feel like it's probably a little bit of, the guy's really rich, he's Canelo's trainer. He's probably worth more than a lot of these fighters that are fighting, these prize fighters. And so I think it's more of the maybe he just doesn't care. He's not really involved with the day-to-day activities. Like, he maybe sees these guys for like a couple of hours a week to train, but he's not really there with the diet and the strength and conditioning aspect. And so I think it's just a little bit of negligence on the guy, but it still doesn't excuse him. And I really look at the Canelo team funny.
You got to, and they earned that. Again, this isn't something, we're not picking on them. We're not singling them out. Bro, like now it's like once a month, somebody from the camp is popping, bro. Like, nah, that's not cool, man. And again, my shit is, where is Reynoso? I haven't heard one peep from him after the Munguia. I mean, maybe I missed it again because I'm not really on Twitter and all these other stuff, but I haven't heard him come out and defend the camp and say, nah, man, this shit ain't happening here. If it happens again, fighters are gonna be kicked out of this stable. Like, nothing's being said, bro. Like, no, like it is, and I believe and I agree. I don't think he's injecting these dudes, but somebody in there is doing it, and he's just turning a blind eye. It has to be. Sorry, where there's smoke, there's fire, man. He earned that, and now it's his job to convince us otherwise. It's not our job to give him the benefit of the doubt anymore. That's my take on it. It's your job now to come out and do something and convince us that, whatever it is, because the first thing that they say is it's the meat, or it's the, I don't know, all the shit that they say over there, or the shit that athletes say when they pop. I mean, I don't know what I put in my body. Bro, you're a professional athlete. And in most cases, these guys, again, the low-level fighters, yeah, they don't have the amount of resources and money to hire these nutritionists. So, they rely on people in their camp that are not experts. Let's call it what it is, bro. I know the deal. I'm backstage. I talk to managers and trainers. But these high-level guys, bro, they hire nutritionists and shit. Like, you're not asking them like what they're fucking giving you to put in your body. That's your responsibility, man. It's like if anybody gives me something and say, hey, man, you should take this. It's good for you. No, it's my responsibility to read the fucking label to see, is this good for me or is it not good for me?
Well,
I don't know.
I'll tell you this, Johnny. I'll tell you this. If if as a trainer, you know your fighter isn't the type of guy to ask those questions or be concerned, then you need to make sure you're hiring someone that's trustworthy. You don't have to be worried about, like, I feel like a lot of it does fall back to the trainer or whoever, the manager of the gym, like whoever's running the show, like in the gym, for sure. A lot of it falls back to that, man. A lot of it.
It has to. Chad, it has to. I do remember him coming out after the Oscar Valdez thing, if I'm not mistaken, saying, listen, I'm just a trainer. I'm not the nutritionist. I'm not the guy that, watches what they put in their body. I do remember him saying something like that. And I was like, okay, I get it. But bro, people, guys are popping up. That maybe you need to change your ways and you need to start like, yo, hold on. Maybe I need to start monitoring that, or maybe I need to start monitoring who's giving these guys supplements in my gym, because this is happening under your watch. This is a bad look for Reynoso, bro. And I don't know how anybody, like I said, if it happens once, I get it. If it happens twice, bro, how many fighters has it happened in his camp? He cannot be defended anymore. I'm sorry, man. And if anybody thinks he can't, call in. Let me know. Try to convince me otherwise. Link is in the chat, y'all.
It's funny how with boxing, we always complain there's not a central enough authority with boxing,
For structure.
But yet with these situations, it's like everyone's getting a script from one person, like, here's what you all need to say. I feel like the last 5 to 10 years, it's like they all have the excuses they need to, like, how would you say, like, satiate the public, the demand for like heads, like heads got to roll, and they say these quirky little things that don't admit guilt, but don't relieve them of it fully. And it just passes. The boxing media is complacent too, man. They don't push it either. That some guys, there's a few journalists that'll talk about it, but it doesn't get pushed, like, basically, listen, nobody in boxing wants to be the Dutch boy with their finger in the dam, pull the finger out. Nobody, it's like when you're playing Jenga and you take that block out and the whole thing falls. Nobody wants to go that far, because I think it shows that how prevalent it is in boxing. Like, nobody wants to, like, they want to seem like they care and discipline it, but nobody wants to really pull the rug back either, right? Because, like, we don't want to really see what's going on, because what then? What happens to the sport then?
Good point. Great point, man. Great point. Berto, I'm going to turn it over to you in a second, but let me just read this comment here so I can answer. First and foremost, shout out to Lee Haggerty, man, for the $10 cash app. Appreciate the donation, my brother. I appreciate you. Make sure you guys smash that like button, bro. We working overtime here at the Hangout spot live tonight, Wednesday night. Attorney Bailey says, think about it, Johnny. Why would you want to know? Or why would you inquire? That's a good question, Attorney. I'll tell you why. Because of what we're talking about today. Like, we live in a world of perception, bro. We're talking about it. We're not talking about any trainer. We're talking about a former, if I'm not mistaken, Alberto, correct me if I'm wrong, a former trainer of the year, right? I believe he was
100%.
trainer of the year. Yeah. We're not talking about just any Joe Schmo. We're talking about a former trainer of the year. And we're talking about people thinking that he's training fighters to cheat, or he's advocating for his fighters to cheat to get an advantage to win fights. This is why you would want to know if you were Eddie Reynoso. This falls back on him. He's the trainer. You got to remember, how many different fighters pop? Canelo, we talked about it, right? Right? We said some of the names. There's some that we didn't say. I haven't pulled up the list. In fact, I'm going to pull up the list. But I'm telling you, there's all these different fighters that pop, but there's only one common denominator. It's Eddie Reynoso, the trainer, man. So the reason, to answer your question, AB, and it's a great question, I'm not dogging the question, is I don't want people to continue to think that, I need to know, and I need to, because I don't want people to think that I'm a shady guy. I'm training people to cheat. So yeah, no, that'd be the answer to my question. Go ahead, Alberto. I didn't want to cut you off earlier.
No, you're totally good, Johnny. You're cooking. Okay, guys. So just a little clarity. Ryan Garcia popped dirty while under Derek James. So just for total transparency, he was
Right.
not with
Yeah. No, he
Reynoso.
wasn't one of those. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah.
But I
That's
know a
true.
lot
There
of
was a
people were
couple of
still
others.
gonna. Mhm.
I'm gonna look
People are
it up.
still gonna, yeah, people are still gonna attach him to Reynoso. But here's me thinking on the contrarian side. How do we know this isn't a smear campaign against Reynoso just because he is associated with the cash cow, the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez? How do we know that maybe he's being singled out with these VADA testings? Because a lot of people have speculated. A lot of these guys are on the juice. A lot of these guys are on PEDs. So I'm really hard pressed to believe that it's just his guys that are on the juice or on the stuff, and maybe it's just he's getting the most flack for it as some sort of a smear campaign. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, man. Why would he be the guy that gets singled out? Because you're talking about Canelo having boxing's biggest cash cow. Is that what you're kind of alluding to?
Yeah, in a way, it's sort of meant to be detrimental to Canelo. Like they can't beat Canelo in the ring per se, so the only way they can diminish him or smear him is by, that's his right hand man. That's who he attributes all of his success to.
It's a different way of looking at it, but I don't buy that. I don't buy that one bit. That's just me, man. Look, it was Canelo, and the crazy part about it is they all pop for different shit. Canelo, Oscar, Julio
Yeah.
Cesar Martinez. That's right.
Yeah.
That's the guy. Well, actually, he popped for same thing that Canelo popped for. So maybe they ate the same meat, and they both said it was
Like
contaminated meat. 2 different
it's like,
years.
but
Luis
Valdez,
Neri. Go ahead,
sorry,
Chad. I'm
Valdez
sorry.
was T, right? Valdez was T, wasn't it? Some kind of
Valdez
like
was
some kind of T, I
phentermine.
thought.
Phentermine.
Yeah.
Phentermine. Phentermine.
Yeah. And let's not forget the Valdez, if I recall this correctly, Valdez popped ahead of the fight that he was scheduled to have. So they ended up moving the fight to a commission that would basically just look the other way. So they ended up going to some weird like state like Wyoming or something like that, to some like on a
Tucson, Arizona.
reservation. Yeah, yeah, there it
Yeah.
is. And I think it was on a reservation even, like in order to get around that, in order to work around
Hmm.
the rules for him popping, they were still able to have that fight. So think about that. Think about that. Like that's how far. Like so,
Mhm.
I would say to you that no, I don't see it as any smear. If anything, they've helped Reynoso, in spite of the problems he's had, because that Valdez thing seemed crazy to me at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, an unlikely candidate or whatever. Like there are certain people, sorry, let's just call it what it is, that will pop. And a lot of us will be like, damn, I'm not surprised. Let's call it what it is. There's some fighters out there that I wouldn't be surprised. Then there are some fighters that I'm like, damn, that's weird. I would have never thought that guy would have popped. Now, looking at this thing, and it may be me overthinking it, but if I'm looking at it right, you got all these fighters that pop for different PEDs. That just tells me that there's a guy that's supplying PEDs, but since that one got caught, let me try another one. Let me try another one. That's just me, man. So I think it's somebody in the camp that is just expert at trying to provide fighters in that stable with an unfair advantage through PEDs. And if we get popped with one, we'll try another one. If we get popped with that one, we'll try another one, because it's not the same shit. Again, it could be me overthinking shit, but that's me. I overanalyze shit. So
Hey, Johnny, like it also depends on what program you're doing, like
mhm.
as far as like when they'll come, like the randomness of it, so I'm not really an expert in that uh, area, but it does matter. There's different programs. Some are more aggressive than others, some like more random, basically is what it is.
You know what's
Whereas
crazy?
the other ones where they'll set times where they'll come to meet for the blood or whatever, urine, whatever they're taking, right? So those ones would be easier to trick, right? Let's be honest. I'm sure that
Mhm.
those are the ones that are getting fooled. I'm sure those programs, right?
Yeah. Yeah. James Valdez asked, was Munguia with Reynoso when he popped? Yup, and he never popped before that. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that one was.
You know, that one was shocking to me. See, that was one of those that I was like, oh wow, I didn't expect that. You see,
I was never. I was never a big fan of Munguia, but I always respected him, and so yeah, it was disappointing. It was disappointing.
That one was shocking. The Valdez one was shocking to me, and maybe because I was an Oscar Valdez guy, I don't know. It was just shocking, man. But let me tell you something. Now that we're talking about this, every single trainer that I bring here to the Hangout spot to interview and talk to. In fact, we had Hector Bermudez here for hours yesterday, and I didn't bring this up. But was this announced yesterday or was it announced today?
This morning, Johnny.
This morning, right? Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yep, I saw it this morning. We need to get Coach back on it because I need to ask those questions. Like, yo, dude, as a coach, do you feel morally responsible for what these guys put in their body? What's your expectation for the fighters when it comes to nutrition and supplement? Every single trainer we bring on here, we will ask that question. And if I forget, guys, remind me in the chat.
Johnny, sorry, Chad, not to cut you off. Johnny, now that you mention that, I have seen like interviews on like Fight Hub where they interview like various trainers like Brett Van Edwards, et cetera, et cetera. And now that you mentioned that point of like maybe you want to personally ask, when trainers come onto the show, it's kind of like the trainers will like tap dance around the question. They'll just say, man, I don't know. It's more on like the fighters, the fighters know what goes into their body. It's not like they don't necessarily go flat out. Yeah, it's the trainer's fault. He needs to be exiled. He needs to be, punished for the crime. So is it kind of a thing where they're all trainers at that major world-class level? They kind of know what's going on. So they're not really going to crucify a guy because they never know when they could be next if they're one of their guys gets caught. Or what do you think, Johnny?
Good question, man. I don't know. I just shot Coach Hector a DM though. If he wants to jump on for a bit, I'd love to get his take. Because you know why? Hector keeps it real. Coach Bermudez keeps it a buck. I mean, he raw. I loved it. Did you guys get a chance to see some of that our time yesterday?
Yeah, Johnny, you guys, I think I put it in the chat. You did like a graveyard shift. I was like, man, like, bro, you guys were cooking though.
I was tired. Chad, you weren't on last night. We went till 2:30 in the morning.
I know. I didn't listen today either because I'm on holiday, so I'm sort of like,
oh yeah.
My routine's sort of all over, but I will listen. Yeah, like listening to you guys talking about it earlier, I realized like I missed a good night. But yeah, I'll catch up with it at some point.
It was long though. I was tired. That was the longest show. Usually we do about 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. That's what I'm usually accustomed to. We start at 9, we finish close to 1 or 1. This one went till 2:30, and it was like I could have probably went longer.
Yeah, like when stuff's flowing, man. When stuff is flowing, it just goes. The time just goes.
Yeah. No, it was good, man. Shout out to all of y'all that rocked out with us late, man, because we had even Rachel was in the chat. Rachel Donaire was in the chat, but she came on late. She probably came on around 2:00 in the morning.
Nice.
Wow. She popped up in the chat. I was like, Rachel, I saw her in the chat. I was like, Rachel, you pop up now? Like, you need to pop up a couple hours ago, man. I'm about to cut it short. Because if you would have popped up early, I would have put her on the panel with Coach.
They must be Pacific time, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it had to be. Yeah, they probably out in Vegas or something like that. I mean, Alberta was good. Because what time was it in your, what 11:30 at night?
11:30, right? Yep, exactly.
Yeah, you good, man. Me, I was beat, man.
Yeah, man.
I had to get up in the morning for work. I had to get up in the morning for work, and I got up in the morning for work, bro. I did. I sure did, but this is how we do.
Johnny,
what's up?
You couldn't tell that you were tired on stream. I know it probably felt, just anything you do for like that amount of hours, even like sitting down, you're gonna want to get up and stretch, here and there. But right. You couldn't tell. You were holding it down.
I was holding it down, but yeah, no, I was, man. Maybe I'm just you could see it in my. I think there was one time. There was one point towards the ending that Coach was like, "Yo, man, look at your eyes, bro. They look like they're Chinese." I was like, "Yeah, I'm getting there." I was like, "Coach, I had enough, man. I'm good. I am good." But listen, this is what we're trying to build here, man. We're trying to build a late night spot here at the Hangout spot, bro. Where the late nighters, I'm a late person by nature, you know, so I have no problem doing it. The problem is I just got to get up in the morning. But this is what we're building, bro. We're building something special here. All of us together, not just me. We are building something special here at the Hangout spot. So make sure you smash that like button. Subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Continue to keep the chat cooking. My man Wax with the $2. He said late night hangout spot with the 3 fire emojis. Yep. We ain't afraid to put the work in, bro. That's for sure, man.
Wax is a great name, man. It's fun to say. I like it.
Wax is a big boxing fan. He lives out here in Florida. I see Wax all the time when I work the fight cards in Caribbean, Orlando. He's always coming through. In fact, I think that he may be there next Friday. We will be boots to ground. The hangout spot will be boots to ground at the Box Lab Promotions card in Caribbean Royal. I believe that it is going to be streaming on the Zone at about 8-9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. A lot of great young fighters. Make sure you check it out. I will be there boots to ground getting that content for you guys. So shout out to you. And I'm sure I'll see Wax there. I'm sure I'll see
Johnny.
Wax there. Appreciate you.
Hey, Johnny. Our Stokes thought you were a Mexican Berlanga fan.
So our Stokes, what's going on, my brother? Let's go, champ. That's when I found out you were Puerto Rican, Johnny. I thought you were Mexican. So he's talking about. So Coach, when I had Coach on yesterday, and I was interviewing, he asked me, you know, what nationality I was, and I said, I'm Puerto Rican. I said I was born in New York. My parents are from Puerto Rico, so you could consider me a New Yorican. He was like, damn, I thought you were Mexican. And of course, I did the record scratch because I'm like, it's not a bad thing. I get that all the time. I'm like, damn, Coach, really?
Of course not.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad. Actually, I get that a lot. I do. I get that. But just to fuck around with Coach, I was like, really, Coach? Damn, but nah, it was good. It was all good, bro. It was good. I get that a lot, actually. I get that.
I love the idea of a passionate Mexican Berlanga fan. That just makes me laugh.
I love my Mexican people and my Mexican fighters. Like I love Mexican fighters, man.
I'm sure there's enough of them that love Berlanga too, man.
Well, I mean, hey, but he's gotta let his hands go because you know Mexican fighters come to fight. You know, so he's gotta let his hands go. You know, this weekend, man. Might be a might be that mid to late night channel. Yeah, Attorney Bailey, that's what we're trying to do, man. I've gotten a lot of good feedback from people that either work late or are up late or whatever. Like I should keep this late night spot because they like it.
Yeah, you can get people from like Australia, places like that that are in a totally different, you know, like 16 hours ahead, wherever that puts them. It's probably like the afternoon for them, you know. You'd be amazed, who you can pick up through the night for sure.
Yeah, well, listen, I can't. Obviously, Ness owns the morning hours. So, you know, nobody's messing with Ness. But if I could get the late night hours, that would be dope for the channel.
I'm with it.
Sorry, not to cut you guys off. Johnny, I was just going to say, it is kind of hard with like the scheduling, right? I imagine it must be really difficult, like trying to navigate all that just because, you know, a lot of like the channels we discovered through like the collaborative side. And so like, I know like at the beginning of the stream, I think TBV was still on. And then I think Marco was on right now. I think he's still on right now. And then I think it's kind of like a juxtaposition for fans. It's kind of like, you know, trying to support and watch everybody, but it's like, you know, we only have X amount of hours in the day. So maybe that late night spot, it could be like really beneficial.
Yeah, no, great point. Great point, Alberto. AB 2 times said facts. He do have Mexican vibes. Okay. I don't know what that means though. Tell me, be specific. What does that mean? Like, let me know. But
you could pass off as a Mexican Theo, I think.
Okay. All right. That's what's up. But to your point, Alberto, yeah. So me and Chad talked about this one time on DM. And of course, when you do this, you kind of want to figure out what is the best time for me where I'm trying to get my own time slot. But realistically, there really isn't. Because like you said, right, there's, you know, somebody's going live here, he's going live here, he's going live here, he's going live here. So if I think about that, I'll never find the time and I'll never do it. What I got to think about is, you know what, just keep doing it. and just build your own fan base. You know, if you build it and they like it, they'll come. You know, I can't be concerned about who's doing what, so I could strategically put myself there. Like the night spot is good, but there may be another person that we don't know that comes along that's just as good as me. Does that mean like, damn, or not just as good as me? I don't mean that, but it's really, really good that people want to gravitate to. So does that mean I change my spot? No. You just keep working, you know, and don't worry about the competition. You know, there's gonna be competition regardless. Just keep doing what you're doing and build your own fan base. And, you know, eventually you're gonna get more people that prefer you over other people. And I mean, that's just my mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're spot on, Johnny, because I started following you from Marco's channel, but before I was really on Marco's channel, I remember I would follow Two Tone like on social media, like on Twitter, and he was like always having those like funny skits, like those 1 to 2 minute like breaking news recap videos,
Of course.
and so I
He's
was like
different.
early. Mhm. And I
Yeah.
was early, yeah, I was early onto like Two Tone's like YouTube journey, I would say. Like I remember going in there when like there was maybe like 20 to 40 of us on any given live.
Exactly.
And then it's just kind of like mind blowing now. Like every time I go on Two Tone stream now, you see he's doing like, you know, hundreds of people, you know. So it's just like you said, you can't tailor your career or your trajectory
Nope.
on, okay, I don't want to step on this guy's toes. I don't want to go live at this time because that's his time. It's kind of like you said, you just have to build that brand reputation, and eventually you'll have that customer loyalty or viewer loyalty, if you will.
Control what you can control. Right now, I control what I do, the content that I put out, the effort. And I'm trying to put out the best content because I'm trying to get people, again, like you just said, right? 20 people, 10 people, 30 people, whatever. And then again, with time, but you also got to understand, you know, this YouTube shit takes time. There's millions upon millions of people out there that like to watch different stuff. Like there's a different audience for everybody. The thing about all of us too is we're different, right? Two Tone is more of a, you know, troller comedy. You know, so it fits that type of viewer. I'm not a Two Tone, I'm more of a boxing thing, but I could, you know, I'm not, you know, totally a stiff. You know, I like to joke around, you know, I like to keep it real. I'm more family atmosphere, you know, let's talk it up. We family, we could debate, we could do this. I'm not really controversial. The boxing voice is very controversial, cursing, screaming, debate. So we're all different. So it kind of depends on what you like, what people are gonna like. So I stick to who I am. I can't be anybody I'm not. So I'm not gonna be controversial because I'm not really that guy. I'm not gonna be the comedian like that with cursing because I'm not really that guy. I'm gonna be me. And if people like my vibe, they'll come to me. But with anything else, Alberto, when I first started doing lives, I had 5 people, 6 people. Now, you know, I have 30, 40. On a good night on Sundays, I hit the 100. In another year, I'll be where Two Tone is at, I believe, you know, when you keep putting in that work. So, you know, it takes time. You know, it takes time, but I love this journey. That's the thing that I love about this is the journey. It's just it's fun to me, spending time with everybody, the chat, the interview. I love the interviews. That's another thing, right? Besides Ness, who's really doing those type of caliber interviews? And when I say caliber, like I really take pride in my interviews. Like I watch other people interview and I'm like, damn, bro, those questions are not good. Or the flow is not good. Or they don't let the person talk. I'm the type of person where they don't want to hear me. They want to hear the person I'm interviewing. So I'm going to let them talk. I'm going to try to ask good questions that the people want to hear about their lives. Like you understand, fighters and all that, they get asked all these controversial questions. Or pick this fighter. Nah, I want to hear what makes you tick. Tell me a little bit about yourself. And they like that because not a lot of people rock with them like that. So I provide something different. And you know, like anything else, man, like my first interview, especially boots to ground, I was scared, I was whack, I wasn't prepared, but I prepared, I got more confidence, and I feel like it's more of a conversation. And that's what I want to continue to build. Because if you look at other channels, like, yeah, Ness does interviews and I do, but Two Tone's not an interviewer. Marco doesn't do interviews, you know. So I want to kind of be an interviewer, but a podcaster, but You could call in, you could come on the panel, we could talk boxing. So I want to be a little bit of everything, but I don't want to do it in a controversial way either. Cursing, screaming, that's just not my style. So people will come. It just takes time, bro. But I appreciate y'all for rocking out. Damn, I was long-winded. My bad.
No, it's
Your
all
show.
good, Johnny.
That was very long-winded. But man, when I'm talking about this shit, I get passionate, man. Because I love this shit, man. I love it. And I love that y'all rock out with me, man. Walk said,
I was
keep
gonna
doing
say
your thing,
it's your
Johnny.
show, Johnny.
What was that?
It's your show, man. You can rock out anytime
Nah,
you
but
want,
you know,
man.
I got people
Drop a
on the panel.
monologue, whatever you want to do.
I got people on the panel though. I'm not self-centered like that. I want to let y'all cook too. Serious talk with excellent interviews. Yeah, man, that's what I want. I want to be respected as that guy, not a clown. You also got to understand too, another thing I take into consideration is I want to build this the right way because, you know, my goal is to get sponsorships, you know, more sponsorships, right? So people want to buy into my brand. You know, they want me to be able to talk about their brand. I want to get credentials to fights. A lot of these guys get denied credentials because of their clown shit, because they're haters, they're this. And these people see that stuff, and that's what they're not understanding. Like people see their shit.
Johnny, I can say for sure, I know a couple guys with podcast type of shows doing it what you're doing. They've got it basically based on YouTube, you know, putting it out for streaming platforms to listen to. And they have maybe like yourself, like not a lot of subs. Like they might have 3,000 to 5,000 subs, and they're getting all the credentials they want in their region. Anything that comes in their region, they can attend. So you're right. It's not about being super huge. It's about dedication to the craft. And if they take you serious, they see that you're serious about it, they'll take you serious, you know? So I think with credentials, man, you should be able to start rocking credentials. I wouldn't see why. You have to reach out. You have to establish a network with people. But yeah, man, I think you should be going to everything.
Yeah, no, I tried. Like everything in Florida now, you know, I usually get approved for. And again, shout out to Ness. He's helping with that as well. You know, he's helped me open up a couple of doors. And like I've always told Ness, who I consider a mentor, bro, just get me to the door and knock on it for me. I'll kick it in and I'll go from there. That's just my mentality because once I get in there now, I'm meeting people. Hey, listen, how you doing? I got my own channel. So I've been working, but it's still a work in progress. Again, the thing that I'm most proud of, I guess, is like people like Ness and some of these other big podcasters that say, how long you been doing this? And I'm like, boxing content since March of last year. And they're like, wow, damn. I mean, you know, for the context that you had, the interviews, your style, your flow, it seems like you've been doing this for years. And I'm like, well, I appreciate that. I feel like I'm going to get better and better. I'm nowhere near a finished product, but I study. Like my interviews, I study the person. I try to get good I prepare. Like I don't half-ass it because I want you guys to get great content. I want, if a sponsor or somebody's looking for, damn, I want to fuck with this channel, you know, because he's real in his interview. That's just me, man. You know, so you build it, they will come, bro, brick by brick, man. Like Brian Norman Sr. and Brian Norman Jr. told me that time. And shout out to the WBO champ. That's why I rock with him. He's like, bro, I love what you're doing. Just make sure you stay focused and be patient, brick by brick. It takes time. And I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. Only bigger and better from here.
Johnny, I'm convinced that the biggest ingredient for success is drive. And that's the difference, that a lot of people don't have the drive needed to take something to the finish line, you know? I feel like you do. You seem really driven. So
I'm motivated.
You'll get there.
Motivated to win.
Yeah.
Like, you know, my thing is I'm very competitive, but I want to beat people the right way. I'm not trying to cut anybody's throat. I'm not taking steroids or PEDs. You know, let me say something. There's
Scandal.
Steroids and PEDs and this shit, bro. Dwayne Styles, buenas noches, my brother, always rocking out with us, but I know you got to go to bed early. So good night to you, my brother. Appreciate you rocking out at the Hangout spot. But nah, we gonna do it. Like my motivation is I want people one day to talk about me like they talk about Ness in the boxing voice, like they talk about Coach Malachi. Like I'm gonna be up there with those dudes. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. My mentality is it's not if, it's going to happen. We will make that happen. That's not even a doubt. My biggest thing is the patience. because I know that's going to take time. I can't do that shit overnight, but love the journey. You just got to embrace the journey. And that's what I'm doing, bro. But I appreciate y'all, especially you, Alberto. You always rocking out with me, brother. What we got in the chat? Alberto, you still there? Or you fell asleep on me because I was talking too much? My bad.
No, I'm still here, Johnny.
James Valdez said, I'm going to go back and check out some of your other shows and I'll smash that like button here. I dig your style. I appreciate that, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like everybody, people are going to appreciate other people's styles, and like I said, we're kind of all different. Tone is comedy. I love Tone because he's like, and I told my wife this the other day, he's like Kevin Hart to me. And I love it. He's funny. I love his content, his sound bites. He's just entertaining, man. If you want controversy and drama, go to the Boxing Voice. Like it's a little bit of something for everybody. Marco is more the one that reads off the chats. That works for him. So, it's what it's everybody's interest, bro.
Yeah, Johnny.
There's an audience for everybody. There's an audience for everybody.
100%. And
That's
sorry,
the
not to cut
mentality,
you
bro.
off, Chatter, Johnny, but I was just gonna mention, Johnny, with like the YouTube, like there's not necessarily a barrier to entry, so you do see like maybe a lot of people think that they can do this, but you have to have like a certain level of charisma and charm to you, and I think you have it, Johnny. Like I really gravitate towards your channel, and I think your niche maybe is just maybe not necessarily too much into the clowning, like you said, because you want to keep it corporate friendly. You know what I'm saying? Get those sponsorships, and so I think just stick the course, Johnny. I really like this setup because it is more of a, you can say, structured and corporate friendly kind of show, but I think it still does a good job of comedy and entertainment at the same time.
I don't want to be a
balance.
square. I definitely don't want to be a square because that's not who I am. Like if you ever hung out with me, Chad, Alberto, y'all in the chat, y'all gonna see this is the way I am. My wife will tell you, shout out to Mrs. Hangout Spot who supports the grind. She's my biggest fan. She's the one that pushed me to do this. So shout out to you, baby, if you're watching. She watches some of these shows, but sometimes the shit is too long for her. So she's like, nah, I logged off after the first hour. Y'all were gone. I saw the final win. But she dope. But she'll tell you, like, he crazy. He like to have a good time. I like to be, when I go out, I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, I'm very, my wife is different. She's very, she's kind of shy. She doesn't really talk to a lot of people unless she gets to know you. You could sit next to me and I start talking to you. She's like, damn, who's that guy? Like, you talking to him like you know him for 20 minutes. I'm just friendly like that. I don't know. He started talking to me. I'm friendly. So this is what you get. And this is what I wanted to bring to my show. Me. I'm not phony. I'm not fake. This is what you get. If you hang out with me, you'll see. Wax will tell you, he's seen me at fights plenty of times. This is me. So I don't want to be I'm not a square, so I'm not going to be a square here. But I'm not overly out there either, like cursing like these guys and talking about the N-word. That I don't do either. So I like to keep it, I like to keep it raw, like real. Like we're going to have a good time, but we're going to talk boxing. You could voice your opinion here. You don't have to worry about getting cursed at. We could agree to disagree. Yeah, man, I love the interviews. That's my bread and butter. Again, I like to get into the mind of people. That's just the way I think. Like, what makes you tick? So the interviews is second nature to me. I love that. I will never give up that, especially boots to ground, because that's where I felt like I struggled in the beginning, and that's what I feel like I'm better at, because those are like on the fly. You see somebody got, oh shit, my camera. Yo, can we get a quick one? Boom. I'm more structured, to Alberto's point. Like I want everything structured. Sometimes you can't be structured, but you can't be structured in that. So with my show too, I want to be structured where everybody knows where to find me. Two-tone is all over in the morning, in the night. I want to be in the evening. You know where to find them, because people like structure. So we're building, man. Just brick by brick, man.
I think guys like Alberto and myself, like, because we're not, you're trying to build something here. You're trying to, you have angles to what you're doing. But for guys like Alberto and I, we just want a place you can go where you can just get it off your chest. Like whether you're annoyed about something about boxing, because honestly, most of us in your personal life, like in your own home, there's a good chance you're the only boxing fan. You know, like some of your buddies maybe not
That's a
into boxing.
fact.
Yeah.
Fact.
So
Major fact.
yeah. Like I need a place, like I'll literally have it on me, man. Like I'll carry it like a burden, and I need something like TBV or this. And there's been other shows I've over the years gone on just to get it out. So Johnny, you've provided that here, man, already. You know, it's like a place people can come, and like you said, without getting any kickback about it. You know, like you don't have to agree, but I mean, yelling and carrying on and people getting so angry about it is crazy to me. That's the part I don't like. Guys, sorry, just give me a second, okay? I'm gonna cut out for a sec.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, I'm not like that. Like, I'm not trying to scream and yell at somebody. Like, nah, bro, you ain't yelling at me over no boxing debate. Like, get out of here with that. Like, but you know what it is? People like that. And there's an audience for that. People like the drama. So, do I need to get a little bit more controversial? I've gotten that feedback. Maybe we'll get a little bit more, but we got to stick to who we are too. Like, we can't just be somebody we're not just because we want clicks. Like I said, my thing is doing it and building it the way I want to build it. If it gets there, great. If it doesn't, we ain't gonna stop trying to get there. You know, that's the thing. You know, so we're fine. Like I said, we're moving in the right direction. We're good. It just takes time. And this is why I appreciate all of y'all rocking out, because I don't even care if I got 20 people, I got 50 people, I got 10 people. Those 10, 20, whatever it is, y'all hanging with me when y'all could be somewhere else. So that means a lot to me, you know. So shout out to all of y'all. Smash that like button, man. We continue to grow. We just made earlier today before the show started, we just hit our last goal of 2,200 subscribers. We've done that in just 15 and a half months. So shout out to y'all. Our next goal is 2,300, then 2,500, then 3,000. We're trying to get to 3,000 by the end of the year, then hopefully 4,000 or 5,000 after that. You know, it's a grind, bro. It's not easy, bro. It really isn't easy, but I'm here and I'm ready to work, man. Marco Boxrec, I've been looking for you. I know where that came from. I know exactly where that came from. That burner came from Marco Boxrec, because early on in Two Tone Show, they were talking about hairlines. And you know how everybody gives me shit about my hairline. And Alberto knows. And I don't know if you probably heard here and there, Chad, but I have, because of that, I say, you know what? Y'all hating because I got the best boxing podcast hairline out there. Number top 3 pound for pound. So they were talking about, they mentioned Marco, and I said Marco's hairline didn't even make Boxrec or something like that, because there was a joke about him. So that
was last night, right? That was last night, right?
That was that was the day on Two Tone Show.
Because I peeked in on the shows, and I arrived just as you were talking. Like, I got the pound for pound hairline. Yeah, I caught that, but the whole Marco thing's hilarious. Yo, that's funny.
Yo, that bar none, pound for pound, like Attorney Bailey just said. Who else had Jim Lampley on? I'll tell you where he was on, right, Chad? He was just on Joe Rogan. So I could proudly say that I had Jim Lampley, the legend, on in the same month as the great Joe Rogan. How many people can say that?
Man.
We working, bro.
You got your finger on the pulse, Johnny. That's all it says. You got your finger on the pulse. Yeah.
And that's all you can ask for. Just keep working, man. Let's get my man Fight Sport Talk up in here. What's up, my brother? Fight. Oop, his device disconnected. Hold on. Let me see. Fight Sport Talk. Can you hear me, bro? He's having a little bit of an issue connecting. Yeah, it's coming off as the device is not connected, then it is connected. So you may need to jump off and jump back on. Again, we are going overtime tonight at the Hangout spot live. Yesterday we did 5.5 hours. I'm not trying to do 5.5 hours tonight, but if it happens, it happens, baby. If it happens, it happens, man. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Help me with the visibility of the show. And who else we got up in here? Hold on. We got somebody else up in here.
Yeah, I would love to hear a call, Johnny.
Oh, if you want to hear a call, then we got a call for you, bro. Probably one of our best debaters is in the building. H-Town, what up?
What up, Johnny? The hangout spot, baby. Hey,
My
Johnny.
brother. What up?
You know me. You know we Team Norman. You know me and you are Team Norman. We down since day one.
Let's go.
You know, got bad news about those negative Norman people. I'm talking about that boy stock chasers.
Oh, what happened now, bro? Didn't he get booted from here?
Bro. Hey, Johnny. Look,
what
man.
happened? Talk to me. What did I miss? What did I miss?
This is the first time he committed this crime, but I'm committing the crime of chat jumping right now.
You chat jump? Oh, so where you came from? TBV? TBV still on?
Yeah, I was just at TBV. I paid a little $2. Asked Nancy a question.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Ask stock chasers who wins, Devin or Polanco."
Okay, hold on before you even go any further, H-Town. That's very interesting, and I can't wait to hear the answer because stock chasers actually jumped on yesterday when I had Coach Hector Bermudez on, who coaches Rohan Polanco, and he was like glazing Polanco. So what did he say? Go ahead.
My man, stock chasers is not valid anymore. That's
what?
Hey, he said, "I would like Polanco to win, but Devin got too many skills." Devin.
He picked Yo, hold on a second.
He abandoned Polanco?
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on.
Nasty.
He picked Devin to beat Polanco.
Bruh, the very next day, my man lost his this man is situational fan.
That's not what he said yesterday. That's not what he said yesterday. I remember clearly. I'm sorry, I cut you off, chat. I remember clearly that I said, Coach, this dude is like a big Devin Haney guy. Like, and then when he said whatever, he said, nah, Polanco is my guy. And I said, wow. I said, okay. I said, I didn't see that coming. I thought you were gonna pick Haney over Polanco. He picked Polanco here last night. You could look that up.
Man, all I know is que esa carta dominicana, you gotta talk to the Dominican.
Yeah, like stock chasers is wilding, man. He's wilding.
Yo, he flip-flopping, he IHOP?
Flip-flopping. He's on his two-tone pancake shit, man. My man, the stock chasers is a stack of pancakes.
Wow.
A stock of pancakes.
That's very, very shocking. Fight Sport Talk. Don't worry about it. Just jump on later on, brother. Don't later on or tomorrow. So he said this when on TBV a little while ago?
Man, he didn't say it. He texted in the chat because he didn't hop on to answer. But he was glazing Haney when I asked, but I guess Ness didn't see the super chat in time.
Mm-hmm.
So his call ended, but he asked it and then he answered it in the chat.
Wow.
Hey H-Town. It's just he took Polanco by the hand and led him to the slaughter. Like took him all the way to the top, to the final boss, and then just left him there to die against Haney. I can't believe it. I can't believe he deserted Polanco like that.
And hey Johnny, and I don't know if you've been listening to TV lately at work.
Which one? What, TBV today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to most of it, not all of it today. Not all of it.
The last couple of weeks, man, my boy Stock's been getting free time. You know what I mean?
Hey, are you surprised?
But now I know my boy is playing the game to get his free time at TBV.
Shout out to you, brother. He said, I am weak. He said, H-Town diabolical. Yo, we just putting out agendas, bro. Bro, this dude, I brought him on the panel yesterday when Coach Hector Bermudez was here. because I know he's a Rohan guy. So I was like, yo, coach, I just want you to know this dude is like vice president of the Devin Haney fan club. You know how I go in. And he was like, nah, yeah, I rock with Devin, but Polanco's my dude. And I'm like, whoa. So I was like, you picked Polanco over Devin? Because I'm thinking you picked Devin over Polanco. Nah, always been rocking with Polanco first. So I'm like, oh shit. Okay. All right. So he just played the role because coach was on the panel.
Hey, it should be.
Okay.
Hey,
Damn.
Johnny, his name should be Situational Chaser.
I like that. I like that. Yo, I like that situational shit. Yo, Malcolm, you just heard
What's
this
going on,
shit?
man? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of chat jumped too myself. I had got a call over there. I'm gonna keep it a
Damn,
bean.
yo,
You know what I'm saying?
TVB, yo, that's me to go to sleep,
Nah.
bro, and let us get the night slot, bro.
Yeah, I seen y'all
Yes,
was
go
both
to sleep,
on.
bro.
I'm
You
like,
gonna do 6 hours in the morning, and you want to do another? Yo, go to sleep, bro. Go, I don't know, go spend
Hey,
time
man,
with
send him
life,
that text message, Johnny. Let me eat. Send him that text.
Damn,
Let me
bro.
eat, man.
can a brother eat?
But
yeah,
listen,
bro.
I applaud his work ethic, bro. But you know what? We working though. We gonna continue to work though.
But hey, I gotta, I'm glad Chad's on. Shout outs to you, Chad. I got a bone to pick with you, bro. Goliath 5,
Oh,
man. We back. They had to cheat us out, man. They had to cheat us out.
That was so disappointing, that news. Like, not just, I mean, it's just disappointing for boxing fans, but there was that extra added knife in the back to the ones who wanted to see Yafai put down, like, so now what? Like, what do you think, Malcolm? Like, I didn't even really give it a lot of thought as to like, what's next now? Like, because the winner of that fight was supposed to fight. There's another fight where that winner is supposed to meet another winner. I forget the other fight now, but I saw it written. But
the winner of the Kenshiro fight, because I know the WBC Kenshiro has it, and it was they got the interim. So
I think that's it. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they should go on. My bad.
No. It's this. It's sometimes talking through this way is it's hard to signal when you should start or when you should stop. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know most people don't care about this. Sorry, guys, but I would like the rematch. Straight up, I think we should just get the rematch if it's a PD use. Just because I'm gonna be real, even though I'm a Gala fan, I'm not gonna be able to unsee him just getting beat like that. So I would like the rematch and just to see how different it'll go. But I think it'll still be a tough fight anyway because of his style. He's a tough guy, in terms of Rodriguez.
Okay, but so what do you think then? Like a year suspension and a fine for Rodriguez? Is that how you see it going? And then they could rematch?
That's
probably right.
Him,
probably.
Man.
That's it.
Yeah, because I can see a year or 6 months, but that's if they suspend him. Because you see the whole thing that happened with Munguia. Is there any talks about a suspension yet?
We were talking about that with Johnny last week. I don't know if it's come up in the show since, but I was wondering the same thing. Like, what's even going on with Munguia? And this is what we were saying before you jumped on, Malcolm. We were talking about this topic and how the boxing media, it's discussed a little bit, but it's not really, an ongoing update with Munguia would be good right now. But I haven't seen anything. I don't know.
Hey, one thing I got to say about the subject, we need to stop talking about Eddie Reynoso, man. Eddie Reynoso is a trainer, not a nutritionist. There's a problem with whatever nutritionist that they may be having. I don't know if it's a nutritionist in the camp or just the nutritionist in Mexico. Because if you know anything about the pharmaceutical world in Mexico, it's free game over there. You could go and get anything and give it to somebody. Basically, I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, people from America go over to go buy antibiotics, from a corner store that you'd get from a licensed doctor here in America. So, I mean, I'm not making an excuse for the guy because it's still your responsibility to know what you're taking and putting in your body. But I mean, to blame the trainer, I mean, yeah, it's in his camp, but
that whole conversation we had, Chad. We just had a big conversation about that.
I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah.
We just had a big conversation. Yo, hold on. AB 2 times said Devin Haney is gonna be the new co-host in TBV in 2026 once Brian Norman Jr. sparks him out, bro. Can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
He gonna be on the panel, bro. He kicking somebody off the panel over there. Once Brian Norman Jr. Sparks him out. One more. Hold on. I was asking like where's stock chasers. They said he drunk. He spent like $50 on counter punches tonight. So he calling in over there left and right. I thought you say he was getting free calls, bro.
Nah, he gets both. His counter punches are 10 minutes long, not 3 minutes.
Oh. Well, I told you, man. He's vice. Ness is the president of the Devin Haney fan club. That nobody's taking that title from him, and Stock is the vice president.
My man said he saw Devin Haney, looked at him in his eye, and Devin told him easy work.
Oh yeah, no,
said that.
In his dream? In a dream?
I'm not gonna lie. He sent me a picture. He took a picture with Devin Haney. It was a week ago. I think I said it on the show here. And he was like, "Yo, Johnny, check this out," and send me the picture. And the funny thing is, he had because he when he first started listening to, I did a raffle for a Hangout Spot T-shirt, and he won. So I sent it to him. He had that shirt on when he took the picture with Devin Haney. So I said, "Oh shit, bro, you had the shirt." He said, "Yeah, man. I told him about your channel. I told him to tune in." I was like, "You told him to tune in, or you said that we the Norman spot and we hate on him? Which one was it?" But he didn't respond. So whatever. I was like, "Okay, cool." I was like, thanks for whatever. But then he comes on here yesterday, Malcolm, when I had Coach Hector Bermudez on, who obviously trains Rohan Polanco. You know he's a big Rohan Polanco guy. I don't know if you had Yeah. And he was like, I said, "Coach, this dude is a big Devin Haney guy, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, so he said, "So who's your favorite? Who do you like?" And he was like, "Nah, but Rohan Polanco is my guy, bro." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Damn, that's shocking the way you." I was like, "I thought you were gonna take Devin Haney," but I'm like, whatever. Now all of a sudden, I hear he's on the Boxing Voice talking about he would pick Haney over Polanco.
He definitely
worked.
He chatted it. I seen it. He definitely did. Everything A-Town's saying isn't cap, man. He telling the truth.
Bro, I gotta
straight
find that
flip-flop,
soundbite yesterday. Then I have to clip that piece because I'm sure I remember I was shocked. I was like, "Man, I thought definitely you would pick Devin Haney," but I was like, "All right, whatever." So he was just glazing because Coach Bermudez was on.
Yeah. It's because Coach pressed him. He got pressed.
Coach did press him. Coach was like, "Yo, who you root for? Like, which one?" And he was like, "Nah, I've been rocking with Polanco for the way before. Like, I went on. I think he even said, 'Yo, I went on Broadway Joel shit.'" And wow.
Coach had his Dominican card in his hand. He like, "You gonna want it or not?"
Hey guys, I just want to say, like, Stock Chasers is a YouTube boxing boss. Only he can get away with this stuff. I just want to add that.
He ain't getting away with that shit here, Chad, because he pulled the IHOP over here, bro.
Now we bringing him to court when he gets back over here. Hey,
he gotta face the judge and the fucking jury here. No offense.
Yeah, he's coming to court, Johnny.
My bad, Wax. Wax was in the back room trying to get in. My bags. Wax, give me a few minutes. Yeah, he gotta face the judge and the jury. And on top of that, I'm gonna get him here when I get Coach back, because Coach is coming back here.
Oh man, get Coach back. I want to be on, man, Johnny. Hopefully I ain't busy or nothing. I want to be on.
He told me earlier he would jump on tonight. Bro, I was on with Coach till 2:30 in the morning Eastern last night, bro.
Damn, boy.
He was.
Like,
I got up at 3:30 to go to work.
Huh?
I got up at 3:30 to go to work yesterday, man.
Yeah, but you in California? Where you at?
Houston.
You in Houston.
Yeah.
What's the time difference? What time is it over there?
I think you were probably still on when I woke up. So I think like an hour difference, something.
Bro,
no,
2 hours behind. Eastern.
Yeah, 2 hours behind. 2 hours behind.
Shit was brutal, bro. That shit was brutal. Well, but I love it, bro, because we growing. We the night spot. Everybody's like, "Yo, you need to continue this night spot. The hangout spot needs to be late night, third shift." I was just like, damn, I was tired. I wasn't prepared for going that long. Coach was like, "Nah, man, you got to go longer, bro. We need more super." Yo, he got me mad super chats though. I ain't gonna front.
Yo, Johnny.
Coach is the man.
Nah,
My fault.
the
Could
man. What's up,
I
Malcolm? What's up,
could I
Malcolm?
get these breakdowns in real quick? Because then I'm gonna end up hopping off, so you can just let somebody else in.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Nah, you
Wax,
good,
hold on,
man.
Wax. I got you up next. Malcolm, go ahead. Cook, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, man. First fight, it's obviously it's gonna be this record shit. I feel like I've just been repeating everything because I've been kind of talking about this for the past few weeks. I have Shakur masterclass performance. Cepeda, he's just gonna come forward. He's gonna throw all those punches. I like it. It's exciting, but it's a style that's tailor made for Shakur. Shakur's kryptonite's really gonna be a power puncher. Kind of like how we were saying, like a De Los Santos or maybe even a Lucas Body, those kind of guys, because they got more of that one punch power. The Swarmer is gonna just leave so much opportunity to get hit. Cepeda's he's not gonna fight off the back foot. He's gonna come forward, and Shakur's is gonna be like pinging him up. I'm only worried about the hand. That's all I'm really worried about. And it was like I said before, Cepeda, the issue with him, one of the big red flags, the man throws 0 feints. When you're that kind of fighter and you're fighting a twitchy guy that's defensive, you need to throw feints. You need to see what kind of looks he's going to give you. He's not doing that. He's always going to punch and go for gusto. I got Shakur. If he get the stoppage, that's good. But I just didn't bet on a stoppage, so that'll piss me off. Now,
Malcolm,
what's up?
Malcolm, before you go to your next one, like with Shakur, so what are you like putting an asterisk next to the fight already for the hand? Like, are you handicapping him for the hand?
Nah,
somehow?
I'm just because I think if he butchers his hand, it's gonna be a tougher night. I think he still wins. I'm gonna give him credit. No matter how the fight goes, whoever wins, I'll give them credit. But I feel like the hand messing up will completely change the performance. If your hand is that messed up and you can only throw one, you're gonna have to move more and throw less punches. So, it just might not look as pretty as if he just had healthy hands. And he already hurt his hand in his last performance. So that's why I'm like, really, I don't know what he's done with it. I don't know if he's put any shots in his hand, any surgery. No, he definitely did surgery. So we just got to see how that's going to hold up. That's why I brought that up.
No, all good. I just wanted the detail, And then also I'm wondering, like, you think he's going to be it'll be an offensive type of night for Shakur. Like when you say he's going to masterclass, like you see a lot of countering and piecing up Cepeda.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Because Cepeda's going to throw his combinations. Yeah. And Shakur's is going to pot shot. He's going to pot shot. He's going to work the body. He's going to wear him down at a certain point. I can see the first 3 rounds being Cepeda's best rounds. And after that, Shakur picking it up. But he's going to let his hands go ultimately, because I don't think Cepeda really has power to worry about. It's just accumulation. But if I'm hitting you in between your shots, I'm not going to have to worry about you throwing so many punches. And you think Shakur is there. That's the amazing part about it. Like you think Shakur's there, and you know how he probes with that left hand to like really measure you? He's going to do that. You're going to think you'll be able to hit him, swing, miss, right hand over the top, or left hand, straight left hand, because he's a southpaw. So, yeah, he's going to be able to tee off.
Yeah,
Malcolm.
Honestly. Oh,
I'm sorry, Chad. I just wanted to ask Malcolm. Wax, stand by, Wax. We got you. Do you think that Shakur can stop him?
To the body, it's possible. It's very possible. I don't want to say he can't, because anybody could be stopped with body work. I don't think he's going to stop him with headshots, though. I'm not too hung up on him getting dropped by Farmer, because it was a good shot. And Farmer's actually noticeably hit better or harder at 135 than he was when he was in the lower weights. I don't think that's something that most people talked about. But the stoppage is possible. Again, it'll have to be with a lot of body work in the later rounds. Like, it's going to have to be a late round stoppage. But I'm banking more on decision. And again, the whole hand thing will play a placement. Now, I'm not thinking stoppage.
You know what, Johnny? I got him stopping him, man. I think it's gonna be Cepeda coming forward a lot. Shakur using his movement, working a jab, punishing with counters, and by round 9 through 12, he's gonna be so tired of throwing punches and getting hit. The fatigue is he's gonna drop him probably multiple times, and either stop him or, man, I really think if he really puts it on him, because people are acting like Shakur doesn't engage. He engages. The Los Santos thing was different. That's a devastating puncher. He knew there was real danger there. There's not the same punching danger with Cepeda. He's not that puncher. So he's gonna be in there to exchange and punish, you know. And I think he's gonna be beat up so bad, man, that his corner might just throw in the goddamn towel. Because I don't see Cepeda even on the same level as Shakur. I know if he beats Shakur, I'm gonna be surprised, and man, like I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked, dude. It'll be the biggest upset to me this year. Like
It would shake things up in a great way, really, if that did happen, but not likely. Yeah.
No doubt.
As a Shakur fan, I approve of that message.
But okay.
Yeah, what was the last thing I was gonna say? I don't really feel like talking about Boyo Matias, man. I've been talking about that all week. Hey, Morellin Katiev, that's how you say his name?
Katayev, yeah, one of those two. Katayev,
yeah, that's
Katiev, yeah, one of those two.
Very hard to gauge, man. I've watched a few of Katiev's fights, man. His last fight, against the Argentinian dude, it was just a pretty decent performance, but he gave him a hard time. But these Argentinian guys, I don't care if you're a journeyman or a gatekeeper, man. They got power, man, and they bring that pressure, bro. Like all of them are, tough. So, he couldn't get the knockout in that fight. He has good body work.
Malcolm,
what's up?
Like, what kind of fighter is he? Like, what kind of style can you describe that? I've not seen him fight either. I don't know anything about him, so anything you can tell would be great. Like, what kind of fighter is he?
You talking about what's his name?
Katiev, right?
Yeah, Katiev.
Is that who you were talking about? That's who you were talking about, right?
He got this Australian thing going on. Like, it's very hard to explain. You know how they got their own little style? It's very hard, but he's punching.
I guess so.
Yeah, he's punching, though, because he's putting everybody out. But he works the body. He's kind of one of those, I don't want to say like Cambosis, but because I wish Vega was here. He could describe it a little better. But, I want to say that record scratch was crazy. But he definitely works the body, but he's punching. It's kind of hard to explain his style because I've only watched like 2 fights. I haven't watched too much of them. That's why I can't really call the fight as much as I want to.
But even just like a puncher is enough info. I get it. He's gonna go in there and do some work with Morel. That might be a banger too. Like, see, that's the one fight I don't really know him well enough to. I can't even predict that one really.
Yeah, it's hard, bro, because Morel got power, and I'm betting on Morel. And if Morel's able to back him up, Katiev, because Katiev doesn't fight off the back foot. That's another thing. He just needs to move forward. If you have him backing up, he can't fight. So that's what I'm banking on. If Morel's able to just hurt him. And Morel, we haven't really seen him use his feet to the extent where he has to just move around and punch at the same time. But I feel like he can pull it off. He does have fast feet. I've seen his footwork when he trains. It seems good. So it's kind of a wild card. I'm gonna just throw that in there and give him the benefit of the doubt. But that's the hardest one. I didn't bet on that fight at all. It's hard for me to touch up, but that might still fight of the night. Because obviously you got it's possible because you got that, and I think Boyo Matias. Because Boyo Matias is just, as much as I didn't want to talk about it, it's just there's so much that can go wrong and so much that can go right. Boyo, safe boxer. Nice jab, defensively sound. I like everything about his style. He's not boring. There's certain guys that when they box, they're boring and they have boring nights. I'm not going to mention names. Everybody has an all performance, but he has that entertaining, slick style. I like to watch him slip punches. And Matias is going to come forward. He's going to try to engage. My problem with him, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm half Puerto Rican. I love him because of that, but I hate seeing slow feet and slow hands, and I hate seeing people off balance all the time. It's kind of a problem that I have with Benavidez at points in terms of balance. It's the same thing, but I hate seeing guys square up. That's just me, but Matias does it well. And I think all he really has is punching power over Gary Antoine Russell, because Gary Antoine Russell pretty much does everything else better, and both of those guys don't even adjust in the later rounds. If I'm right, Gary was ahead in their fight and when he was beating Boyo, and then Boyo always picks it up later. So I'm thinking the same thing is going to happen with Matias. There's already a blueprint to beating him. You just gotta make him reset. Sometimes you gotta clinch or push off of him or even do these turns. And Matias is just forced to start over. He's never in position all the time, and I said before, he's offense and defense. You know, if anybody doesn't really know what that means, obviously you got your punching and you got your defending. Counter punching is in the middle. That's offense and defense. He never counter punches. Never. Sometimes he'll do it, but you need a counter punch. So if I'm hitting you, I could just move, and then you got to turn, reset. You're not throwing anything back. I'm just chilling, you know. So he's always on the same gear all the time. So I'm gonna edge Puello, but you know the Puerto Rican in me wants Matias to win. And Berlanga Shiraz, I'm just edging for Berlanga, man. I hope Berlanga win, man. We need to get Shiraz out of here, man. I don't want that Shiraz Canelo fight.
If Berlanga, if Berlanga works the body, he could stop him.
Word.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
He has to get he has to get inside, bro. You know,
hopefully they've been working on it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm not gonna say a word.
Yeah, you know too much information, Johnny. You need to shut that down after the fight.
I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm gonna stay quiet. You know, it'll be interesting.
Mark about to text you. He about to text you, Johnny. You said too much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna stay quiet. Let's let
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry, Johnny.
Let's let Wax cook, man. Real quick, because I'm trying to get Coach on too.
It's all good. I'm gonna get off anyway. I was gonna get off.
All right. No doubt, bro. Appreciate you, my brother.
Shout out to all of y'all, man. And H-Time, you could just say whatever you were gonna ask, and I'll respond in the chat. I got you, bro. Shout outs to the whole panel.
Keep watching, my brother, because it looks like we're going overtime tonight, bro. We going overtime tonight, bro. Wax, go ahead, bro. Cook, what you got, bro?
All I was gonna say was I think this is probably the funniest Hangout show I've listened in on.
When? Yesterday or today?
I think tonight's one.
Oh, when H-Town came and he put stock cases on blast. We got Coach Bermuda's coming in a few minutes, bro. He's
no
coming
problem.
in.
I don't even have much to say. I just wanted to say, like the show was like had me dying and all that. And then I was just gonna give like quick predictions from some big fights. I was just gonna say I think
do it,
and not just because I bet some quid on him. I'm gonna say Berlanga stops Shiraz. I'm gonna go. And this one's a bit more. I'm gonna go Serrano like round 10 TKO.
Oh, you think Serrano stops it this time?
Wow. Hey, I'm with you. That's exactly what I think. We're gonna get Manny versus Marquez this one.
Yeah, because it's like third time's the charm, right? And she's been talking about how she doesn't want to leave it to the judges because last fight she landed like 100 more punches than Katie, and you lost plus the point deduction. I'll be like mad too. So I think there'll be a little more like pop in her punch, and I'm thinking round 10.
Hey, Donnie, have you seen Amanda?
I have.
She's shredded, bro. She's shredded.
And I know one of her assistant trainers, who actually also is an assistant trainer for my guy Chop Chaparro, Alexis Chaparro, said that she's been working a lot on her power because she really, really feels like she needs to stop her. This is why I'm really, really curious in this fight.
She had her hurt multiple times.
Both fights. He had her hurt both fights. In the middle of the second fight, I believe, I forget what round, might have been 7, if I'm not mistaken. And she had her hurt in the first round of the second one, bro. To me, bro, if these rounds would have been 3-minute rounds, I think she probably stops at the second fight. Maybe not the first one, but the second fight. That's just my opinion.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll see, man. It's gonna be
extra minute.
Damn, that's what's up. You got her stopping her. Let's see. We'll see Friday.
And I put a cheeky bet on Zepeda too, so I hope Zepeda does what he needs to do.
You got Zepeda?
Only because I bet some money on him.
That's a tall task.
That's what's up.
Hey, I was gonna say Malcolm brought up Benavidez, man. People are forgetting that Morrell actually hurt David. Yeah, that's his first time up at 75, so his first time cutting the weight, first time working in nutrition and basically figuring out how much muscle and fat he could keep on and off. I mean, second time making the weight. I mean, usually you're always better. So Morrell might get on this fight and just shine and stop the guy. His power is there, man. You know, David's got a pretty good chin, man. He hurt David, man. If I think if Morrell would have been more acclimated to the weight, he stops David. If they fight again, man, I got Morrell.
Yeah, I agree. H-Town, like the Vosdick fight, for example, even with a guy as big and strong as Vosdick, they just didn't have the menace behind the shots like Morrell was throwing them, right? I think with the bigger size and guys coming for the crown, so to speak, yeah, man, David's got his hands full.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying, man, like everybody's praising David like he's some kind of like puncher, you know, but I mean he's a cumulative puncher. Now he's in a bigger division with all these guys that got heavy hands, man. They're sleeping on Yard. Yard might drop him.
Yeah.
Yard might drop him. We don't know how he takes that 75 punch yet. You know?
It's funny, bro. It's funny. Malcolm was just on the panel. I was on a panel with Malcolm recently, and Malcolm was saying the same thing. I think a lot of people see that the same way, H-Town. So that really makes, in my mind, the Yard fight a good fight as far as for the fans, you know, as far as fights for David goes, because, you know, Bivens not going to be dropping David. I don't think anyone sees that. So turns out I think Yard and David might be a classic, man. It might be a bloodbath, you know?
Yeah, and I feel that Yard needs to go all out the first 5-6 rounds. You know, just throw caution to the wind. If you can't get him out there, go ahead and take your loss. Because you know if he can't get him out in 1 through 6, David's gonna put that accumulation punches on him, and he's gonna wear him down. You know, he's gonna put that volume on him.
Yeah, like that was one thing. So I think fans agree that David versus Vosdick, David, I guess, had an injury, or the reason that he was fighting so different was that, and that he'll come out in more of the classic style we've seen him in against Yard. But you're right. I feel like if he drops those heavy shots he was dropping on Vosdick on Yard all night, Yard won't survive that. I agree with you, man. It could be a TKO if nothing else.
Yeah, no doubt.
But back to Brian Norman Jr. and Devin, man. Like I told you, man.
We can't. Hold on. Wax. So you let Wax finish up. Are you done, bro?
Oh man, sorry, Johnny. Shit.
No, mine was just pretty. No, honestly, the vibe in here has been great. So I've just been chilling. But if I was gonna give a couple more predictions, I'll go. I'll just say maybe Chantel Cameron, unanimous decision. Let's Shadeja Green, split decision. I'll leave it on that note because I know people are iffy about that one.
Okay, that's what's up.
I mean, what do you guys have any opinion about Shadeja Green fight? I don't know the opponent too well, or the
So Savannah Marshall is like a power puncher, and she can also outbox her opponents. And my concern with Shadeja is that her output the last 3 fights, it's been low. Like it cost her against Fran Sean Cruz Dezern. I was live for that one. In the title eliminator, she just did enough to get a unanimous decision. And then I feel like even in where she won her title, she did. It's like because she's also a power puncher. We see her record. It's like 14 wins, 11 KOs. If I'm not mistaken, something like that.
Yeah.
So I think she's been trying to go for the killer punch rather than output recently. So I think that's why I say that I think since she has the belt, maybe she'll make a little bit improvements, and you'll see a good fight, split decision for Shadeja Green.
I mean, I've heard fans who think that maybe the lights got too bright for Shadeja because, you know, the fights where she's seemed the least active or least output have been bigger fights, right? I'm not enough of a fan to know or be able to say, but I thought Green was moving a certain way and was looking like she was going to be a terror for all opponents, and then it kind of dipped a bit her progression, you know.
I want Green to win, but Marshall's dangerous, man.
Exactly. That's why I said
I don't
again.
I don't know what to say about that fight because I can see Marshall stopping her because she hasn't looked great the last couple fights. Shadeja.
I'm just saying if it was if it was bright lights, maybe Shadeja will come around, back to more of the form we saw her in when we first met her. It's hard to say.
No, I agree with what Mark said though. It's about the output, bro. It's all about the output.
100%.
Yeah. No, that's a great assessment, Wax.
Yeah. Guys, I'm saying with the judges, like if you fights go into decision, like you got to throw volume just so that you can make sure all the judges are seeing your shots land. Like a judge isn't supposed to count a shot if he doesn't see it connect. So these guys that go out there, throw barely 20 shots around, they make it hard on the judges, man. Like people always crap on the judges, and sure, like some nights we're scratching our heads with the judging, okay? But there are some fights where it's hard for a judge to make a decision if all the shots being thrown or landed are happening out of your view. And it happens like that. You'd be amazed.
For sure. No,
Yeah,
for sure.
that's what my problem was with the Serrano Katie fight too, man. It's like the judges ignored all the headbutts. I'm like, are you not seeing this? Like, she's stopping the progression of Serrano with a headbutt. She's messing up her rhythm with a headbutt. And like nobody's called that. That was wild to me.
But H-Town, to answer your question is no, they probably aren't seeing it. Like a headbutt can be really hard to see as a judge, okay? Like depending on how it happens, usually they're fighting close, one guy pops up too quick. Like it can be hard to see for the judges, let alone landing clean shots and stuff. Like I'm not trying to defend the poor judging here, but I am saying that I think fans don't take into account sometimes the judge's point of view is all, but like headbutt that's there to be seen for sure. Some judge is going to see it. And also like, when someone's throwing lots of shots through the night and landing good, the judges should be seeing that. Like there's definitely nights where it's like, who knows what's behind it really.
I mean, Holyfield was a master at it,
Oh, yeah.
Wax, let me get Coach up in here, Wax.
No, you're good.
Yeah. Let me get Coach up in here. We got Coach Bermudez is up in the building. What's going on, Coach?
What's going on with everybody?
What's up, Coach?
What's good? Why we don't see you, H-Town? What you got to hide, man?
Nah, nothing.
You tell me, Coach. This is the problem, bro. These dudes, like, I don't know, bro.
Okay, what is it, Papa?
You can call me Chad, Coach. You can call me Chad.
This is
Chad. I won't make you call me Papa Chubby.
Yeah, this is Chad from Canada. This is H-Town from H-Town.
Yeah, you from Canada, Chad?
Yeah, Toronto, Canada. You know that area?
No, but they say that's more like New York than it is the Quebec side, right?
I in some ways, yeah, in some ways, no. Montreal actually looks to New York City. Both the cities look to each other more than Toronto does. If anything, Toronto looks to Buffalo more. And I would say as far as Toronto as a city, calling it anything to do with New York is like, nah, New York is New York, man. But yeah, probably something closer to that, I guess.
Yeah, and I hear that, Toronto's a lot different from Quebec, right? Montreal area. Well, first of all, I speak English. I don't speak French, right?
Yeah. Like Montreal, though, will have the most English-speaking people as far as Quebec goes, and people that are happy to speak English. When you start to go out into the province more, less and less. But yeah, and for boxing, I would say Montreal is the Canadian stronghold for professional boxing. I would also say that.
Is that where that Volney guy's from?
Oh, Patrice Volney?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's based out of Quebec. I think I don't know if he's in Montreal right now, but yeah, he's a French fighter, yes. And like Eye of the Tiger, they would be the biggest thing out of Montreal right now. So all the guys in Eye of the Tiger. So we were talking about Morel. He's one.
2 weeks ago,
guys like that.
I was there 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
Who is this the dude you talking about that fought against Ammo Williams?
Patrice Volney? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was there for that. I was there
I
for that.
had a guy, a friend of mine that asked me to do him a favor, and I brought he needed me to bring his fighter up to. It wasn't Montreal, wasn't Toronto. It was way up.
Not Quebec City?
No, Nova Scotia, is it?
Oh, wow. So the East Coast. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
That's a totally different province now. Yeah.
yeah. So we went up there. It was
Cool.
pretty nice. And we fought on the main event. We fought Patrice Varney. The kid name was Ward, something like that. And I was just doing my friend a favor. I just went up there. Actually, the guy from Toledo Trice would have known him.
Trees.
So,
yeah.
Trees. So I went up there, and in the very last round, Varney knocked the kid out.
Oh,
it was a really good fight, and that's the second time in my life that I worked a corner all by myself. Because
you didn't?
No, I didn't have no one.
No
with
second?
Me. I put the stool in. I put the bucket in. Everybody was screaming against. I was like, man, the promoter ain't gonna give me a guy to help me out or nothing.
That's janky for sure.
So yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun because the guy put up a good fight. The guy was more on the opponent's side, but he put up a good fight, but he got clipped at the end. So it was kind of like, the hometown kid went through some trials and tribulations and then came out on top as a hero. So it was like really good for the crowd. And then there was a snowstorm, and I was stuck for 6 days. No airplane, no buses, no nothing could move out of there for 6 days.
Now that's what makes it a Canadian story right there, though, right? Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I want to go back? Hell no.
Not that time of year. Summertime, probably lovely.
Actually, they were saying that. They were saying Nova Scotia like a real nice time.
Yeah.
In the summer.
Hey, Coach.
We can't see H-Town, though. What H-Town got?
Oh, he's chilling. H-Town's chilling.
We need to see
bro.
Here, man. I had to,
he's always incognito, Coach. Like he's in disguise, Like we know what he sounds like. We don't know what he looks like.
There you go.
There he is. Check him out. What?
Yo, we made it happen. Ghost made it happen on the Hangout spot.
Screenshot. Oh, I missed it. I missed the screenshot. Damn it.
You're gonna have to go back on the playback. He only gave you like 4 seconds, bro.
Oh, we'll get it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
I used to have my picture on the little thing, but I don't know what happened, man. I'm an old man. I don't know.
Dude,
I'm not very technology friendly.
I wasn't expecting the big machete mustache. You got a machete mustache, man. You look like Machete.
I had to shave my beard off for work. I'm in a refinery right now that I got to be clean shaven.
Nacho Libre.
Yeah.
Man.
Yo,
that's a real Mexican. Azteca, sangre Azteca, Mexicano.
Yo, look at Mo Brain saying H-Town cammed up for free. Oh shit!
No one had to pay $50,
bro.
Nah, back in the day in the back call, I'll get on the cam, man. But
that's what's
up.
That's what's up. That was dope, Coach. You did it, bro. Coach, wait, hold on, H-Town before you go anywhere else, Coach. Hector Bermudez is in the building. We love you, Coach. I gotta ask you a question. Remember yesterday when Stock Chasers was on?
That's the Dominican brother, right, from New York.
Right. Remember the dude? The dude that said,
that was my guy.
Okay, right. What did he? Do you remember what he said about? Remember when I said, "Yo, he's a Devin Haney guy," but he's also a Polanco guy. What did he say, Coach?
He's a Rohan Polanco, and I don't know if I asked him who would win or who would he root for if they was to fight, but he definitely said Polanco.
Wow. Are you guys hearing this shit in the chat? H-Town, you hearing this shit?
Man, I'm telling you, man. Situational chasers, bro.
Coach, he done flip-flop, bro. He went on the Boxing Voice earlier, called in, talking about he got Haney over Polanco, and I was like, yo.
I don't believe that, man. Who seen that?
H-Town's reporting the news. I wasn't there. I was doing it live.
Malcolm seconded, so I said I threw my super chat up because he was on his call. I said, Nez, ask him Polanco versus Devin, who wins? But Ness didn't ask him, but he got off his call. Then he answered in the chat. He said, I would like for Polanco to win, but Devin's too skilled. Devin got it.
Coach,
I was like,
did
you
you
done
think that he would
switched
make
up?
that prediction? After what he said yesterday while you were on the panel, would you have predicted that he would have said that?
Man, I feel like John Gotti when John Gotti got on the stand and see his man told on him.
Coach, remember I said though, I was like, yo, wow, I'm shocked. I thought you would pick Haney. Nah, I'm a Polanco guy.
Yeah, wait, somebody on the chat gotta have his Instagram or something.
Bro, we need answers, bro.
He need to face the court, Coach. He need to be facing the court,
He was
Coach.
blazing because Coach was here. Two-Toners in the building. What's up, Two-Tone? Where is Stock Chasers? He flip-flopped, bro. He
I don't believe.
flip-flopped,
I
bro.
still don't believe. I gotta see paperwork, man.
I don't know, bro. It's been confirmed by a couple of people that were on TBV. I was doing my live. I don't know. I'm only listen. I'm listening to what they're saying, bro. But there's credibility here, Coach.
I don't know. My man H-Town is he stayed with the debates. I think he wanted to stick it to
Nah, Coach. I may be a lot of things, but I ain't no liar.
I gotta believe you then, man. Where my man Stock Chaser at, man?
I don't know. Somebody need to put out an APB, bro.
Man, I think he just said Polanco because you strong on him, Coach. I think he felt pressure.
He in Washington Heights. Nah, we gonna get somebody to get at him, man.
He blazing, bro. He was blazing, bro.
You might want to
Coach on the panel, bro.
Hey, esa carta dominicana, you might want to collect it.
But guys, I think it's fair to email or fax Coach a picture with Stock Chaser's name on it to put up at the gym for Rohan to see, right? So he knows what kind of guys to not allow in his green room, like what kind of fans he doesn't want coming around him, the fake fans, right?
Well, he said what did he say exactly? Because he's entitled to his opinion.
So he's not what he said. He came on here last night and he was saying that Rohan's his guy. And yeah, he's a big Devin Haney guy, but he been rocking with Rohan before that. He said Rohan's. I think we said, yo, if they fight, who would you pick? And I believe he said Rohan. If I'm not mistaken, we gotta check the playback though. Coach, you don't remember that?
Well, I mean, if he's saying he's rooting for Rohan, but if he had to put his like for me personally,
you giving him outs. You giving him outs, Coach.
No, don't bail him out because I even said, damn, that's shocking. I thought you might pick Dev, if I'm not mistaken. Damn, I gotta find that shit. I gotta play it.
There's some real potential here. Real potential.
Listening because he was glazing, bro.
But that's
glazing, bro. I gotta find that shit. I'm gonna find it. Don't worry, I'm gonna find that shit. We're gonna play that.
He came on, right? He came on live, right? Wasn't on the.
Yeah, I brought him on the panel because I know he's a Rohan guy. I know, but I'm like, yo, he can't be a bigger Rohan guy because man, I don't know if I've ever seen a big other than Ness. I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger Devin Haney guy. I mean, this guy argues with people, right? Yeah, am I capping y'all?
All day.
Bro, it's almost like, yo, are you on the payroll? Like, are you the vice president of the fan club? So when he said, yo, Polanco's my guy, I was like, oh shit, okay, wow, I didn't know that. I thought it was gonna be Devin Haney. Then all of a sudden I hear the flip-flop. Nasty work.
It's like all these new Bud fans, Coach. You got all these new Bud fans that I remember when I was rooting for Bud, they used to call Bud top ranked Toby. He ain't had no fans. People used to tell me I was crazy. How is he gonna beat Earl? He's too big. Earl's gonna knock him out. And I'll tell him, hey, Earl can't fight going backwards. Once he puts that pressure on him, he's gonna stop Earl. Not only that, Earl's been in the division too damn long. Once you get in your 30s, cutting that weight ain't that easy, especially when you're a big guy like Earl. But hey, these situational fans, Coach. Situational fans. I rock with my people, Coach. Hey, I like Ryan.
Who's your fighter, H-Town?
Man, I got multiple fighters, man. Inoue, I like Bud, I like Canelo. You know, I like Little Bam.
Ah, damn, it's a monster. Yeah.
You know,
who you got? Who you got? The Canelo. If you got both, you like both of them. Who you got? Who you got winning?
see, this is why people think that I don't like Bud, because people are saying that he's gonna press Canelo. He's gonna counterpunch with Canelo. That's the biggest mistake he could make. He's gonna get knocked out if he plays that game with Canelo. Everybody showed you that once you start punching with Canelo, that's when you're gonna get knocked out. He's got to work his bike, work his jab, box, use the whole damn ring, and cruise to a boring, while people are booing, win.
So
You know,
you think he got those the legs that he used with what was the tall Ukrainian guy he fought?
was it Mean Machine?
No.
No,
The taller guy.
Postal.
Yeah.
You think Crawford got postal legs? You think he still
I
can run
don't
around like that?
I don't think so, man. I don't see him doing that. That's why I can't see him winning. Not only that, Bud is a victim of who he is. Bud don't like to get hit. When he gets hit, he wants it back. The first time that Canelo catches him and he feels that his manhood's been tested, that machismo that Bud's got is gonna get the best of him. He's gonna decide to trade and say, fuck it. You know, we're gonna see who's gonna win right now. I don't see Bud running, man. He's too much of a dog. And the only way he could win in my eyes if he boxes and basically runs, be elusive. You know, he don't want to hear them boos. And then y'all got to remember, man, he told Turkey he's retiring after this fight. So maybe he's willing to get knocked out and try to press Canelo. But is he going to want to win undefeated in a boring fight? I mean, there's a lot of things people don't look at. And Bud's always been Bud, man. Bud's never changed up. He's always been the same guy.
So
know what I mean?
You got him going southpaw?
Yeah, I mean, you know, people are always saying Canelo's got a problem with southpaws. But I mean, Canelo's seen every style, man. The guy's he's seen it all. Unless he instantly gets old in the ring, I mean, damn. I just don't see it, Coach. I don't see it,
There's been
Coach.
southpaws through that gym, through that Reynoso gym. There's been southpaws. Like, even though Canelo's not maybe fought as many, I believe he would be getting some experience, you know, sparring, whatever. I doubt they've left it entirely, but yeah, it would seem like if Bud could use that to help confuse him more during the fight, it would be a huge advantage, right? I just think that running, like movement, like Bud could stick and move and still keep it an exciting fight. Every time he goes in to try and exchange, we're all going to be on the edge of our seat, like, you know, waiting for Canelo to counter. What's going to happen? The tension would be great if he can do that for 12 rounds. But can he? I mean, I agree with Coach. Like, does he still have the legs to do that? Because Bud's got to win every round. He has to win. He has to go in every round. Like, every fighter wants to win every round, but like Bud really has to win every round. So he's going to have to fight to reflect that. He can't have just a round where he's just moving around, doing whatever. He can't afford one round like that. If he really wants to win this fight, you know, if he's going out there to really represent, and I think he will. I think Bud has integrity, you know, as a fighter.
And Coach, you know, you got all these people making this huge thing about the Skull fight, about the cut in the ring. People forget Skull is a naturally bigger man and he's athletic. When a smaller guy tries to cut off the ring on a bigger guy that's athletic, it's going to be twice as hard because he's got to cover twice the area because the little guy don't got the leg span that the taller guy got. So it's not the same thing. People are always just looking at wingspan, but when you got a mover, the leg span counts too. That means this guy could step back and you got to take 2 steps to catch him, not 1. You know, Bud is not 6'1". Bud's 5'8". Canelo's 5'7". They're basically the same size. He's not going to have that luxury of having that long legs to get out the way. You know, I don't know, man. It's a very hard fight for Bud, and people are making it seem like he's just walking in there and walk him down and kill him.
Do you think that? My man, you want to play this or you want to?
Hold on. Hold that hold that thought, coach. I found it, y'all. H-Town, what did Stock Chaser say again?
Oh, he said, man, I mean, I would like for Polanco to win, but Devin's too skilled, too talented. Devin got it.
All right, stand by. Yeah, so let's get Stock Chasers up in here. He got a question for you, Coach.
Oh, that's how you look? God.
That's how Stock Chasers look. What's up, my brother?
What's poppin', Johnny? What's good, Coach? What's going on?
Hey, man. Hey, what's your nationality, man?
Oh, I'm Dominican.
Oh, okay, good. So you look Dominican. My man here is Boricua. He looks Mexican.
You see, Stock Chasers. You see what I got to deal with, Coach? You see what I got to deal with? I still love him, but I see what I got to deal with.
Hey, I appreciate
that's great.
your face, man, because I see you everywhere, and I never put a face to the name.
Yeah, man. Yo, listen, man. I know the question was asked. Who I got, Haney or Polanco? Bro, I got Polanco in that fight. It's gonna be a hard night, but I got Polanco in that fight. Don't do that, Johnny.
What?
Nasty work.
What do you mean? What? Now that he said he's Dominican.
Coach, I
don't do that, Johnny. That's nasty work.
I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead, Coach. I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead.
So this one
easy because he's just saying he's Dominican. How you gonna go against the grain?
You obviously haven't been hearing the shows when he goes in.
So let me explain, bro. So look,
one more question. Are you from New York?
Yeah, I'm in the city right now.
Man, you crazy.
I'm in the city right now.
You ain't going against
Nah, so look what happened, right? So look what happened.
That's it. That's all y'all need to hear. That's all y'all need to hear. That's all y'all need to hear.
He knew when you caught him, though, right? He's like, Johnny.
I said, what? I said, all the shit you told me. I said, you know what? Look, so y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here. That was nasty work, bro. Nasty.
Johnny, them Bill Haney pockets are deep, Johnny.
Coach.
They buying Dominicans now in New York. In New York, they're buying Dominicans. That's wild. That's wild, man.
We pulling dudes man cards over here, bro. Dude was capping, bro, just because you was here. Look. And then he go on the boxing voice talking about Haney will win. That's some nasty ass flip flop, bro.
In Texas, we call it high capping. He high capping.
Yep. He needs to answer for that, but he ain't here. I don't know where he at. But anyway, just so you know,
school today.
For real. But Coach, go ahead, man. Break it down.
Where we at on the super chats, man? You reach your goal?
Nah, we still need a couple more. Let me read out a couple of these though. Hold on. Before you go, let me read out a couple of these. Somebody said late night at the Hangout spot. Attorney Bailey with the $5. That was early. Nobody talking about the Pitbull rematch. The first fight was certainly entertaining. That's when we were talking a little bit about Tank, I believe. AB 2 times with the $2. Appreciate you. H-Town said that to Ness, and Ness almost cut him off. Did he almost cut off your call?
Oh, yeah, man. You know me. I'm Brian Norman Jr., dog. I stick with my team, man. You know, we going in the trenches together. There ain't no flip-flopping.
CJ Rich with the $2. Appreciate you, brother. He's still looking for somebody to put a rack up. So CJ is looking to bet, Coach. He's looking to bet somebody $1,000 because he's a Bud guy. So he wants somebody to bet $1,000 against Bud Crawford because he's putting up a rack against Fort Crawford. I'm sorry.
So he should put that rack up on a betting site and get more bucks for his money.
Yep, he's looking for somebody in the community. Mo Brains with the $2. Appreciate you, my brother. He says, salute to the blue-collar workers. Salute. You already know how we go. Coach, how many hours we did yesterday? 5.5 hours?
They don't start talking about time, man. We here, man.
I ain't say shit. CJ Rich with the $5. Love that we could talk boxing without beef now. Shout out to oh boy who sounds like that surfer dude. I think he's talking about you, Chad. They're calling you a surfer dude, bro.
I'll take
Chad's
it.
knowledgeable though, bro. He know what you're talking about. Shout out to you, CJ. You guys have been on the panel together. We need a couple more super chats. But Coach, go ahead, man. Kick it, bro. What's going on? What's going on with you wanted to talk Crawford Canelo?
I was going to ask H-Town about the position that sometimes Canelo give up his position when he throwing those hard shots, those bombs he be throwing. He gallops right onto the line with those bombs. And what does he think about him losing his position and Crawford having the ability to counter quick the way he was doing Errol?
Wait. Before I want to add to that, Coach. That also H-Town. While you speak on that, like I feel like part of that whole thing is Crawford's front foot or Canelo's front foot. You know, like he's slow to leave his front foot. He really goes forward too. Like I agree with Coach. Like what's Crawford's recipe to deal with that, man? Like, is he going to be able to piece up Canelo? Is that going to be the kryptonite?
Well, Canelo's been relying on his chin the last, couple fights. I mean, but you got a devastating puncher like Berlanga. They cut him with a clean shot, and he had his hands down everything. He thought the round was over, and it didn't even phase him. I don't, they say precision is what brings a knockout, not so much power. And they say Bud's a precise puncher, man. But, man, I mean, you got to go back to when Canelo was 19, Coach, and he was fighting a grown man that he got wobbled. He's willing to give up that position so he could land his because he knows you can't take his. You got Bibble, who just fought Betterbeef, who is probably the most murderous puncher in 175, like in the last decade, saying that Canelo hits harder.
Who has the best chin in boxing, you think?
Man, right now I have to say Canelo. I have to say Canelo right now.
I agree.
I mean, I don't even know who else could compete with him because, I mean, hell, this guy eats punches for breakfast, Coach, and you're telling me a guy that's coming from 147, even though he's a precise puncher, he's going to have the power to knock out a guy that's been getting hit by guys that are 200 plus pounds, 6'2", 6'1". Real athletes, real professionals are hitting him. These are not like the 6'1" guy that just started boxing yesterday hitting him. They can't drop him. You're going to tell me the 147 pounder, as great as Bud is, that's why I can't see this plan that people keep saying he's going to walk him down. He's going to be in front of him. He's going to counter punch with him. He's not going to run. I can't see him winning that goddamn fight, Coach. I just can't, man. I mean, if he proves me wrong, hey, man, he's up there, top 5 greatest of all time. It is what it is. You can't take it from him. 3 times undisputed, multiple weights, and he faced probably the best guy of the era and beat him or clowned him or whatever you want. These new Bud fans that are calling it, total domination. I mean, let's be real. Floyd beat Canelo.
You said that. I'm sorry. You said if he beats Canelo,
I'll put him top 5. I mean, I like to leave a lot of the real legends out of it, because those guys, you're never going to replicate what they did in 15-round fights. And those guys were actually fighting to eat because boxing didn't have the money it has now. That's why we don't get these great fights, because now one guy makes all this money, one fight. Now he can avoid people because he said he's good for life, these fights now. Back then, these guys were fighting 4 or 5 times a year because they're not making that money. They actually got to fight to eat. So I don't like to compare these guys with those guys. I'm talking about this generation, like let's just say from.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm an old man. I'm 45. Right. I've been watching boxing since I was a kid, man.
So you familiar with are you familiar with Sugar Ray Robinson's career? Because that's
Sugar Ray. Those are
back in the 50s. So
those are gods to me. Like those are a different level. When you're gonna see a guy like have 80-something fights in the last 30.
Are you familiar with Muhammad Ali's career?
Yeah. Yes.
Hold on. I'm here to crash the party. Yo,
the spoiler's here.
Hold on. We got stock chasers in the building, bro. What's going on, chat?
Right now. Hold on.
Yo, you got some explaining to do.
Nah, I don't got no explaining because real gonna recognize real, bro. I don't got no explaining to do. Let me
shit.
talk. Let me talk. Can I chop it up?
Get your finesse on, champ. Get your finesse on, champ.
Look. Nah, ain't no finesse. Look, we got coach right here, right? Marvelous coach. Coach Bermudez, right? Now, coach ain't gonna sit here and be like, let's be honest. Oh, Rohan Polanco's ready for Devin
Hey, wait,
Haney right now.
but how
He's
much you
not gonna
heard
do
though?
that.
Hey, Stock
And that's
Chaser,
where you
how much
motherfuckers
you?
fuck up at.
Hey, Stock Chaser, how much you heard of this conversation?
I heard H-Town talking
Do you
shit.
know? Do you? Oh, hold on, hold on.
No. So we need to bring Stock Chaser up to speed because there
Word.
was
Did you?
part of my
You
man's name, man. We
do
got
you
put.
hear? You hear what's circulating in the streets, bro?
I hear H-Town because he said the shit on TBV. He said it over there.
What did he say? I want you to repeat what he said, bro, because
He
I need
said,
I need you to understand what we talking about here.
Look. He said, he's a situational Devin Haney fan. He's situational. Regular hate shit. Like, this is H-Town we're talking about, bro.
No. All right, so so that's H-Town, but I remember clearly, bro, you came on the panel
we
yesterday.
need to bring him up to speed, and then we
Yeah. Let's bring him up to speed. So we chilling here, right? Yeah, we chilling here at the Hangout spot because you know how we do. Shout out to everybody.
Is my lineup crazy? Because
nah, you good. And all of a sudden we hear a story. Right? Because yesterday Stock Chasers came on the panel, right? And shocked the hell out of me. And told coach that if they were to fight Devin Haney and Polanco, that you would pick Polanco because Polanco's your dude.
I would have picked Polanco to win. Doesn't mean he will. The fuck?
Not what you said on the show yesterday, but okay.
Bro, hold on. We got the coach right here. Is Rohan Polanco today, right now, ready for some Devin Haney smoke? Yes or no? And then maybe I'm wrong. With all due respect.
Coach, you want to tackle that or?
No. I need Stock Chaser to be caught up to speed to know what he said. Then we could answer some questions.
So yesterday you said that you would pick Rohan Polanco over Devin Haney, but then today on the Boxing Voice, when you called in and supposedly you did like 10 counter punches.
I did. I was rocking.
Yeah, you did like 10 counter punches. And you said that you would definitely pick Devin Haney over Polanco because Polanco.
No. This is where y'all get my words misconstrued. Bro, in my heart,
we got proof. No, we got footage. We got footage.
Let me talk. In my heart, I want Rohan Polanco to win. Of course I would over Devin Haney.
But in my heart, I want to be a millionaire.
Hold on.
Let him finish, H-Town.
Does that mean he will? Don't get it twisted, bro. I'm rooting for Rohan Polanco, but I'm not a fucking dumbass who does this boxing shit. Like, I'm not an idiot. Like, come on, bro. I mean, Devin Haney is on a fucking level that Rohan Polanco ain't ready for that smoke just yet. So I said it. I said, yo, it's gonna be a hard day for me. But at the end of the day, you get what I'm saying? My heart always gonna be with Polanco. But right now, like, no, bro. Like, I'm being honest with you. We're talking about Devin Haney, and you know what, man? Y'all just continue to disrespect the man, which is crazy. Like,
Coach, you want to get him? You want to get him?
Go ahead. I want the coach.
You heard enough, Coach?
The coach went and summoned me.
No. So I'm just because there was a time in here that my heart was broken because I felt like John Gotti on the stand when his boys stabbed him in the back, and I was like, not my man Stock Chaser. Stock Chaser came on here, and he was an official, Rohan Polanco, Washington Heights, New York City. You know what I mean? He was out there walking the streets of New York City. So then I got H-Town telling me like, nah, man, that's emphatically not true. He said it on another podcast saying that Haney beats Polanco.
I didn't say that.
No, you broke all of our hearts, Stock Chaser. You broke all of our hearts, you motherfucker.
Hold on, who the fuck is that? Is that fucking Chad from Canada tripping out?
Fucking Chad Wallace.
I believed in you. I believed in you, Stock Chasers. You were a lie. You were a lie.
Hold on. Look, what? This is what it is. We got the coach here, and at the end of the day, the coach also plays a part. I'm pretty sure when they like, oh, yo, look, we're gonna put Rohan Polanco against this man, that man. Okay, we're not gonna sit here and be like, oh, Rohan Polanco wants that Devin Haney smoke right now, like, bro.
Oh, hey, give me that shovel, Stock Chaser. Give me that shovel, cuz you're digging that hole deep. You digging that hole deep, dog. Give me that shovel.
Hold on.
Put it down.
This was for Stock Chasers, bro.
Hold on. I need y'all to explain
exactly.
Yeah.
Yo, Johnny. Stock Chaser just got home to his wife and was like, yo, yeah, I fucked her, but I married you, baby.
Hold on, but listen, y'all not gonna listen. Coach gonna be like, I mean, listen, Rohan Polanco, I got him above all. But we're talking about right now, today, against Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Yo, and Rohan Polanco's my dog, but damn, like y'all don't understand. Like,
yo,
he is getting there, bro. Like, and this the problem with y'all bros, bro. Like, y'all just wanna just jump the gun and put Rohan Polanco against Devin Haney. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, coach, you ever seen Paid in Full, Coach?
Indeed.
No, I want
Rico. Rico. Where the birds at? Where the birds at, Rico?
Bro, you playing both sides of the fence, bro. You wearing a wire? Yo, he wearing a wire, y'all.
What you mean I'm playing both sides of the fence? What that mean? Like what you talking about?
Yo, you said, we pulled footage, bro. We pulled footage.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, hold on. This is what y'all not understand.
That's why I need Stock Chasers to know that we did that, man.
Wait, hold on.
Let me told him, Coach.
I know, Coach. Hold on. I know Coach understands me when I say I got Rohan Polanco here against Devin Haney, but I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, Rohan Polanco gonna take out Devin Haney right now. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, yo, with all due respect, Coach, I love you to death, bro. Like, he knows what I'm talking about, bro. But
nah, he don't love you no more, bro. Because you wearing a wire, bro.
Get Donnie Brasco out of here. Donnie Brasco.
Bro, you wearing a fucking wire, bro. You on witness protection, bro.
Y'all trolling, bro.
Alberto asked if he's wearing a wire.
Hold on, he wearing a fucking wire, and he just wanted to get in.
Stock Chaser.
Oh,
hey,
hold on. Can Coach address me? Can Coach address me? Let Coach address me.
No. I'm gonna let Coach get you. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna let Coach get you in a second. You wearing a wire? You trying to get information back to the Haneys, bro? Like undercover information. You trying to get in good with the coach for information,
crazy,
bro? But you don't know.
Like
he gonna get knocked out. He's gonna get knocked out.
Coach, don't let them do this.
Get out of here with the Haney shit.
Coach, don't let them do this shit.
Hey, Coach, I just got one question. Coach, I got one question. I'm only asking one question, Coach. You letting Stock Chasers in camp now, Coach? Are you letting Stock Chasers in camp now, Coach?
Let's see what Coach says. Then Coach hands.
Coach,
what's the question?
He's a narc, Coach. Be careful what you say because he's wearing a wire right now.
Nah, bro, they trying to twist
that
my
shit
words.
that he got in here. That shit's probably a wire.
He's walking to Bill's apartment right now. He's walking to Bill's apartment.
Yo, bro, they got the farts going and all that. Coach, you see what's going on? Coach,
Yo, Johnny, play the video again.
Yo, you want?
Oh
You got
yeah, the
footage,
video.
bro. Hold on. Stock chasers. I want you to see this, bro. This is classic. Hold on.
Exhibit A.
Let me see it.
Exhibit A. Hold on. Put him on the stand, but you know what? You got to mute. You can't talk right now.
All right,
All right, you can't talk. You can't talk. Hold on. We gotta put it. We gotta play footage right now. It's groundbreaking here at the Hangout spot. Make sure y'all guys smash that like button. This is how we doing it up. Hold on. Oh shit. Can y'all see it? Dope. Let's get stock chasers up in here. He got a question for you, Coach.
Oh, that's how you look. God.
That's how stock chasers look. What's up, my brother?
What's poppin', Johnny? What's good, Coach? What's going on?
Hey man, what's your nationality, man?
Oh, I'm Dominican.
Oh, okay, good. So you look Dominican. My man here is Boricua. He looks Mexican.
You see stock chasers. You see what I gotta deal with, Coach? You see what I gotta deal with? I still love him, but I see what I gotta deal with.
Hey, I appreciate
that's crazy.
your face, man, because I see you everywhere, and I never put a face to the name.
Yeah, man. Yo, listen, man. I know the question was asked. Who I got, Haney or Polanco? Bro, I got Polanco in that fight. It's gonna be a hard night, but I got Polanco in that fight. Don't do that, Johnny.
Hey, what? What do you mean? What? Now that he said he's Dominican.
Coach.
Don't do that, Johnny. That's nasty work.
I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead, Coach. We got footage. We got footage, bro.
Hold on. Coach understands. I'm saying when we're talking about today, right now, I got Rohan Polanco against everybody. But am I gonna sit here and say right now, that Rohan Polanco is gonna beat Devin Haney right now? Like I, my heart is with him, but like.
Yo, people want me to pack you up, bro. Get him out of boxing, bro.
It's over. You gotta get a new account now, Stock Chasers. You gotta change your name.
Hold on. Look. Check this out. Right, look. I was pushing for that Polanco fight for Norman Jr. And you know what ended up happening? Devin Haney showed up looking for the smoke, and I was like, damn. But at the end of the day, we got to understand where Rohan Polanco is in his career, right? He got to take Quentin Randall, and I'm going to be there on the 26th. I want to see what he's going to do, because at the end of the day, if he do him dirty like Norman Jr. couldn't, then I'm going to come here and talk my shit. But at the end of the day, we're talking about Devin Haney respectfully, bro.
I see the switch him up, hit him up. I see the switch him up, hit him up.
Coach, am I tripping or like, yo,
hold
you
on,
see the disrespect
let
for
the
Devin
coach.
Haney is crazy.
Let the coach get him. Coach, I just want you to know, you know what?
I want to ask a stock chaser, what would you have to see from Polanco for you to be convinced that he could beat Haney?
I think when like basically like my call today on TV. No. They make the little noises and shit. Johnny's all good. At the end of the day, like we're talking about championship rounds and experience, 234 rounds and 8 former champions beat. How much does Rohan Polanco and Norman Jr. have? Like, I'm talking about hardcore experience. Like, we can't just be ignorant, bro. And I'm not being ignorant for Rohan Polanco.
No. What
I
you're
need him to be successful.
The root word of ignorance is ignore. What you're doing is ignoring the question. What do you have to see from Rohan Polanco for you to be convinced that he could beat Haney?
He conveniently, what did he jump out?
He lost. He was walking. He walked away from his Wi-Fi.
That's what his Wi-Fi is. Pack him up. Let's get him out of boxing, bro. Get him out of here.
That's it. He was dealt with.
Let's get him the fuck out of here, bro.
He did him dirty. He did him dirty. He did him dirty.
Hey, Coach, I'm just here to let you know that
come up.
H out on flip flop. You don't fold.
H-Town, you the man, man.
Coach, I just want you to know, the 26th. Don't if he comes to you, just walk away from him, bro. Walk away from him.
Go stop chasing.
Listen, I'll probably, you know what? I'm probably gonna be in the fucking building on the 26th to represent Team fucking Polanco here. Fuck sock chasers, yo. Just walk away from him. If he comes up to you, bro, and he tries to shake your hand, just do that to him.
Yeah.
Pack him up. Get him out of here, y'all.
That's my boy, dog. He's still my boy, dog. But you know what it is.
Cool. He's still cool, but we had to pack him up, bro. Get him out of here. Yeah. Get him out of the hangout spot, bro.
I told you, Johnny,
bro.
I told you he was a situational fan. I told you he only picking Haney.
Bro, he's wearing a wire, bro. He tried to come up on here to get cool
Johnny
with the
Brasco.
He could get inside information and he could pass it to the Haneys, bro. He wearing a wire. I'm telling you, he a narc, bro. We got to figure him. I'm telling you, bro.
Hey, I started peeping.
He's trying to come back.
Coach,
he's trying to come back.
I started peeping game when Ness was giving him 10-minute calls. I'm like, man, why Stock Chase is getting 10-minute calls?
Yeah.
I was peeping game.
Hold on. Before you talk,
yeah,
pick up your shirt. I want to see if you're wearing a wire.
Or if you have any Haney tattoos. Has he got Haney tattoos?
I need to check you for a wire, bro, because you sneaky, bro.
Nah, you know what it is? You know what it is, Coach? They trying this that Norman Jr. shit. That's what they do. There's that Norman Senior shit that I know about.
You see him trying to flip that shit, Coach? This ain't got nothing to do with Norman Jr. This is you and Rohan Polanco,
bro,
and your love affair with Devin Haney and your fake love affair with Rohan Polanco that you just got caught out there, bro.
Fake. Hold on. When I'm there on the 26th, you know what it is, bro? You know what it is? Look, Brian Norman Jr., he's taking this fight too soon, and he's going to learn the hard way. At the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Rohan Polanco, go ahead and fight Devin Haney right now, bro. Like,
hey, Stock, on the 26th, are you bringing a camera?
I'm bringing my Dominican flag and all that, man.
But you bringing the camera?
What camera? What are you talking about? My phone?
Yeah, you going to be taking some notes down, huh?
What notes, bro?
I see you.
About?
Camera. Yeah. Did you see how he looked, Bill? I got that footage, Bill.
Bro, hold on. You know what happened? This
I know it's expensive to live in New York, Stock changes.
Hold on, let me break it down. Y'all don't understand when I say
Wait, hold on. Let me break it down. I just dissed you. Hold on, whoa. Stock. Let me break it down. I just dissed you. Stock changer.
Oh, stock changer now. Now I'm the stock changer.
Word. That I like that. That's dope.
Hold up, coach, right? As we progress with Rohan Polanco and we push him through the ranks, and Quinn Randall, this is what a lot of people don't understand. Quinn Randall is tough. That's a tough cookie, bro. And what y'all need to understand is that at the end of the day, for me to sit, bro, my heart is always going to be with Rohan Polanco when it comes to Devin Haney. But am I going to sit here and be like, Rohan Polanco, fight him right now? I mean, Coach will know what I'm talking about.
Why wouldn't Polanco fight Haney? You think
right now?
Yeah. How would you see that fight play out? What would Haney do to Polanco that he won't beat him?
Devin Haney in 12, bro. Respectfully, right now. Yeah.
So you think he'll just outfight him, outbox him?
He's gonna do what Devin Haney does, bro, and you know what he does.
We asking you. No, we don't know what he does. What did he do?
You about to see it firsthand with Norman Jr. because he made a mistake taking this fight, talking about he knocking him out. Okay, yeah, sure, buddy. Norman Jr. ain't knocking shit out. He's gonna learn that the hard way. Cause you know what they do, Coach? They say, but Devin Haney was he was fighting smaller dudes, and this, that, and the fourth. But when it comes down to it, bro, at the end of the day, you need hands, speed, timing when you in those weight classes, 135. So when Devin Haney moves to 147, bro, I've watched. You know how much tape I've watched? I come home and watch tape just for the fuck of it. And at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie. Brian Norman Jr. after 5-6 rounds, oof, I don't see it, bro. I at all, at all. Like I don't see it at all, bro. And it's gonna, and you know, after that, what's gonna happen is I want Rohan Polanco to take his route, and his route is he got Quentin Randall in front of him. And we're gonna, like, I want Rohan Polanco to take his time. There ain't no fucking rush right now. There's no rush because Rohan Polanco at the end of the day.
I think Polanco's 25, 26 years old. When do you think he would be ready?
I think this fight right here with Quentin Randall is going to be, to me, I'm gonna see where he's at after this fight. Because Brian Norman Jr. fought.
You're saying that he's not. You have vision, right? You're speaking like you have vision. So I'm taking the words in like you have vision. So your vision is that he can't beat Haney, right? Haney in 12. But now you have to see how he beats Randall for you to determine.
Yes, because at the end of the day, Quentin Randall he's where he's at. Because people want to talk shit about Quentin Randall. He's 15-2. He's a tough cookie to crack. He's tough, bro. And he's 6 feet tall. Like, he's tough. So if Rohan Polanco goes in there on the 26, and I'm not going to lie, I want Rohan Polanco to knock his ass out. That's what I really want. No pressure, though, coach. But because then I'm going to come back here and I'm gonna ask Johnny why Norman Jr. couldn't do that. Cause Quentin Randall, Norman Sr. was like, we beat him 10, whatever, 8-2 or whatever. At the end of the day, bro, Quentin Randall exposed a lot of Norman Jr.'s flaws, in my opinion.
Quentin Randall won 3 rounds on one just card.
I mean, in my opinion, that was a 10-round fight, right? Or
10.
That was a 10-round fight. 3 rounds. It wasn't even that. It was that Norman Jr. couldn't. Norman Jr. is cracking. He's knocking people out, bro. He couldn't even. He didn't come damn near close to even hurting Quentin Randall. Wow.
Quentin Randall's tough. And I also one thing about me, I appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate your stand on things. So I don't have nothing to say about that. I don't look at you any different. But there was a time where I wouldn't put Rohan Polanco in with people because he wasn't ready. Today, if you was in the gym today, and you saw Polanco sparring, I promise you, Stock Chaser, you would have been like, this motherfucker's ready for the world. He ready for 47, 54, 40, right? Because you know who he sparred? He sparred with Yoeli Hernandez.
Coach, you're giving out too much information, bro.
I let him cook because I noticed coach he's giving it out because what's the worry, bro?
No, because you narking, bro. You wearing a wire.
Yo, bro, this is the real Norman Jr., bro. Like,
you need to pack him up, bro.
Watch out with him, coach. Like, not me.
Not me.
Let me tell you what I think about 147. I think everybody in the top 10 has stopped Devin Haney. Devin Haney has been abusing his size on smaller guys. These guys at 47 ain't little. They ain't little, bro.
Where was Jose Ramirez ranked before he fought Devin? Where was Jose Ramirez?
Hey, what's up with Devin getting caught by JoJo, a C-level fighter? Ryan, a C-level fighter. You acting like this guy's some defensive wizard, dog. This guy jab and grab. That's all his game. Jab and grab. Hold on for dear life. That's it. That's it, man. He ain't no defensive wizard, dude. He ain't no Mayweather. He ain't Whitaker, bro. This guy's just a guy that's been taking advantage of his size of smaller fighters.
H-Town, answer me. Where was Jose Ramirez ranked before Devin fought him?
Jose Ramirez was done. He's a done
ranked?
fighter.
No, where was he ranked?
It don't matter. He's done.
No, answer my question, nigga, since you know so much about boxing, nigga.
A situational ranking don't mean nothing, bro.
That's situational, nigga. He was
Man, he's done. He's
Where
done.
was he ranked?
He was a watch fighter, bro.
What was Jose?
It don't matter, my guy. You bringing something up that don't matter. The guy was done. That was easy money.
Johnny,
Hold on, we got footage.
He was ranked.
We got
fifth,
footage.
It was easy money.
Hold on. We got footage, bro. Coach is pulling out fucking footage, bro. Coach, why you give Coach? You can't be giving out information to this guy, bro. He's he's Jay Reed. He's Jay Reed, bro. He's Jay Reed, bro. He's Donnie Brasco.
He's too young. He's too young to know who Jay Reed is.
Nah, he Jay Reed, bro.
Stock chaser. You know who Jay Reed is?
Jay Reed.
Nah, he's too young, man. He's too young.
Oh my God. You don't know who Jay Reed is?
What? You like Jay Reed, what? You
don't listen to two-tone sound bites, bro?
You ain't no cop?
Yes. You never seen that movie In Too Deep?
What I see? You ain't seen it? That's a hood classic.
Nah, he's playing it off. He's playing it off. He definitely knows that movie. He's playing it off. He's playing it off.
Answer me. Because Jose Ramirez was ranked number 5.
Bro, Jose Ramirez is done, bro.
We need a poll. We need to put a poll up in here, bro.
Anybody that thought Jose Ramirez would beat Devin is crazy, dog.
You want me to be honest with you? Look, I'm gonna be honest, Coach. This is what
I'm talking about right now.
Hold on, H-Town. Let me talk. This is the thing, right? Is that how am I so confident in what Devin Haney's gonna do against Brian Norman Jr. is because I was literally watching footage right now. This is what I do. At the end of the day, Brian Norman Jr. got a lot of problems, bro, with Devin right now. Like, oh, he's gonna knock him out. Knock him out.
So what did you see in the footage?
Which one? The Ramirez fight?
No, you say you was just watching footage. What did you see?
Watching the Ramirez fight.
Great fucking question, Coach. Go ahead. Answer that shit.
I was watching the Ramirez fight.
Yeah, and what did you see in that fight?
You my guy, man. I'm gonna go on record saying you my guy, but I need your linguistics to be a little cleaner. I need you to, when I ask you a question, I need clear cut. What did you see in the footage with Ramirez that would deter anybody to be on your side saying that Brian Norman can't mess with him?
Okay, so first and foremost, he was trying to lock in the win to get in the ring with Ryan Garcia. Ryan fucked up the back. That's his problem, first and foremost. So that was the plan. But are we going to talk about speed and defense? Bro, I've never seen Devin so fast to pick up that right hand. I've never seen him so fast to pick up that right hand after throwing the right. Like, it was crazy. Like, I've never seen him this fast. Like, crazy. Like, this is the fastest Devin I've ever seen in my life. And he fought Loma. And people be like, oh, but Loma was smaller. Yeah, but Loma was faster.
What did you see in the Ramirez fight that'll deter someone to go on your side?
No, what you mean, like deter Norman Jr. from fighting Devin?
No. So I don't know. H-Town stand on the. I think he's with Brian Norman.
Of course he is. No, everybody is, Coach. Everybody is. I'm the only one standing here with Devin and Z Pacino.
All right. Well, I'm with you with the Devin Haney. I think Bill Haney's a genius. I think he definitely see that Brian Norman has problems with people that move laterally. And I think they want to big up Norman, where Haney goes on record saying he's the monster. He has the left hook, this, that. He's a genius. He knows that there's some positions that you could get Brian Norman in that he looks like the best fighter in the world. But then there's a lot of more other position where he looked like a novice. And I think that you're gonna see Haney expose that. But it's easy for Haney for that style. That style is made for Haney. Now anything can happen, right? Because Brian Norman is man, he's awesome to watch, and he is learning very, very fast.
He got brick.
Yeah, but he's learning fast. So hopefully he don't, because that's why I want to fight him with Polanco now. Polanco was smacking him around. Polanco's more durable than Haney. He's bigger than Haney. He's a naturally Polanco's a 154 pounder. Polanco's a 154 pounder. He's making 47 to get some accolades and then move up. But he's a stronger body. I put up a picture on well, I sent it to Ness and he put it up on the podcast. Did you see that? With them standing next to each other? When Polanco was 140 and Homeboy was 147, where he didn't make weight that day. But, which all that to say, I've been on record saying that I think he's a fighter of the year, and I think he deserves the father deserved coach of the year. But all in all, Bill Haney's a genius because he see the flaws that would be easy for his son to pick on. Not to say that shit happens, right? I'm pretty sure you thought that because I thought he would be what's my man's name? Osterine? What's the name?
Ryan Garcia.
Ron Garcia.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you thought he would beat Ron, right?
I mean, I was sure of that, but when I also saw that fight, I wasn't surprised.
Okay, so now let me tell you something. What else you said? That listen, in professional boxing, it's not good enough to have you to bring your hands back. I need people to understand this. In professional boxing, it's not good enough for you to throw a punch and just bring your hand back. You need to control your offense, and you need to put a stamp on your offense. You have to smother the guy. You have to push the guy. You're just not. So I didn't like him bringing his hand back because when you're fighting with 8-ounce gloves, they could sneak behind the glove, they could sneak in front of the glove, and they could go right through the glove. So the problem is not the lack of him bringing his hand back. It's the lack of him not knowing how to protect his offense by pushing the guy, smothering. He actually know how to do it because he did it with Loma. But when he throws, he got to make sure he's in a position where he could control his opponent after his offense. It's not defense back to his face. That's pretty novice. But I did see that, what you're saying, that, he did bring his hand back quick, which is not really the move to do.
I mean, I think like, cause I'm a huge Mayweather fan. I'm a huge Mayweather fan, and I'm a fan of boxers. I'm not huge on the power thing or whatever, but like what I'm trying to say is this: at the end of the day, when we're talking about speed, we're talking about speed and timing.
He was sharp, man. He was sharp.
He was sharp as shit. But people want to shit on him over that Ramirez, and I'm like, but bro, like that. I was mad.
He did what he had to do to win and keep going on. Oscar De La Hoya went on record a long time ago say, you win this one, you look good the next one. And now I think he has a young bull in front of him that's gonna try to come at him, and he's gonna do the same shit. He's gonna do the same shit. His father saying they're gonna sit and trade or whatever. No, he's gonna do the same shit.
But the thing about it is that when I hear Norman Sr., that talking about, oh nah, but my son's a great boxer. Like, I mean, anyone with eyes knows you capping. Like, I haven't seen the boxing out of Brian Norman Jr. Never. Never. Like boxing, never seen. Quick feet, like never seen it. Like maybe
I don't know. He just doesn't. He's not. His punches and his feet's not coordinated. He's just athletic. He's very athletic, but he's not coordinated. He doesn't have like proper fundamentals. Um, sometimes people put athletic ability in front of their fundamentals, and that's how I see Brian Norman, which Roy Jones did it, and Roy Jones is one of the greatest of all time. But Haney also put fundamentals in front of his athletic ability. So, boom, boom, down.
no, I saw that. But you know what it is, Coach? Like Devin gets a lot of hate because he's trying to go 12 with you.
No,
Like,
Devin gets a lot of hate here because of you.
no, Devin gets a lot of hate in the world, bro. Like, you got to stop.
Well, I'm not looking at the world. I'm looking at what's being said here.
Get the hate more than
absolutely. Just like Brian Norman Jr. gets a lot of hate because of Brian Norman Sr.
Hey, but that's the thing, man. That's the thing that they've been doing. That's the thing where they've been putting. That's actually like I never did these podcasts before, and I seen them, and I was like, their boxing knowledge is not as extensive as mine. I said I'm gonna go on a couple podcasts and letting people know who Rohan Polanco is. For the record, Rohan Polanco is ready for. He's ready for the world.
I know he is, but
I agree, Coach.
No, his
stock cases doesn't agree.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. But his hand speed, his power, right? His footwork, him having the ability to cut the ring off it. Oh, he's ready. And if he can't beat the guy, it doesn't mean that he's not ready.
But Coach, you know where my dilemma is? My dilemma is inexperience that matters. And when I look at resumes that have no prior champions, no former champions, bro, like we're talking about Devin Haney, who has 8.
Yeah, but I don't want to do this, but I could go in history to show you like how much experience did when Muhammad Ali lost to what was the guy who had like 8 fights? How much experience did Lomachenko have when he beat Gary Russell? I mean, we could go on and on. It comes down to the day of the fight. You have to see that while Haney was in the while Haney was in the pro ranks, going to Mexico, building up his record, Haney's awesome. But while he's doing that, you have Polanco in the Olympics. Because Polanco's 26 years old. Nothing is gonna that he has a why, right? He has a why. Nothing's gonna deter him. He could fight in front of 1 million people. Nothing is gonna deter his mind and where he come from and why he's fighting and who he's fighting with. My God, ain't nobody gonna be hungrier than him in that ring. And he'll figure it out because he's able to adapt. And this is the reason when you see the shoulder roll and you see he's adapting. He doesn't do that didn't I just show you was he in the shoulder roll in that sparring?
But I'm gonna keep it real. The shoulder roll to me, I've never seen.
Hold up, Chase. You gotta listen, King. You gotta listen, King, because you can learn something if you listen.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know. I'm not trying to convince you of to go on Polanco's side or not to go on Polanco's side. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to deter you away from your thoughts of Devin Haney. Devin Haney's awesome, right? But because you don't see the fights that your mindset, your education tells you that he don't have, doesn't mean he's not ready. Just because he didn't fight a Lomachenko, just because when you're on top of the mountain, those guys coming up after you, right? And you have to see that when you see Devin Haney go through the fights, he went through a little war with Lomachenko. He went through a war with Osterine, right? He been in the trenches, camp after camp after camp. But man, that catches up to you, right?
All his fights to me have been. I don't think I've ever seen Devin win a fight by a wide margin, bro. But that doesn't like that doesn't take away. And coach, let me tell you something right now. When I bring up Rohan Polanco here, why don't y'all say what y'all say when I bring him up? Go ahead, say what y'all say when I bring him up here. Brian Jr., say it.
What do you say? Why don't you say it?
Rohan Polanco.
Honestly, I gotta keep it real. You know you're my guy, but the majority of the times when you up here, you don't talk about Polanco. You talk about Haney.
I had a whole 20, 30 minutes of cooking 5, 6 of y'all about Rohan Polanco. Are you kidding me?
Whoa. Hold on. Who you cooked on the panel about Polanco? What episode? When you ever cooked about Polanco here?
Was here and H-Town and Tip. Play that.
Hey, coach, I'll tell you what I said because I keep it real. Like I said, I'll tell you the truth. I said Polanco. He said, I want the Brian Norman Jr. fight. I said, Polanco's too far down in the rankings. It makes no sense for him to fight down in the rankings. He's fighting champions, and that's where he's going right now in stars. And if Polanco becomes a major name or he becomes number 1 or number 2 in the rankings, there's no need to go down there. That's my stand. This is what boxing is. Why are you going to go give a guy just a chance? We don't work on chances around here. It's a profession. You got to keep your guy going, and you got to keep your guy on the top. And it is what it is. Unless it's lucrative, you don't take that chance. Now,
keep it real here. Stock Chasers is
do I feel,
spot, bro? This ain't the bullshit spot.
I said straight up, coach. I said,
I know you wouldn't.
Coach, I said straight up. I said if Polanco's doing that little shoulder roll, I think Brian Norman Jr. can catch him with an overhand right.
Talking hella shit.
But it is what it is. Hey, I'm at top off, man. I got to get my son out the bath. I'm giving him a bath while I'm talking to y'all because it's already hella late, and I got to get up at 3:30 for work.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
I salute, coach, man. Hey, much respect, man.
That's what y'all do.
All right, H-Town.
What we did, Stock Chasers? What are you talking about? Yo, I'm just saying, I'm minding my own business here.
H-Town left, and I still he put that out there that Crawford was going to be top 5.
And you didn't get a chance to go back and forth with him.
Because this is the way I teach people is I let them realize for themselves. I go by questions. This is why I asked the Stock Chaser what did he need to see from Polanco, and he's just saying more experience.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not shitty.
All right.
I mean the same thing that's gonna happen with Brian Norman Jr. when those 134 rounds that Devin Haney has on Brian Norman Jr. 134 rounds, but they're only 2 years difference. That's gonna play a part, bro. 8 former champions. That's gonna play a part. Like this. Come on now, like.
I'm just saying, I'm picking Polanco over Devin Haney if they fight tomorrow.
Bro, that's a cap because you picking Brian Norman Jr. over Polanco. You gonna lie right now, bro? Like
we're not even talking about that. We're talking about Brian Norman Jr. and Haney or Haney against Polanco. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
You know that already. Like you act like you do, but you don't, bro. Like,
I don't trust Devin Haney. I just don't. Yeah, I think he's a skillful fighter, but if he, I think that you're talking about 2 guys, Norman and Polanco, who are ultra aggressive or good big punchers in the division. And we've never seen Devin Haney fight at 147. We've seen him fight at a catch weight, and if you want to call that a fight, you can. I'm not knocking him for it. Again, we don't hate on Devin Haney. We sound like we hate on Devin Haney because of Stock Chasers, bro.
Hold on, but you want me to keep it real, Johnny? When I look at statistics, like Brian Norman Jr. has knocked out 3 out of his last 7 opponents, but people don't pay attention to that. As his
right, and you're gonna bring up the
go
6
up.
other opponents before that.
No. As his opponents go up in challenge, he has not given the same results. So what you do, you put 3 motherfuckers that come straight to him with no fucking defense, like Santillan. Santillan was literally an uppercut spam button, bro. Like the
Santillan
motherfucker had nothing.
was a heavy favorite going into that fight. There were people that didn't even know who the fuck Brian Norman Jr. was going into that fight. Let me ask you a question. Keep it about. Who are you picking in that fight? Who are you picking in that fight?
At the end of the day, Brian Norman
Who are
Jr.
you picking? No, answer my question. Who are you picking in that fight?
Yo, to me, it was a toss-up, honestly.
Nah, you capping, bro. You capping. Most people are gonna cap over that. Most people didn't even know who the fuck Brian Norman Jr. was.
Listen, Santillan never amazed me. For what? What did
He was
ever
coming
do?
off. He was coming off a victory, a very impressive stoppage over Alexis Rocha.
Okay, and who else? And wait, and who else?
And Brian Norman was coming off a lackluster performance against Boca Chica, where he got dropped.
And who else did he fight? Santillan. Who else? Listen, we're gonna talk about Sasaki. Sasaki never.
Oh, we could go back and talk about the entire resumes, bro, if you want. But that's crazy because again,
it's not about
me lately, bro. It's what the last 3 fights,
Johnny. But it's not up to me. It's not about resumes. To me, it's about when I look at former champions. That's a different level of competition, bro. It's simple.
Thank you, the natural.
Former
champions. I think all people did. Coach. Did you not have the Santillan beating Brian Norman in that fight coming into that fight with the momentum he was coming into after stopping Rocha?
Yeah, actually, I had that's when Rohan Polanco took a picture with Brian Norman Jr. at the Boca Chica fight. I think he had problems making weight, and this is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping with this newfound fame that they have the ability to get a good team around them. Because even after the fact that he didn't make weight, I kind of felt bad for Brian Norman. I'm a fan of his. I felt bad for him because after him not making weight, you know, when they go to the side and they discuss what's going to happen, is he going to pay the opponent more for, you know, and I'm looking at them and I'm seeing that they gave him an iced tea. Now I make my own hydration drinks, and they give him an iced tea to hydrate on, and I'm like, man, and I wanted to offer him like an official something that's his body's gonna need for the next day to fight. And but I'm like, man, they don't know me, and I'm gonna come up with one of Polanco's bottles that, you know, it's taped up. You don't see it. They're gonna look at this like, you know. So I just left it alone, and I took a picture. I took a picture of them too, and so that fight, I don't think he hydrated too good, and he got clipped by Boca Chica, and then both of them got cut. Rohan actually went into the fight. He had a huge cut on his nose right here, and we stitched in sparring. We stitched it up. It was 5 days before the fight. It was 3 days before the fight where we took the stitches out before we went to. And so his nose, we knew it was gonna come open. So he beat up Tariq Zayani, and we had to go to the hospital to get the stitches. And Boca Chica and Brian Norman was there too, and they was all talking. But the way he looked that fight, it'd be hard for you to pick him to beat someone that just looked the way he looked against. Yeah, so no, I wouldn't. I didn't have him.
Yeah, most people did.
No one did. They fed.
I just think that
Coach,
they were trying to pick somebody for.
Most boxing people didn't even know who he was.
Bro, Johnny, you know I does this. I know who everyone got.
No, maybe you did. No, maybe you did. I'm not gonna that I won't discredit. You know you my guy. Regardless, whether we, you cap and whatever we do you in on the hangout spot and you a narc and we do the fart emojis. You my dude, bro. You my brother.
But when we watched that fight, well, if anyone who watched that fight, what did Santi John actually do but put his fucking head in the way to get fucking pummeled, bro? What else did he do?
Yeah,
a motherfucker that's fought on the back foot before.
It was actually a really good fight, bro. That was actually a really good back and forth fight, bro.
But it's going into the fight that you had to make this decision, not
right. Exactly is what I'm saying. If we would have put a real life poll back then, bro, there would have been 95%, that would have been like, yeah, Santiago cooks this dude, bro. He's coming off that performance.
I also was I just happened to have when I was training DJ Doheny when he fought in Norway, and we was in Japan, and I saw the guy that just Norman knocked out. I saw him on the undercard. He fought a guy from Australia, and Sasaki was a punching bag. He's not, he's right there. But he did what he did what he had to do. But he also caught some shots within that fight too. It wasn't just people just tend to forget how easily he was to get hit.
Listen, I don't take this is the thing. I'm not a hater. I actually appreciate Norman Jr. I do. But what I'm trying to say is that was masterful matchmaking. Like, maybe not Santi John, because Santi John was supposed to win. He was supposed to win that fight. And it became a goddamn brawl, a street brawl. But not every boxer street brawls. Like that's and Devin Haney's not a street brawler. So the point that I'm making is Sasaki. I've watched multiple fights. Cuevas. First of all, Cuevas was there and gone. Cuevas is done, bro. Like, Cuevas was just there. He was a body that was put there. Like, Cuevas is ranked 55th, man. Like, what are we talking about? But at the end of the day, not to take nothing away from Brian Norman Jr., he's the champ. But there's levels, bro. That's all. And I'm telling you right now, I got Rohan Polanco beating Brian Norman Jr., but am I going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, Rohan Polanco right now? Devin Haney's a tricky motherfucker, bro. Like, he's tricky as fuck. He's tricky, bro. He's slippery. He's a fucking...
I mean, I understand exactly who Haney is. I mean, I was at a training camp training. I was working with Boo Boo Andre when he was going to fight out there in Snack, and Haney was there, and I watched him spar. I even had a kid spar, helped him spar. But he does got experience. But what does Startaker? What does experience do for a fighter?
So I'm gonna give an example. Right? Like, we saw the I'm not comparing Regis Prograis to anyone, but what happened with Regis Prograis? Regis Prograis had came off a great win, and what happened, bro? At the end of the day, I mean, I never seen Regis. I love Regis Prograis. I never seen him look that bad, bro. I never seen him look that bad. He looked horrible. But why?
You said that Regis Prograis came off of a good win. Who did he beat?
Hadn't Regis Prograis.
You didn't just barely beat the Puerto Rican guy that he looked really bad against? I forget his name.
No. Before that, don't do that.
Danielito.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not doing that. I'm asking a question. I thought it was that guy.
The fight before that, who he beat?
Well, let's see.
No, Danielito. He fought Danielito Zorrilla. You know who?
Right,
you know who,
and he looked bad in that fight, Coach.
You know who trains Danielito Zorrilla?
Who?
Me.
There you go. I was right. This dude is talking. It was Zorrilla. Exactly.
Yeah,
that was who he.
You know how you know
and I didn't even think Regis won that fight.
Yeah, he did. He didn't. I mean, we don't win a fight like that. Just barely outpointing the champion. You got to do more. History tells you that. It sucks that it's like that. We really beat him, but I knew that we wasn't gonna get the decision. But you know how you know how long I trained him for that fight?
How long?
3 weeks.
Crazy.
Because remember, he was set to fight somebody else, and that fell off. And then they picked Zorrilla, and Zorrilla was off the couch 3 weeks.
That's crazy.
And just like how they seeing Brian Bill Haney, just like he's seeing Brian Norman, he saw Regis. You see holes in people that don't have feet.
I mean, Regis didn't have no feet.
Yeah, so and Brian is a little similar. It's not that much off.
But don't tell Johnny that though.
I just don't think he's had to use his feet with the type of opponents that he's had.
Well, I just actually saw him. I actually saw him shadow box, and then I seen him.
He's very athletic.
Yeah,
right?
and I see him moving. And I see him moving.
If you have athleticism, you can move.
Yeah, he's very athletic. It just so Roy Jones is like probably actually I think Rachel is here, right? Her husband, his footwork is crazy. He's able to mimic every other fighter. I see him hitting the bag. He's like Mike Tyson. He makes Mike Tyson. Roy Jones. He makes Roy Jones. He has ability to get in a different style. So he's athletic. Also, I saw a video of Brian Norman shadowboxing and being athletic, moving here. But one thing about it, his stance was too wide and he was too low. You're not fighting like that. You're not fighting, because if you do fight like that, you're only gonna fight like that for 3 rounds, and you're gonna gas out. So, what we're saying that he's athletic on, he has the ability to. He's twitchy and has a quick first step, linearly forwards and backwards. He has problem. He looks like $1 million. He's $1 million fighter forward and backwards. He just had problem with someone's cutting the corner on him. Not to say that he can't knock Haney out, but he has problems there, and that's where Haney. I would have to favor Haney to win on the odds because of that. Because Haney's a master at it.
To me, anything could happen, but when I watch the Santillan fight, is the last fight he had that went, I think, 10 rounds or 11, one of the two. And after the 5th or 6th round, those punches were extremely slow. And then Norman Jr. caught a second win when he hurt Santillan. I don't remember the exact round, but it was like late in the fight. He caught him, and then that just gave him a second win. But 5, 6, 7, those punches to me were looking slow, and that I just don't see the necessary speed. But does that mean Norman Jr. can't clip Devin? Of course he can. Like I could sit here and pick Devin all day, but if Norman Jr. catch him clean, he's cooked.
It's time chaser, man. You're a fan, man. You're a fan of boxing.
I love boxing.
You would do yourself a favor, and you're doing yourself a disservice when you don't really dig into the sport. You should visit more gyms and really be active, because I think you'll be good at it.
I appreciate that.
The ability to handle pressure, right? Adapting to opponents. That's what brings about someone experiencing, right? The ability to adapt and the ability to handle pressure. and that will have them executing their strategy. Right, that's what experience brings. And the reason why you can't look at Rohan Polanco's resume and say this guy got a better resume is because there's something that's, I think Eric Thomas talks about why. You need a why. Polanco is not gonna let a crowd or nerves or anything dictate that he's about to win this fight. He's very adaptable. When you see him in the Philly shell is because he's comfortable. He's not under threat. Because if he's under threat, he's in the full guard and he's able to move within that full guard. He's a special fighter, and he has yet to been in any type of danger, and he's unproven because you got Shakur, he's an Olympian. You have all these Olympians from the U.S. that would get the nod over him of getting the right fights. He's a Dominican. Dominicans don't sell, right?
Yeah.
He has the ability to change that because he has a lot of momentum, and there's a lot of, you're going to see a lot of Dominicans there on the 26th, you included, with their flags. And you're going to see a lot of them. Like, you're going to see a change within that. He's a special fighter, man.
That's what's up.
He just need the opportunity.
Yeah. No, that's what's up. I just want to read this real quick. My sister here at the Hangout spot, Rachel Donaire, the great Rachel Donaire. What's up, Rachel? Secret Dan Santillan started strong by pressuring inside, but Norman gradually took over. Norman was significantly more effective when it countered. Power punches clearly outworking Santillan inside. Appreciate you, Rachel.
Yeah, man.
No, it's gonna be interesting, man. It's gonna be an interesting fight.
I just feel like that fight. What was Santillan's plan, though, bro? Like, he literally was a punching bag, bro. Like, what was his plan? He tried to go blow for blow with Brian Norman Jr. And at that point, maybe he thought that he wasn't a puncher because no one knew he was that type of puncher.
But the problem is, stock chasers, is that most people felt that if he did go blow for blow with Brian Norman Jr. coming off that fight with Boca Chica, that he would be successful, and he wasn't. He got broken down. He got broken down, and he got beat down in that fight. See, that's what you're not getting. You're not getting going into the fight and the momentum. It was a different type of momentum. That's all I say. That's all I say. And at the end of the day, styles make fights. So I get it. Devin Haney's not going to fight that type of fight. He better not.
Yeah, but there's time for Brian Norman to learn the nuances that he needs to learn,
right?
To be able to catch up to somebody. If I just don't know, I don't know how good his father is as a coach. I don't know how good his eye is.
Which is why I think this fight is so intriguing, because there's so many question marks by, people that feel like Devin Haney has superior footwork and he's going to be able to run circles about Brian. So they're taking a fight outside of their comfort zone. Devin Haney is also taking a fight outside of his comfort zone because there's a lot of question marks if he can take a big punch, especially from a guy 147 that can punch. This is why this fight is so good, or intriguing, as I would say. Intriguing is the word that I would say. Or use.
Something crazy, Johnny. That when Devin Haney moved up to 140, he hurt Regis. And I know if he wanted to, bro, I saw about 2 or 3 times when Devin Haney cracked Ramirez, where, bro, he could have just wailed off and not probably got him out of there, and he didn't do it. But what I'm trying to tell you is we've never seen. We don't like. I feel like Devin pillow hands, bro. If Brian Norman Jr. gets caught clean by Devin Haney, I think we're gonna we might see some crazy shit. Like, pillow hands is aggressive. I feel like that's
anybody can get hurt on any given night, right, Coach?
Yeah, he could run him into a shot. He could do like a lateral trap, run him into something. But I think that he has respectable power. I don't think he's a puncher, but he has enough to keep you at bay. I don't think Regis. I remember Danielito Zorrilla hurt Regis, and it wasn't even a big shot. So I wasn't surprised when Haney dropped him. I thought he would finish him, but I wasn't surprised. Haney got something behind it.
I think he got it's sting, like it's a stinging type of punch, man.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what I think. It was almost like Floyd. You know, people said Floyd couldn't punch, but Floyd had it was like a sting. You know, and it keeps you at bay.
Floyd could punch. He just had hand problems, but he definitely could punch.
We got Rachel Donaire up in the building joining us. What's up, Rachel?
Hey, how are you doing, Johnny?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I don't know how much time I have. If No Needle comes over and kicks me off the internet, then
tell No Needle you hanging with family over here at the Hangout spot late night.
Like, what are you doing? No, I just wanted, because I kept typing. So I just wanted to like clarify what I was saying. And I know that Stock Chasers was asking what his game plan was. I think he was betting on what he's always done. It's pressure fighting from, the start to the end, bullying them, cutting off the ring and making it a brawl, more than it's a technical match. So when I said, adaptability is key, being able to change in the corner when things don't go your way. He wasn't able to shift his strategy, after his nose got hit, right? And he didn't pivot to more boxing behind the jab, choosing to stay in there rather than just adjusting. Because he's so comfortable with brawling, and I know that from experience as well, right? Like when No Needle started like knocking people out left and right, then it became always about a brawl again. It was like, dude, stop trying to. This last fight, for the last 2 years, we unfortunately we couldn't get a fight, but then when we were training, it was always about, remember your jab? Remember that? Do you remember how you used to use that? Like, we're going to drill it so much. First round, what does he do? He comes out swinging. I'm like, okay, what the hell? I just told you to use your jab, So, it's things like that it's kind of like that wrong saying. It's like, well, if it's don't fix it, right? And so, if he's always been pressure fighting everyone and it's been working, why would he change what's been working for him? Well, this gave him a reason to, but then he couldn't change that in between the round.
Which one of you guys want to take a stab at that, Coach?
I don't know. She lost me. She talking about Brian Norman Santillan?
Yeah, just how Santillan, like his style was always pressure fighting, right? And that when I think Stock Chasers asked what was his game plan, of course we won't know that, but I'm just going to heavily assume that because he was winning in the style that he has been in, that he wasn't going to change anything, because if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Why would you? Absolutely, I agree. And he went out there, and I think it's fair to say that Brian Norman Jr. beat him at his game plan, correct?
Yeah.
But Rachel,
and nobody saw that coming.
Can I ask you a question, Rachel?
Yeah.
During that fight, did or did not Brian Norman Jr. get hurt?
Did he get hurt?
Like damn near.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not like, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that his game plan was failing. I'm saying that honestly, what I'm keying in on is what, Coach was saying is adaptability in between the rounds. When you get hurt, you need to protect, your nose or whatever. If it's a cut, you have to be able to adapt and change the game plan instead of, just keep your foot on the gas pedal in the same direction that you're going. Well, that direction might be closing. So change the narrative in the middle of the fight. But not a lot of boxers can do that. Not, first of all, the coach has to know what tools that they have in their toolbox. Not all boxers can box, right? Maybe his boxing is not as strong, and he's not comfortable with it. And then you have to talk about also the experience level of the adversity of being in the ring and being bloody and getting, or seeing double and all these other things. Like, what are you doing now? Are you freaking out, or are you composed? Can you fight through this adversity?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Hey, Star Chaser, man, you're looking to be a hater. Relax, man. She spoke. She got an opinion. Every time you say something, it's always but.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the point. I gotta fix that. I'm not questioning Rachel by any
Yeah,
means.
but you like your but did you see Brian Norman? Did you see him get hurt? Man,
No.
we know Brian Norman's a bad boy, man.
No,
you gotta understand that he's a bad boy, man.
I'm agreeing with Rachel to the point that I could see Santi John's plan, and his plan was kill or be killed. And he almost did it, but he didn't have enough because he didn't have his feet. He didn't have his legs under him, bro. He was hurt.
No. Why didn't he have enough? Let's keep it real.
Bro, because
who was across from him that night? But you give no credit to Brian Norman Jr. that showed up that night, bro.
I'm not a Brian Norman Jr. hater, bro. You gotta stop doing.
But you sound like it. You say you aren't. You say you aren't, but you sound like it, my brother. That's what you're not understanding.
What does Brian Norman do good?
Power.
This is a good question.
No, it's actually
Power.
power.
That's
Not
it.
what he do good. What does he do good in the ring?
You asking me?
Yes, the hater.
Okay, so from what I've seen from Brian Norman Jr., first of all, it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster because I've seen him go life and death with a 5, 6.
And he's gonna say 5 fights ago. This is what he's gonna bring up. 5 fights ago.
Remember the
was
question.
21 years old.
Work, bro. I can't just go off the last 3 fights. That's not how it works.
Why don't you think that fighters from 21 to 24, they tend to get better every fight? They get better and better as they get older with more experience. Like, why are you holding on to shit that happened 5 years ago? Let's look at currently what happened the last 3 or 4 fights.
The last 3 fights have been, to me, a great matchmaking. I'm being honest. The last 2 fights, not the last 3. 2 fights. Last 2 fights. I think Brian Norman Jr. has a ton of potential, but what I'm trying to say is that bro, I've seen him go straight forward at dudes like that.
Hey, my man, the question was, what does he do good?
Bro, he goes straight forward and tries to overpower people. That's what I've seen in the last 3 fights.
That's what he does good.
That's what he does good. Tries to overpower people with his strength. That's what I've seen.
But don't you think that power without precision doesn't mean anything?
Power is the loudest aspect of boxing on a total pole. You have to have some type of timing with it. You have to have a delivery system. Power is not, but I also think that Brian Norman he's good enough where he can, land something. Even if it looks ugly the way it looked, he looked terrible when he fought Quentin Randall. But guess what? He was getting the job done. Right? He was hopping in there. And this is what you can't. This is like outside of speed, outside of power, outside of footwork, agility. There's something that you can't see. Right? Is the motherfucker's heart and his will to win. Right? And that's what he has. And he's a world champion because of it, because Santillan came in there to fight, and it was a dog fight. And he got hurt, he got hit, he hit back, and he wound up, coming through. So the kid is a dog. He's not going to lay down. He's going to be on Haney's ass, hopefully. And just have to see what happens, right, Johnny boy?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting, man. The Sasaki knockout, man. If you really, really look at that, bro, he set that up. The stab jab to the body that he had thrown numerous occasions, and he knew that Sasaki was going to throw his own stab jab coming back. And after he threw the stab jab and Sasaki went back, he threw that left hook and landed it flush, bro. That wasn't luck, my brother.
No, I'm not saying it was luck, but what I'm saying is Sasaki literally, to me, like bro. I didn't see any structure in like and this what was he trying to do but literally knock Brian's head off. Like he didn't even really throw a jab or set up any punches. He was just going.
You know what Haney what did you forget how jittery he looked early on with Ramirez? Where people was like, what the fuck is going on with him? He almost looked scared. Would you agree with that, Star Chaser, or no?
You know what? I can't.
It's kind of a yes or no question. Do
Yeah,
you agree that he looked scared like in the first couple rounds?
Yes.
Right. Do you think Brian Norman is a better fighter than Ramirez at 147?
Right now, yes.
The fact that you got to think about that is crazy.
No, it's not the fact that I got to think about it. The fact is that I can't really put much on this Ramirez fight, bro. I really can't.
Yeah, so you can't. No, well, you could put enough where he was because there was a big question mark on how he's gonna perform, and his performance the first couple of rounds was like it was really hectic. It was jittery. He was literally running, not boxing. But listen, I don't have no problem with that. He did what he had to do to win, and that's the most important thing. But he did look scary early on, and then he got comfortable, which what champions do, right? They adapt to the situation. Now, I think Brian Norman's a little more intimidating at this point than Ramirez. I think he will increase the punch volume more than Ramirez. And I think his body punches is going to be there. It's a really, really close fight. It's a really close fight.
Wait, you said Brian Norman Jr. going to the body?
Yeah, I think he's going to attack the body because his father, I don't know how sophisticated his father is as a trainer. I know he calls some slack, but his father knows boxing, and he would know. I would hope that he would know that the main ingredients is him cutting the ring off and him going to the body early. And I think Brian Norman Sr. knows that much, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Rachel, what you got? How do you see that playing out, Rachel?
I mean, I think like when we're comparing Brian Norman and Jose Ramirez, I don't think it's necessarily fair. Ramirez has been in, some decent wars and it's 31. Norman's 23 and now he's on he's on a what is it called? Like he's on a roll, right? Like he has momentum at this point.
Right.
And even though Ramirez has a high work rate, he doesn't have that one shot, right? One shot to knock you out, not over volume. And so I think that with Norman's precision on where he puts that punch placement is going to be an issue. Haney, he likes to clinch, he likes to break the rhythm. He's very good at drawing, and we saw that specifically against Cambosis and also Regis Progress, right? He got them to lean over their front foot a lot of the times. You think Haney's there, but his foot placement on when he feints and you think he's in your red zone, he pulls back just enough to where you start to reach for your punches. So that's one of the things that, that Devin has really going for him. I don't think I like the fact that Devin got in the ring with Ramirez because I think that considering that he had been off for some time in addition to, whatever mental issues he had to go through with whatever was happening with Ryan and stuff like that. Sometimes you need to have that fight to get that, okay, this is how it feels like to get in the ring. And like Coach was saying, like he looked tight, I guess is what I would call it in the first couple rounds against Ramirez. But once he shook that off, he went back to exactly what, he does best. Now, when we talk about, okay, with last fight versus last fight, Brian Norman versus Sasaki, I don't really put much credence not sorry on Brian Norman beating Sasaki, because I never really gave much credence to Sasaki to begin with. He was always a homegrown fighter around their area. His resume wasn't astounding to me. And I did see a lot of things when Sasaki was coming up in the rankings that I felt that was going to be really big flaws when it came to the world stage. And that's pretty much what happened.
Well, I think we could. I think, I mean, you know, emotions aside, and when we apply logic, we can analyze the situation. So we have to put Brian Norman and Ramirez because they're both going to come forward, but the threat of that hook and the threat of the jab is going to be there for Norman. I would almost say that Brian Norman might be left-handed because he's very dominant with his lead hand, and he kind of like slaps a little bit with his backhand where it's not as coordinated as his left hook. So I don't know if he's properly left-handed or what, but it is the threat of the hook, the threat of the jab is definitely going to be there where it wasn't really there for Ramirez.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like when we were talking about, well, you guys were talking, I was listening and I was talking in my head like I was on the panel. But for example, I know that I think it was Stock Chaser was talking about like how he brought his hand back to his chin. That's, you know, amazing and all. But at the same time, you know, the recoil on throwing or keeping your right hand like a phone booth, like it, first of all, it keeps a steady visual for the opponent. The second point, with when he fought against Ryan Garcia, for some strange reason, his right hand was actually on the negative. So if you put the face from top to bottom and you make a vertical line to split it in half, for some weird reason, Haney's right hand was actually on the other side of his face and not actually protecting for the left hook. So, you know, there's things that I'm sure he has worked on when he was, not in the ring for a year. But those are one of the things that even if you do bring it back, it highly depends on how they throw their hook and where how you're going to defend with that, whether it's, you know, baiting it to come out or smothering it. But definitely it should not be on the opposite side of your face and blocking the punch with your face for that situation.
So Rachel, really fast, let me ask you, just based on Nonito's experience. So, what would you rate? I mean, there's fights, there's styles, there's everything included. But what I'm trying to say is, in championship level fights, championship level fights. I mean, I'm talking about adversity. 11th, 10th championship round fights. After being in that environment over a time, does that not help you be able to, if you're down on the cards, to keep yourself together, or vice versa, if you're knocked down, to be able to stay focused and literally stay in the fight? Like, does that not matter, or how much does it matter, would you say?
Okay, I was kind of confused by the question because you said that they're down on the cards and then they get knocked down, and then like to finish the fight or to survive the fight or to try to win the fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you from both aspects. So someone who's down on the cards against
Okay.
someone who's winning on the cards, or someone who might be winning on the cards and gets knocked down, but they're still able to like understand, okay, I can still win this fight. Like, championship level fights, what does that experience, how much does it matter?
The experience does, but then you also have to take into account the corner, and you have to take into account the fighter himself. There are numerous occasions where fighters don't listen to their corner when they're winning the fight and they get knocked down, because some fighters just, they want to go out on their shield, right? Like there's that mentality, go out on my shield. I don't care if I'm going to get knocked down. I'm going to get my lick back, because first of all, it's the ego comes running in, right? You get knocked down, but you win it on the cards. It's freaking the 9th round, 10th round. You won all rounds, but you get knocked down. You have to be able to have some sort of discipline within yourself, and it's to not go out as a dog, right? Especially if you just got knocked down and it's only the first minute. You need to be able to recover, but there's emotions that run in this game, whether we like to admit it or not, and it's up to that fighter. No fighter is the same as the next fighter at all, because it's going to depend highly on everything emotionally about that fighter, and if he can zone in and refocus, or is ego going to play a game and be like, screw that, I'm going to go out on my shield, forget boxing or forget recovering, and then get caught again. We've seen it time and time again. When they get knocked, they come in and they start throwing the biggest blows. They go forward, and they don't even try to go around, get distance, get their feet back underneath them, box a little bit, feint, any of that stuff. They start throwing the biggest blow that they can just to get that lick back. So I don't think that we can ever put any fighter in a box, because and I think coach can attest to this, each of your fighters have different weaknesses, different strengths. Their mentalities are completely different. Their emotions are different. As a corner, we want them to listen, but it really has to do, at the end of the day, these are grown ass fucking men, if they're going to listen or not.
Facts. Fucking facts, bro. Does that answer your question, Stock Chasers?
Oh no. Of course it does, because we've all, Coach, you've been there in person. Rachel, you've been there in person. I've been in the stands, but I just feel like, to me, I don't know, I look at experience as in a situation where someone's been there before. I feel like they know what to do more so than someone who's never been in that position.
Here, I'll give you a position, and be very fucking honest, it's everywhere. Nonito got knocked by Inoue in the first round of the second match, right? Everyone, for some weird reason, thinks I told him to go out on a shield. That's not what I said. Okay, Mike Basil could be my witness. He was in the corner with me. And me and Mike Basil told him after he got knocked, he looked at me, and I was like, hey, you need to get your feet back underneath you. I need you to box. I need you to regain your consciousness before you freaking go out there. You know what he told you? And he'll tell you this. I think he said it before. When he was in the corner, all he heard was, the peanut gallery, the teacher. That's what he said he heard. Didn't hear anything that we said. He was looking at the TV, and he was looking how he got caught. And the next round, he didn't do shit but try to take Inoue's head off, which wasn't what we told him. And that's ego. That's pride. I'm not going to sugarcoat it at all, but that's not what you should have done. You should have done what we told you to do and get back in the game when you were ready to. But he knows enough. He had so much experience in the ring. He knows how to get his, by that time. And yet he didn't do it. So that's why I'm saying, trust me, I know firsthand what ego can do to you. Now turn it around. And we went to, Argentina with Campos. And the first freaking round, he's trying to throw blows. He's trying to take his head off. There's no setup. I'm like, he comes back in the ring. I go, switch. You're not playing southpaw. You're going back to your jab on your orthodox. And he listened this time. So, it like I said, it really has to do with the mentality of the fighter. And if he's going to listen that night, if everything all goes to plan, like Coach said, we do 12-week camps. A lot of them do a whole year just preparing, not a whole 12-week camp, but preparing, always being in the gym. And for lack of it, we only have at the best 45 minutes. to show what we've been working on. And it could be the worst night or it could be the best night.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's an amazing perspective, because I mean, I know fighters and coaches and trainers like put so much effort, but literally the fight is literally less than an hour. So I can only imagine the emotions that have to be dealt with during that time. So that's amazing insight.
Yeah, man. No
Well, I
doubt.
think Coach was even talking about like, I don't remember who you were trying to give iced tea to. I mean, not you, the fighter that had iced tea, and give him an actual hydration drink. Like all of these things like come into play. And like I said, everything that we do, you hope it comes together fight night. And it could be a bad weight cut. It could be a bad rehydration. They could have, I don't know, gotten in a fight with their girlfriend the night before. Just the stupidest things that could happen that could throw off that 45 minutes that we have to show. Those are things that we have to deal with and try to maneuver to make the best out of the situation and bring the fighter to the best of his ability for those 45 minutes. Things can happen in the locker room, for God's sake. Like, Jesus, I couldn't tell you how many things could go wrong in the locker room. Like, he could have, he might have gone to the locker room and didn't like the toilet or something stupid. Like, it could be the stupidest things that you could get yelled at. Trust me, I've gotten yelled at numerous times in the locker room. So, I mean, not a lot of people see what goes on behind actually getting these fighters to be at their best.
And are you training your husband, or what do you do?
So I'm the head. So I've been the manager since 2009 as a co-manager, and then I always had been his strength and conditioning coach. And then I really only started working in the corner, I would say, by Ubali. Before that, during the WBSS, I was in his corner. Like, I was helping out in the gym during the sparring. I would tell him what to do. Kenny Adams ended up letting me talk when he started hearing what I had to say. And then the WBSS happened, etc. We had COVID and we had Ubali. And Ubali was, of course, he had an Olympian pedigree and then, of course, a world champion. And we had to shut down camp because of COVID. We couldn't have anybody in and out of the gym. If they were working with us, they could only work with us. So, sparring partners were slim pickings, mitt holders were slim pickings and things like that. Specifically for the last fight, we had 3 weeks to train for Campos. And we couldn't, one of the other guys that would have held mitts for him was not available because he already got, a bunch of the coaches already had stuff to do, especially with the WBC tournament that was over in Saudi. Everyone was booked up. So I ended up having to hold mitts for this crazy ass. I didn't hold body shield. I got an MMA fighter to hold body shield for him. But yeah, no, I work with him. And then right now I work with Trevor McCumbee for his strength and conditioning. I advise a bunch of fighters based on their contracts with no contract. I don't take anything from them. It's just my advice as far as negotiating and stuff like that. And I'm taking on a couple more guys with my strength and conditioning. So I mean, within Vegas, I'm really picky. I don't need to do this. It's not something where it's like, oh, well, let me just take advantage of all the fighters and all that stuff. Like, I need to know that if I'm going to take time away from my kids that I homeschool, that you're going to show up. And I'll tell you, the first time that Trevor came to me, it took about 4 years because, he had his own stuff going on. And then when he gassed against Caleb, his trainer called me and he was like, okay, I told him it's my time, your turn to deal with him. And I tested him out. And it was 3, I said, you have to last 12 minutes. And of course, everyone says 12 minutes is easy. He lasted 9 on my tryout. So
what is next for Nonito?
I'm sorry?
What is next for him after the Campos fight?
We're just enjoying. Like right now we're just at that point where we really don't give a fuck. It's a fun little place to be. Because listen, like
that fight was a 12-round fight, so was it a title?
yes, it was an interim.
Oh, nice. So he's an interim champion right now.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And who's the champion there? What weight class? That was 118. Did he go down?
118. So we have so Antonio Vargas was the interim champion, vacated and got elevated to regular because I believe it's Satsumi was the regular champion, but he's champion recess due to some eye injuries.
Yep.
So, which is it's concerning for me. I don't know what is going on in boxing, but there are a lot of fighters getting eye surgeries, and I don't know what it is, but it's weird.
And then Junto has titles in I think every other sanctioning body except for the WBO.
He has two.
Junto has the
WBC,
IBC, IBF, and the Ring
and then
Magazine.
he doesn't have the WBO. Oh, okay. Well, if you're calling the Ring Magazine, then 5, right? Yeah. So he has 2 of the 5, but I don't know. I've been hearing different stuff coming out of Japan that he's going to be fighting who Inoue just knocked out. I was at that fight and I can't remember the guy's name. But I think like they're trying to really line up between Junto and Naoya as a super fight.
Yep.
But
they're definitely doing that.
Wait,
Yeah.
so is that you're speaking about Ramon Cardenas?
Yeah. So they're saying that Junto is supposed to be lining up with Cardenas. I don't know when, but I think that that's going to be a test for him to move up to 122. So then they can really say that, hey, Junto's a 22-pounder. So Naoya, after he fights MJ, can fight Junto. Like Junto I feel like they're building the story that Junto has to have a 122 fight underneath his belt. And if he sparks Cardenas faster than Inoue does, that's just going to be that conversation, right? Like, well, he did this and he just moved up. You've been at 22 for how long? And Junto sparked him, which, it's a great storyline.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You know, interesting though, Coach, weren't you at that fight? Because Rohan fought in that card. No?
Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Rohan fought on that card, and that's when I saw that Inoue and Ramon Cardenas, that was one hell of a fight, man.
Hell yeah, that shit. Stock Chaser, let me get Treese up in here. He wants to ask a question. All right.
All right, do your thing, bro. Be easy.
All right.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, brother. Treese wants. Oh, oops, sorry, Rachel.
Wait, do you want me to talk? I can leave.
Nope. You good? Treese, what's up, man? You got a question? What's up?
What up, though? What up, though? My background might not be as raging, but we are at work always. But
it's actually not bad today.
For sure. What's going on, Coach? What's going on, Rachel? How y'all doing?
Hi.
That's what's up. I wanted to ask. I just heard we talking Nonito Donaire. I'm not gonna hold you up, Rachel. Is it a possibility? You know, I'm a big fan of Seiya Sutsumi. That's my guy. I like him a lot. And from Japan, I like him. I picked him to beat Takuma Inoue. And I'm just curious, like, I would like that fight, man, with Seiya Sutsumi. I like him a lot. I know he's a slang and bang fighter, rumble and tumble fighter. You get me? I just want to throw that out there real quick. And but if you can't get him, I'm wondering what's the chances of Nonito maybe thinking about fighting Takuma. I seen he on ice. He not doing shit. We know that's Inoue brother and whatnot. I mean, why not him? Why not him?
No, I listen, like I know that Nonito's been he's said it since I remember two WBAs ago. Nonito was asking to be ranked and he said that he was coming after Takuma. We've reached out, but it doesn't seem like Ohashi wants that fight. Like we knew the plan when Naoya vacated the 118 that he was positioning his brother to get a world championship. Now, how long he was going to hold it was a whole different story, right? I would love that fight. I think that it would be a great fight because of the fact that it's the same last name and what happened with Nonito and Naoya. I just don't know if he's even really trying to be that competitive when it comes to that. And like him losing to Susumi was one of those things that you're like, when we were watching, we're like, seriously, dude, like you're supposed to hold the belt so we can fucking
We knew,
challenge
but
it.
it's crazy, Rachel. When I was watching, I told anybody who would listen. I told anybody who would listen that Suits to me was gonna win that fight. I watched him catch a body in the fight before. You see me? That
Yeah,
guy, he caught a body in this fight before. Man, violent. He swang and bang, rumble and tumble type of guy. I'm like, Takuma not ready for no shit like this. I like Susumi, man. I really do like him. Diego Higa is also an option for you too, as well. I just want to throw him out there. I know that he's a rumble tumble guy too, as well. But
Diego.
Diego.
Higa. So Diego Higa is fighting Antonio Vargas on July 30th. Nonito and I have been going on. Yeah, so he's actually defending against he's defending against Diego Higa.
Who you picking in that fight, Rachel, if you don't mind me asking? Who you got?
Honestly, like that fight is super close for me because of the fact that like Antonio Vargas he's a heavy hitter as well. And the thing is that Susumi loves to fight aggressively, but he lacks like some defensive responsibility because he stays too in the pocket too long with like not as much head movement as there should be. And Susumi Higa like he's I feel like he's front foot heavy.
He is. He definitely is. And he's he's rumble tumble. He's got. He's a headbutt master too. But
and that's never good, right? But it's it's one of those things where Antonio Vargas, when he was fighting in December of last year for the interim title, he got dropped early, and he was able to to come back from that. So it's his chin kind of looking like a little bit suspect, but it's not like Higa hasn't been dropped either. So you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like one of those things like, well, okay, well, this guy versus this guy, and he did that and he did that. It's like they both been dropped.
For sure. But that leads me into my question. I want to ask. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to ask with the Vargas, because I heard y'all talking about Brian Norman and Devin Haney. That kind of lightweight gave me a little segue. I had to capitalize. I see that y'all was talking about. And my thing is, stock churches. I get it. Lord knows I'm the Haney guy. I fuck with Haney. I'm the only person on the planet, Johnny. You know it to be true. The only person on the planet who tell Devin, do not fuck with that guy. You don't need to be out here fucking with him, bro. He's not on our. Don't fuck with him. You don't need that. You're better than him. You're better than this shit that you're doing, Devin. I said it. Only person on planet Earth who was saying this shit. That's neither here nor there, though. But my thing is, it's rare, but Devin, although this is the first time that Devin in a long time is going to be the challenger for a belt. I need my guy Stock Chaser to understand, bro. We get it. Devin is championship caliber. Man is challenging. He's the challenger. I've heard guys like Teddy Atlas say that, when people become a champion and things of this, they get a 20% boost in ego, or they get a 20% boost in mentality and skill and things of this nature. Coach, Rachel, do y'all think that Brian Norman could possibly have that 20% ego boost or championship boost? Like, shit, I'm forget. This is my show. Devin Haney, you're the challenger, motherfucker. I'm the champion. You coming to see me. I'm not fighting you. You're fighting me. Do you think that Brian Norman can have this type of mentality?
Of course. Why wouldn't you? Coach, don't you think that once they become they're a world champion, like, you're coming to me, this is my house?
Yeah, I mean, I think with experience, he's battle tested. Their confidence is at an all-time high. When you get a little bit of more money, you get more better sparring partners in. Your training and your discipline, your commitment to that. This is why Canelo was really good at. He did a good job taking that Mayweather fight, because all that money that he got there, then he was just unstoppable from there. Then you could get a nutrition, you get a strength and conditioning coach, you get more sponsors come in. But all that motivates the fighter. So that the title can act as a strong motivator, encouraging the champion to work harder. Because fuck, who wants to lose that? You know, everybody looking at him as a champion. And you know, I think as far as I think you can add strategic development to that. You know, he's able to analyze the Santion fight. He's able to analyze the kid from Japan. He's able, you know, he got a Rolodex now that he can add and get better. So that's why they become better, you know, better fighters. Me particularly, I had 2 world champions that I trained that actually became worse.
Why would you? How do you think? Can I ask? How would you?
Oh, they came from they came from poverty, and when they got the belt, they thought they made it, and they just didn't feel like they needed to train. So it goes both sides. It goes both ways. But I think Brian Norman, I think he's motivated. I think the title made him stronger. So yeah, he'll be. I don't even, you know, I mean, 20%. Who the hell knows? But you know, we could all agree that it will make him better.
For sure. That's just something that I'm counting on. Because like I said, in these last couple of fights, I know that in these last couple of fights, we viewed Devin as the champion, rightly so. But in this fight, for one of the few instances in a long time, we got to see him as the challenger. And like we say, it's always on the challenger to go take it from the champion. You see me? So I just want that to be a thought in people's mind. That's all. But and with the I just heard you mention Canelo. I ain't gonna hold you up. Man. We got Edgar Berlanga fighting this weekend. I gotta say, Coach, I gotta ask you, do you think Berlanga, the type of guy who he is, do you think it's gonna have the opposite or motivating effect for Berlanga that he was just in the ring with Canelo now? You struck a nerve. I'm curious what you think about Berlanga this weekend.
I think becoming a champion it catalyzed growth and development. Ironically enough, that was Berlanga lost and had a parade for himself. He became a champion by losing to Canelo in his mind. So he's like, I hear him saying he's the cash cow. He's like, and he actually lost. You know, we all know he lost, but I think he's crazy enough that in his mind that he believes he's just a better fighter. And you know, it's just crazy. He's a nut. But listen, this game is for a fighter is. Some people say 75%. Some people say 90% mental. Whatever it is, we could agree that it's much more mental than it is physical. And if he believes that, you know,
For sure. Hey, no, hey, say less, man. I'm with it. I'm just, that's all I had to throw out there. Appreciate talking to you guys, man. I just wanted to throw that out there. Like I say, man, we want to see Nonito in there with Takuma or possibly, you know, say it suits me as the fight, though. That's my guy. That is my dog. I like him a whole lot. And Coach, before I go, I just want to say, Polanco got Tiger Johnson problems, Coach. I can't keep letting you do this.
Here we go.
I can't keep letting y'all. Shout out to Ohio and the Midwest Mafia, man. Tiger Johnson is in the mix, baby. We don't forget about my dog. But y'all be cool, man. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and rock out, man.
I will believe him if he wasn't from Toledo, Ohio.
Coach, pack him up, bro. Pack him up. Get him out of boxing, bro. Get him out of boxing.
When the guy's your next door neighbor, of course you're gonna be rooting for him.
Tree, shout out to the third shift workers, man. Damn, we working major overtime here at the Hangout spot, bro. Look at this shit. $10. Props to y'all evaluation, man.
Man, you reach your goal yet, man?
Oh, hell yeah, I did. I reached it. I reached it a little while ago. CJ Rich said $2 said Johnny ain't let me in tonight. My cooking is too Cajun, bro. Step in line, bro. We've had everybody up on him. Coach Marcus Walker up in the building, who we had, man, 6 hours ago. We had Coach Marcus Walker with his son Kamauriay King Kam Walker. Rachel, you know King Kam Walker?
Yeah. Yep. I know them. Yep.
We had him on early on when we first started the show at 9 o'clock, and we did a nice interview. We had him on for over an hour. We talked
But
about his.
you're in what? East
victory.
Coast?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're in the East Coast?
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3:15 in the morning right now.
That's 6 p.m. over here. That's still business dinner madness over at this house. So yeah.
Lord
That's
have
why I
mercy.
always do you notice it's quiet right now in my house? Because the
Yeah,
kids are
I don't
asleep.
hear the kids in the background like the last time you were on.
Oh my God. Yeah. See, that's why I wait until they go to sleep. And then I'm like, okay, now I can have an adult conversation.
Yep, that's why you're always on late with us here at the Hangout spot. This is the late night spot here, but man, it's 3:15 in the morning. I gotta call it soon. Shit. Holy
Content.
smoke.
So
Everyone-
Marcus Walk, who's his son?
Kamauriay King Kam Walker. He is a 140-pound prospect, 6-0 with 6 knockouts. He just won this past weekend in a BLK Prime card in Louisiana by stoppage. Great, man. Coach, I urge you to check that out. Check that out. Great young man. He has 2 degrees.
Yes, he's smart boy.
2
Huh?
degrees. Great young man. His dad is doing a great job with him. Rachel is very, very familiar with them.
Mhm.
Yep. I mean, I urge you to
What's his
check
name
that
again?
out.
What's his name again?
Kamauriay King Kam Walker. I'll send you his IG so you can check him out. For sure, man. I would love for you to be able to check him out and support Stock Chasers, who was just in here, sends the $2. Says, shout out to Coach Bermudez, Rachel, and Johnny with the 100 emoji. Cam Zen Management LLC. That's Coach right there with the $5. Home of King Cam and Future Royalty with the King Crown. So yeah. I want you to definitely check them out, Coach. They family here at the Hangout spot, as all of y'all. Rachel family, you family. This is how we do it up here, late nights, man. For sure. That's all the super chats, man. But yeah, 6 hours. Last show we did was 5.5 hours yesterday. We cooked, and now we did over 6 hours.
Okay, tomorrow 7.
And tomorrow, I guess we got to do 7 hours. Okay, that's fine. As long as y'all come out and join the party, and everybody else in the chat. We had hella callers. We had an interview. We did it was an amazing show. But I gotta wrap this up because I gotta go to bed.
Hey, I appreciate you, Rachel, coming on. Appreciate you,
Rachel.
John.
We love you, Rachel.
Thanks, you guys. Listen, like this is like
You
one of those
family.
things where I love topping up about boxing. I love talking to adults rather than children the entire day. So this is one of my like relaxing times, sipping on wine, talking boxing, and we have a great boxing weekend that's coming up. You know, we have a couple weekends that are coming up. So I'm looking forward to talking to you guys more as these fights get closer, after the fights happen, and our breakdown and analysis. Coach, it was great to talk to you, and Johnny, I love you.
Oh, we love you. You family, you welcome here anytime. We're gonna be breaking down the fights this weekend. We're gonna go probably live fight chat for the fights on Saturday, and then we're just gonna stay overtime after that throughout the night, just talking about recapping. So it's gonna be a crazy weekend. So I'm gonna try to get some sleep
Perfect.
tomorrow because I know I'm not gonna get a lot of sleep this weekend.
Perfect. Well, you guys, like in the chats, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe button, share, support everyone, support boxing. Really, you guys shouldn't be stingy on watching boxing. You want to talk boxing, you got to watch boxing. All right. But until then, I talk to you guys and my kids are asleep, y'all take care.
All right, you got it, Rachel. Take care. My best Nonito. You know the deal. Rachel Donaire in the building, and Coach, you family. I appreciate you, Coach. I was gonna tell you, man. I'm trying to get up in. I sent an email to see if I could get up in the July 26th card in New York City. I'll fly down for that. So hopefully I could get up in there.
So to get a credential?
Yeah. I sent an email out. I don't know if it was too late or what, but I'm gonna try to get up. I would love to get up in there so I can hang out with y'all. We'll see.
Yeah, let me know. See, See, when we get down there, we stay in contact. When we get down there, I'll see if I can talk to somebody to get you in there.
Yeah. If you can, or if you, like I said, I sent an email. I don't know if it was too late or what. I sent it out like 2 days ago. I think it was. I forgot to tell you yesterday when you were on. So if it's not, hopefully I get approved. If not, I would hope so, because if not, I'll come down. I'll come down for the weekend, and then I wanna hang out and spend some time with you and Rohan. That's gonna
Yeah.
be hard. So
And
so
when did you go on live again? On you said on the fights?
yeah, I'm gonna do a live fight chat this weekend for the Saturday night fights. I don't know if people are gonna jump in on Friday night for the females. Let me see. I put a poll up.
Oh, you got certain days for females?
No. I'm just saying. I don't know if people are gonna want to jump in for a live fight chat for the whole female card. That female card is gonna be on fire on Friday. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna watch it, but I'm saying I want people to come out. If I do a live fight chat, I want people to come out live. He said, "Yeah, do for the ladies, whatever." Yeah, I think I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm doing the whole card though, because there's like 8-9 fights. Maybe I'll do the co-main and the main on Friday. But Saturday, I want to do the main card. I want to do all 4 fights on the main card, and then open it up, afterwards. After the guys in Queens. So definitely, I want you to jump on, Coach, if you got some time or you ain't doing anything. Where you're not going to the fights, right?
I don't know. I'm gonna be down in New York, so I might go, but I might
Okay.
come back because they got some sparring down there. The sparring, I think it should have got a little more publicity because it's a big thing. They're picking 2 people out of the sparring to fight under the Canelo card.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you told me that yesterday, right?
Yeah, but that's interesting, ain't it? That's
Yeah, that is
people
interesting.
going down. I think I just heard today that it's going to be like 2-minute rounds, though. So
Yeah, that is interesting. No, for
hey,
sure.
Toledo, what is it? Toledo Trice?
Trees, yeah, he's up
Trees.
there.
Yeah, I don't like how he stuck that out there and bounced on us.
He always does that. He throws
Stuck
that
that.
at you last minute, bro. See
And
if
then
it's
and then
Tiger Johnson shit, right? Yeah, that's trees, bro.
I remember next time I'm on here, you on here. Well, remember that.
Yep. These are my peoples, man. But yeah, so I'll DM you and let you know what we're doing this weekend as far as live shit, and see if you're available. You can always jump on. We do calls, we do the whole thing, we recap. But the 26th, yeah, I would like to see you up there. So I'm working on it, man.
All right, be cool, man.
I'm working on it, Coach. Appreciate you.
All right,
And yeah, I'll holler at you tomorrow. I'll let you know what's going on this weekend.
all right, later.
All right, man. There you have it. Coach Hector Bermudez up in the building. Yeah. You already know how we do. Late night here at the Hangout spot. This is how we rock out. Did I get caught up with all the super chats? Yep. My bad, CJ. I know CJ wanted to jump on the panel earlier, man, but it was hectic, man. We had a lot of shit going on. If you guys did not check out my interview early on, actually, it was more of a conversation / interview with my guy, Kamauriay King Kam Walker, 6-0, 6 knockouts, 140-pound prospect. He family up in the building. He was here, so we did a interview / conversation to talk about his last victory this past weekend on a BLK Prime card that took place in Louisiana. And we also had Coach Marcus Walker in the building, his dad and coach. Y'all know how we do. Coach usually comes here on the panel every now and then. He's always welcome. They are family here at the Hangout spot. So if you didn't check out that interview, make sure you check it out after this show is over, which is going to be over very, very soon. We did over 6 hours. Yesterday, we did 5.5 hours. Today, we did over 6 hours. But we cooking here at the Hangout spot, bro. This is the late night spot, bro. We found our niche, bro. And then after that, we had panel members. We had discussions. We had the whole shit with Stock Chasers and Coach Bermudez with Devin Haney and Rohan Polanco. That shit was fucking funny, especially the fart button that I kept throwing out there. Word. That shit was dope. Excellent show. I appreciate every one of y'all for super chatting and supporting. We hit our goal. We are right back at it. So I'm not sure if I'm doing tonight because Superman comes out. And I know it's going to be busy this weekend. I'm going to be doing probably a live fight chat on Friday and Saturday. And I got to do a show on Sunday to recap. And I want to see Superman, and wifey wants to see it. So we may see Superman tonight. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to go live. But make sure you follow me on IG. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But if we're not, we will be back at it Friday for the live fight chat. And then after the fight, we'll open up the phone lines and talk our shit on Friday night and go OT. Because here at the Hangout spot, this is how we do it up. We got the late night shift. We working. Yeah. Go treat your lady. Yeah, I gotta spend some time with Mrs. Hangout spot. So we want to see Superman, man. I want to check out Superman. I'm not a big superhero movie, but for that movie, for some reason, it kind of intrigues me. Yeah. See you see Inoue fighting Akhmadaliev, yeah, MJ, yeah, hell yeah. Joseph, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm an Inoue guy, bro. So we're gonna be all over that shit too. Depending on the time, maybe we'll do a live fight chat for that shit, bro. Because we work overtime here, bro. We building something special here, brick by brick. So make sure you guys spread the word, please, man. We are trying to grow this channel. We're moving at a fast pace, man. We're growing at a very, very fast pace. And when I say we, I mean it. It's not just me. It's me and the family members here at the Hangout spot. Make sure y'all check out my link and site on millions.co. I'll put that up in there if y'all want to support the channel, bro. And get yourself a Hangout spot t-shirt or hoodie, man. Yeah, man. Check me out on millions.co. You get yourself a nice hoodie. Let's put that link in the chat if you want to get yourself a hoodie or a t-shirt, man. It will go a long way into helping your brother. We are growing by the day. We are family tone deaf. God bless to you as well, my brother. 702, my brother. Thank you for rocking out. Alberto, thank you, bro. Respect the grind. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all. Now I'm gonna get some sleep right now. I got to get up in the morning, but it's work, baby. You cannot question the work ethic, bro. My brother Nestor Gibbs, shout out to my brother Nestor Gibbs, but he ain't the only one that could put in that work, bro. We doing it, bro. We doing it as well. Salute to you, my brother 702. Football season, yeah, we getting ready for that shit. That's gonna be in the end of August. We're gonna talk our football shit as well, kind of mix in a little bit of football with boxing because boxing is our bread and butter. That ain't going anywhere. The interviews, that's only gonna get bigger and better as we grow. So continue to spread the word and make sure you tell a friend to subscribe. Boots to ground next week, Friday night. We are in Caribbean Royale. Box Lab Promotions is putting together an excellent prospects card that's going to be streaming live on the Zone. I will be there, boots to ground, getting that work for y'all. I got to be up probably in about 5 hours, 4 hours. I don't know. We'll figure it out, Alberto. We battle tested. We strong here. We figure shit out. That's how we do here at the Hangout spot. But I want to thank everybody for rocking out with us tonight. We're going to wrap this shit up. And we're going to go back on Friday for the live fight chat, bro. Appreciate the love and support. All of y'all. Make sure y'all follow me. And this is your boy Johnny signing out from the Hangout Spot Live. And I'll talk to everybody very, very soon. Peace out, y'all.